Good evening, everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. Now, please stand, and we're going to sing the national anthem together, and then remain standing, and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now thank you for all that, and now we have the moment of solemn expression. And tonight we are glad to have Pastor Matthew Hambrick from right here, Costa Mesa First United Methodist Church. Oh, wait a minute, that's the one down on 19th, right? 19th, okay. Got to get it right. Okay, Pastor Hambrick, you have the floor. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you very much. Let us pray. God of us all, we thank you for making us and for placing within us the call that we should love our neighbors and even love our enemies. We thank you for this amazing community we're a part of called Costa Mesa. We thank you for all those who make it what it is today. A place of promise, a place of opportunity. We thank you for the leaders who will vote this evening and all the support staff that will guide the running of this city, the police and the fire departments, and all of those who serve quietly behind the scenes to keep our community safe, vibrant, and thriving. Grant them wisdom, patience, and integrity as they lead, and help us to shape our shared future. Be present this evening in such a way as you can guide our hearts toward deeper justice and compassion. In a time when many things in our world are scary, we ask that you would allow us to lead with courage with you, our God, as our guide. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I appreciate it. Okay, so now we're going to do the roll call. Madam Clerk, would you please do so?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present.
Thank you. And then we've got the closed session report from our city attorney, Kimberly Hall Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
Okay. Well, we got a couple of programming notes. The new business item number 3 regarding the professional services agreement with SOMAS for Fairview Park West Bluff restoration has been removed from this agenda. Will now be considered on April 7th at our council meeting. And likewise, the active transportation presentation has been removed from this agenda and will be considered also at the April 7th city council meeting. Okay, with that, we have one presentation, a proclamation for 2026 Women's History Month. So we've got two great recipients of the two Women of the Year, and every year really, but this year they're especially recognized. Tonight we are recognizing Women's History Month and honoring the many women who have shaped our nation, our communities, and our city through their leadership, service, and contributions. Women's History Month is a time to reflect on the achievements, resilience, and impact of women throughout history and to recognize the role they continue to play in advancing opportunity and equality. Throughout our community and across the country, women have made meaningful contributions in government, business, education, the arts, science, and countless other fields. This month also provides an opportunity to celebrate the women who continue to lead, inspire, and strengthen our community. Joining us tonight are Linda Sadeghi, a Costa Mesa entrepreneur, and Jennifer Friend, CEO of Project Hope Alliance. We're honored to recognize and celebrate Women's History Month and have a lasting impact, and the lasting impact both Linda and Jennifer have made in the Costa Mesa community and beyond. And so I'm going to invite Linda and Jennifer to come up. They're going to make a few brief remarks, and while they're walking up, I'm going to read the proclamation that we're going to, excerpts of it that we're going to provide to Linda and Jennifer. Women's History Month acknowledges the vital role women have played in shaping the political, social, cultural, and economic fabric of our country and community, while recognizing the challenges they have faced in overcoming systemic barriers and stereotypes. Women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life in our nation, contributing significantly to the workforce, both inside and outside the home. The National Women's History Alliance has designated 2026 Women's History Month theme as Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future, recognizing the leadership of women who are reimagining systems and advancing sustainability across environmental, economic, and educational and societal spheres. The City of Costa Mesa pays tribute to the enduring contributions of local women who have demonstrated leadership and inspired positive change within our community. State leaders recognize women in their districts who have made significant contributions, including Assemblymember Cotty Petrie Norris in District, isn't it 74? 73? In District 73, and Senator Stephen Choi in District 37. Assemblymember Cotty Petrie Norris recognized Linda Sadeghi, a Costa Mesa entrepreneur and cultural visionary whose leadership of the Lab Anti-Mall has helped shape the city's creative identity for more than 3 decades by supporting local artists, small businesses, and independent commerce. Senator Choi recognized Jennifer Friend, Chief Executive Officer of Project Hope Alliance, who since 2013 has led efforts to support students experiencing homelessness in Orange County by providing resources, mentorship, and academic support to help break the cycle of generational homelessness through education. The city of Costa Mesa is proud to recognize and celebrate the achievements of Linda and Jennifer, whose leadership, service, and commitment to uplifting others reflect the spirit of Women's History Month and serve as an inspiration for future generations. Now, that's the script. I know these women, and they're great. They're friends of the community. I've had the absolute pleasure to work with them on several occasions. Jennifer won Cotty's Award 3 years ago. So, Linda, you're in great company, and I'm sure you'll get something from Senator Choi in the future. Anyway, I cannot tell you how important you both are in different ways to the community, and it just shows the variety of contributions that you in particular have, and in general women have in our community. So thank you. You're wonderful representatives at this time for this month, and congratulations on your awards. Now you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mayor Stevens and the Honorable City Council. I have to tell you, aside from having the privilege of serving as the mom of Parker and Beck and the wife of Rob, being able to serve in the community in which I've chosen to live and raise my family on behalf of the peers of my own children who attend the public schools in Newport Mesa is truly a privilege that is never lost on me. And what I want to impart upon this city council is that your leadership in partnering with Newport Mesa Unified School District, private philanthropy, and this community is literally leading the nation on how to show up for students experiencing homelessness, fill in gaps, and eliminate barriers that they have in their education system. And as a result of the work that you all are doing, every day you are reducing the likelihood that our kids will experience homelessness by 400% by ensuring that they get across the stage at graduation. So you have my profound gratitude for your leadership and for your commitment to every child's education in our community. And it would be impossible for me to do this work without the women who serve on the leadership team at Project Hope Alliance. We are so incredibly blessed to have a phenomenal team of not only women, but also men who show up every day for our kids. So this honor is truly a recognition of their work and a recognition of yours. So thank you so much.
I'm counting the women on your dais. Thank you. Yesterday, I had the privilege of attending a Women's History Month celebration in the Capitol in Sacramento. I can't tell you how remarkable that was. 80 women were honored from all corners of this great state, and we should all be so proud. Every age was represented, every ethnicity, from American Indian to Polynesian to Hispanic to Asian, and every age group from 20-year-olds to a 92-year-old recipient for whom we gave a very well-deserved standing ovation for a long time. There were stilettos, there were sparkly tennis shoes, and my Doc Martens. It was quite a variety. I was struck by the diversity also of professions. There was a rabbi, a minister, many educators, multiple CEOs, a mayor, other council members were recipients, organizers of local nonprofit food banks and services for seniors, the unhoused, and child education. I was proud that the arts were also so well represented: storytellers, placemakers, journalists, filmmakers, and our anti-mall. And to see so many women represented in the assembly was so encouraging. In speaking with Kadi, of the 80 assembly members, 38 are now women, which is the highest number in the history of the California Assembly. So back to locality, thank you, Costa Mesa, City of the Arts, for allowing our lab anti-mall experiment in your city, now 33 years old. Thank you for allowing us to challenge the building code Bibles. Thank you. Thanks for 2 traffic lights and 70 parking spaces on Randolph. We greatly appreciate that. Thanks for this pat on the back. It goes a very long way for me personally, and hopefully to the next 30 years. Thank you.
All right, council, let's take a photo. For the picture. Okay. All right, thank you, everybody. So now's the time for public comments. So 3 minutes, everybody gets 3 minutes to speak on any item that's not on the agenda. And because almost every item of interest is on the agenda tonight, that's a narrower amount of topics. So you get 3 minutes. You're going to hear at 2 minutes, you'll hear a tone. Please wrap it up. And at 3 minutes, your mic will cut off. Let me make sure I've got, yeah, the mics are open. If you could go to either side so that we can go more efficiently. And Jay, why don't you start us off? You have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Just a couple of items. First is, I'm wondering if we can get an update on the ethics policy that you guys are working on that hasn't showed up yet. Especially any additions like clearer definition of conflict of interest, say in campaign contributions and the impact of large contributions to campaigns that literally get voted on 3 years, 4 years, 6 years down the road, so that should be handled properly within conflict of interest area. I'd love to see that. Secondarily, I want to thank staff for doing a workshop recently where the public outreach for housing was recently done, and compared to previous ones, it was much better. They attempted to give the public a view of what some of the stuff would look like. Unfortunately, that's a tough road to hoe, and we can always use better, more of that kind. So I would ask that we do improve the public outreach process. But in that process, we also talked about the RINA, and by our current process and our current programs, to achieve the RINA we now have, we're going to add a minimum of 38,000 housing units to Costa Mesa. That's 38,000. That's almost basically double the housing units in Costa Mesa. I wish you well on that endeavor, because a whole bunch of products, a whole bunch of properties could be, will never be, and I'm not sure how we face that, but we need to look more realistically at how we can accomplish that, because with that 38,000 housing, we'll have no park space because we don't put money away to handle our park space in the future, and we are so far away from 4.26 acres per 1,000 people that we're going to get nothing but worse. So please work on that to accomplish keeping that space available and wide for the public in general, so we don't find out we're living in rat warrens. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jay. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, council members, Mayor Stevens. My name is Brooke Gray. I'm a constituent of District 1. I'm an organizer with Food Not Bombs Costa Mesa. Last summer, myself and many other community members were here, and you all voted 5-0. Two of the members were absent, Councilmember Pettis and Bewley. But you voted to donate $100,000 to help families affected by the ICE raids, to help them with food and basic needs. At that time, you also asked for money to be allocated for legal defense. It was very clear, based on the meeting minutes, what that money was intended and who it was intended to help. Those meeting minutes are publicly available, so anyone here or council can revisit those if needed. On March 4th, an article came out in LAist. Several, Mayor Stevens and several other folks here were interviewed, as well as Executive Director Adam from SCSK, as well as the chair of the board, Debbie Pesman. That money did not go to the community it was intended to help. It went to the overall use of the soup kitchen. The soup kitchen does a lot of great things, but that money, which was very, very clear in the meeting and is in the meeting minutes, was meant to help the affected community. In the LAist article, the board chair, Debbie Pesman, stated if the city were to ask to have the funds returned, they would return them. So I'm here to ask you all, Mayor Stevens and council, to ask for that $50,000 plus interest, $51,000, to be returned and to be utilized to help support the community it was intended for. I think it would bring back a lot of community trust, and it would help people that are being severely impacted by horrible things in our community. People are being ripped away from their families. People are dying. Costa Mesa residents are dying. So I ask you to please request the money plus interest to be returned and then used to help the food box program food is being delivered to help this affected community. I would really appreciate if this is something that you guys could do, and I think it would make a huge impact to helping the people we need to help. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Good evening, council members. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. Tonight's agenda is overly ambitious. It should have been divided into 2 meetings when so many items, some of them complex, difficult to understand, are packed into one agenda. It's a disservice to the public. Important items placed at the end of the evening when many residents have gone home undermine transparency and meaningful public participation. Compounding this problem, several agenda items are missing key information and have raised more questions than they answer. When that happens, the public is left to wonder, what is the city hiding? Most concerning is what is not on the agenda. The ethics policy, one of the most critical policies the city needs, is absent. Why was it removed? We need only look back at the events of exactly 15 years ago today, the death of Wee Pham here at City Hall, to understand the importance of having clear ethical standards governing how our city council conducts itself, particularly in its treatment of employees. Deferring this item only draws further attention to the lack of transparency at City Hall. In that same spirit, I continue to request the investigator's report prompted by Lorianne Farrell Harrison, prepared at the taxpayer's expense. As residents, we do our best to elect residents, representatives that act with integrity and work in our best interest. The lack of transparency creates an environment where accountability erodes. The abuse of power becomes possible. When information about how the city operates is withheld or delayed, public trust is damaged. Transparency is not optional. It's a vital component of good governance. Today I received an email thanking me for participating in the city outreach program. That email included a staged photograph taken at the request of a council member at a meeting. Staged photos should not be presented as part of the public outreach record. As I've already raised with staff, any outreach surveys completed with the participation of city council members or planning commissioners must be excluded from the results. Your vote Your role here is to facilitate the process, not to participate in it or advocate for your personal viewpoints. You already exercise influence by your vote. The public does not, because you took that vote away. The purpose of these surveys is to capture public opinion. Participation by council members or commissioners undermines that, and their involvement compromises the integrity of the outreach record. Accordingly, I request that all surveys completed with the participation of city council members or planning commissioners be excluded from the final record. A more appropriate forum for your opinions would be a public town hall. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, hold on one second, ma'am. Oh, we got it. Go ahead. We'll start your time again. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Rachel. I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm also here to speak about the $50,000 that the city donated to Someone Cares Soup Kitchen last year. I was at the council meeting when it was voted on. It seemed very clear to me that it was specifically to help families affected by the ICE deportation sweeps in Costa Mesa. And my further understanding is that Someone Cares has not used the funds for this purpose. So I'd like to ask that the council ask Someone Cares Soup Kitchen to return those funds so that they can be returned to city funds and then used for those who need it, those who are affected by the ICE immigration raids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Hold on. 5 minutes on the clock for Juana, please. Got it.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juana Trejo y formo parte de Promotoras de Salud del Condado de Orange.
Good evening. My name is Juana Trejo, and I am part of the Health Promotoras in Orange County.
Esta mañana le mandé estas fotografías de mi comunidad a Manuel. Gracias, Manuel, porque sé que fue a último tiempo. Pero quiero que vean este punto donde siempre está ese lugar lleno de basura, habiendo un contenedor para la basura atrás.
So this morning I sent these photos of the community to Manuel. So thank you, Manuel, because I know that this was very last minute. But I want you to take a look there at the spot that's always full of trash, even though there's a trash container there in the back.
Y si pueden ver ustedes cómo están estacionados estos carros, impiden mucho que el tráfico fluya como normalmente, pero están utilizando mucho espacio. Y hay veces que hay carros que llegan y se ponen en un lado y no dejan pasar a los demás vecinos ahí y se forma un caos.
And so I also want you to take a look at how the cars are parked there. They kind of impede the traffic flow from flowing normally, and they're using a lot of space. And then sometimes what happens is that some of those cars, they park there on the side and they don't let the rest of the neighbors pass through, and it creates a lot of chaos.
Y este problema siempre está ahí desde hace mucho tiempo y allí hay ratas que salen de ahí en las noches por tanta basura que están tirando ahí. Y también anoche le mandé un video a Manuel hace rato y a Arlis por WhatsApp, y por respeto a la persona que fue desalojada no lo compartí públicamente, porque anoche desalojaron a una persona y creo que tuvo problemas de salud mental, de cómo se ve en el video, cómo está actuando. No sabemos la razón, pero salió de estos mismos apartamentos y estamos preocupados por cómo las personas están siendo afectadas emocionalmente por lo que les está pasando. Entonces, pedimos por favor que si pueden hablar con el dueño de esos apartamentos, que es 980 Valencia, para ver él qué medidas toma con sus inquilinos para que puedan mantener esa área limpia. Gracias.
And so this problem has always been there since a really long time, and there's rats that come out of there just because of how much trash is there. And last night, I did send a video not too long ago to Manuel and Arliz through WhatsApp about a person who was evicted last night, and it looks like, from what you can see in the video, it looks like the person is having some mental health problems. So we really don't know the reason of why, but they came out of those apartments. And we just want you to see how people are being affected emotionally given what's happening to them. And so we just wanted you to ask, and we wanted to ask you if you can speak to the owner at 980 Valencia to see what kind of measures or things they're doing to make sure that the area is kept clean. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Juana. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Ooh, I'll close public comments then. Okay, so now it's the time for comments by our council members, committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 1 is Councilmember Mike Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. First, I just have to give a shout out, top of the evening to you all, and happy St. Patty's Day. And I think my Irish grandma is probably looking down with severe disappointment tonight that I left the house without any green on. But for those of you who are sporting green tonight, kudos. I'll be short. We got a lengthy agenda. I did just want to comment a little bit on the length of the agenda. I have talked to the city manager, and I take my role up here very seriously. Every Tuesday or Thursday when we get our packet, I carve out some time to devote some time to drill down on the agenda and to meet with various affected parties and to try to prepare myself for our Tuesday night city council sessions. And boy, an agenda of this magnitude, it's a little tricky to digest it all and to get all the work done necessary. And I'm not afraid of hard work, but yeah, going forward, I just hope we are cognizant. And I appreciate all the work that staff puts in, and I appreciate that you guys have a lot on your plate and you're moving things forward. But we have been elected to have a role up here to advise, consent, and vote up and down on some pretty weighty issues. And I just need some additional time and additional bandwidth to properly address some of these things. So I just ask that you guys take that into account. I'm just going to touch on, got the 5-pack this week. I just want to say I was much appreciative of what it appeared to me. I was there with Mayor Stevens, he's the other liaison. We handled some capital improvement project projections. Staff has done some meaningful work in making meaningful projections as to what things might look like 2, 3, 4, 5 years out. But when I came to council about a year ago, I didn't see nearly that level of exchange and input and back and forth that our community volunteers were having with staff, and I'm just much appreciative of what I saw that night. And I think that's enough out of me tonight, so.
Thanks, Councilmember. Next up from District 2 is Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the same vein, I just want to be brief tonight. We do have a lot on our agenda. If you haven't noticed, it's getting pretty hot out. And I just want to remind everyone to be very careful when it gets warm out that you don't overexert yourself. I've seen it happen firsthand to someone, and unfortunately at the time I was not aware of how to identify what someone who is experiencing the beginnings of a heat stroke, and they were acting funny and we were all laughing, and we didn't realize that this person was actually losing consciousness and having a hard time. So with that, I'd like to remind everyone that we do have cooling centers in the city, and one of them is at the senior center. When it gets hot, it'll be available. We also have a number of other locations. If you're not sure where to go on our website, and you're more than welcome to attend any of those to cool off and maybe even have a drink or two. Water, that is. All right. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Have a nice time.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. Moving down the line, Councilmember Andrea Marr from District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wanted to make sure the folks in the crowd knew that we do officially have a contract signed with IMDEF for immigration protection at this point, with deportation proceedings in particular. They've already been doing the good work in the city, but I'm glad we've got that officially executed. This weekend, I attended the Civic Well Policymaking Forum. Some really good things came out of that for city staff. I've touched base on most of these already, but SoCal REN, availability of funding for facility upgrades. I want to make sure we're following up if there's funds available from LA County, but it extends into Orange County and covers us as well for things like chiller upgrades and HVAC replacements. Also learned some interesting new details about the urban wildland interface and how the state is thinking about wildfire threats. So we'll follow up with staff for the one part of town that is affected in Costa Mesa. Lastly, I know some of you are following this. There's been an ongoing discussion in South Orange County about the spraying that OC Public Works is doing in the San Juan Creek. And OC Public Works also controls the Polarino Channel and how the Polarino Channel is maintained. So I've asked the city manager and our Public Works director to connect with OC Public Works and try to understand if, you know, we've been very proud of our Organics First policy here and the way in which we maintain our parks. I want to make sure that we agree with the way in which the county rather is treating our waterways. All of this stuff flows into the ocean, and that's something I'm very cognizant all of the time. As somebody who spends a lot of time in the ocean, we need to do everything. We need to do our part, even though we're not a coastal city, to be reducing the number of pesticides and herbicides that end up in our waterways. And then just, I'll call it there because I know we got a lot to get through. Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much. Next up from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, just a couple things. I think I'll second things I heard in public comment and on the dais. It's a big meeting tonight, a lot of material. We only get 4 or 5 days to review it all. It would be nice. I agree with Councilmember Bealey's comments that it would be nice to have this material spread out a little bit more, or more advanced information on what's going to be on our agenda. The last minute changes too can be pretty disruptive for people who put time into reviewing material or preparing material. So consider that for council making good decisions, but also for the public who are preparing and trying to participate. I'll request from the city manager, if you can just give us maybe on a regular basis a 3-month outlook of what you anticipate on the agenda, that would be very helpful too for planning purposes. Recently as well, similar vein, I expressed some frustrations at our last study session about the amount of new material being introduced during council meetings. We spend a lot of time trying to get through the material in our binders. For those who haven't seen, this is what it looks like printed out. This is not all of it. This is what we're trying to get through in 5 days while we're working. It's very difficult. So when we do that diligently and then there's new information presented at a council meeting, it's very, very difficult for us to digest, also unfair to the public who doesn't have the same access to that information. So I've spoken to the city manager about this and request that we really try to make sure, or make sure that the information that's going to be presented to council, especially when we're asked to make decisions, is given to us in advance. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 6 is Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Yeah, good point, Councilmember Gameros, on the heat stroke. If at the hospital, if we see somebody who stopped sweating, heart rate over 100 beats a minute, nauseous and acting drunk, they're in real trouble. So that's a great point to bring up for heat stroke. It's a serious matter. I'm going to keep it brief myself, and I think that seeing all the folks here, public engagement is very, very important. And this week, I got more than just the same 5 or 6 emails from the same 5 or 6 people. I got lots of emails from different folks in my district expressing their feelings on different things, and that's what it's all about. And I encourage the public to be engaged as much as possible in the process, because we depend on it. And it matters, and this is your city, and I'm here to represent you. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is our Mayor Pro Tem, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today on this jam-packed agenda. I just have 2 quick comments. One, thank you to Juana for bringing up the issue. City staff, if someone could help out her neighborhood by contacting the owners of 980 Wallace, that'd be really appreciated. And second, I want to ask the mayor to adjourn the meeting in honor of Hugh Pham. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's me. Yes, so regarding the agenda, I agree with you, and I will accept my share of accountability for that. I do get a email on every Tuesday. This time I got one on Monday night with the draft agenda, and I didn't focus on it. I was really busy at work, and so I didn't really realize the extent of the problem until this weekend. So I own that, and it won't happen again. But here we are, and we're making. And the good news is we're making great progress. It's 6:38, and we're almost to consent calendar, so that's pretty good. With respect to all the stuff I'm doing, trust me, I'm doing a lot of stuff, and thank you to Tony Dodero for highlighting all that in the city snapshot. I incorporate all those articles by reference, and you can read them. But tonight, I'm going right to the adjournments. I've got 4 people to adjourn the meeting for, unfortunately. The first is Bo Moore. Bo was age 44 when he died in a tragic traffic collision on March 11th at the intersection of Newport Boulevard and East 17th Street. He is a member of our community, and we extend our condolences to his family and loved ones during this difficult time. The next is for Julian Enrique Hernandez. He's a 25-year-old Costa Mesa resident who tragically died on March 4th following a rattlesnake bite that he received when mountain biking with his father near Quail Hill trailhead in Irvine. So Julian was remembered by his loved ones as a devoted son, brother, loving boyfriend, and friend. Those who knew him describe someone who loved deeply, laughed often, and made everyone around him feel valued. Our hearts mourn with his family and friends as they mourn this profound loss. And then the last one is personal to me. My friend Marcia Law died on March 11th, 2026. We went to law school together. She battled cancer for 20 years, and she was really a wonderful person. So she graduated from UCLA. She was a Bruin, went to Claremont High School, and then went with me to UC Davis Law School, where she did very well academically and socially, and we've been friends ever since. She graduated from law school, practiced employment law, and also worked at the Southern California Edison. She had 3 daughters, Allie, Tori, and Ronnie, and her husband Ron, who's a good friend. 5 grandchildren. She spent most of her life in Laverne, where she was the PTA president and contributed in many ways. As I said, she faced stage 4 adenoid cystic carcinoma. And it took a lot from her. It took her eyesight in one eye, and she was very sick for a long time, but she never let that define her. She fought through it, and anyway, Marcia Law. So then we have WeFam. 15 years ago, WeFam died here at City Hall. He was a very valued member of our Costa Mesa family, a maintenance worker here in the city of Costa Mesa. So we're going to adjourn the memory in honor of those 4. So that's at the end of the meeting. I don't know if any of you will be here, but we'll be here and we'll honor their memory. And so that's it. City Manager Gallardo Daly, you have the floor.
I have no report this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, good. City Attorney Hall Barlow.
Happy St. Patty's Day. Let's get going.
All right. Consent calendar. All items listed are considered to be routine and will be acted on in one motion. And there will be no separate discussion unless a member of the council or staff or public pulls an item. Councilmember Gameros is going to abstain from item number 3 because his wife works for Priceless Pets. Madam Clerk, have any of our consent calendar items been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then
Mayor, I'd like to pull the minutes for a minor modification.
Okay, so I'll move the balance.
Second.
Okay, okay, then motion by the mayor and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Let's call for the question on the balance.
Can you second again? Oh, wait. Hold on. There you go. Councilmember Reynolds and Mayor, go. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, and with that then, on the minutes, which is consent calendar item number 4, Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Thank you. I can't find it, so I'm going to go from memory. Yes, minor modification in the minutes when we gave direction related to our what is Jay's legislative platform. Mayor, you had made this motion. You had included in the motion a request to send a letter thanking the folks who developed the law allowing speed reductions in the city. The minutes state that I requested that letter be sent to Assemblymember Friedman's office. She's not actually an Assembly member. I'm pretty sure I said send it to the transportation staff who helped develop the bill. So my request would be to just clarify the minutes, that the letter be sent to the transportation team in Sacramento.
Okay. Do you understand that, Madam Clerk?
Like, is there a transportation legislative committee?
Yeah, it's either staff or committee.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fine with me, but we should open it up to the public. Does any member of the public wish to speak on that? No? Anybody on Zoom? No? Madam Clerk, nobody on Zoom, right?
No, Mr.
Closed public comment. I'm happen to be up on this motion thing, so I'll move to approve the minutes with the Councilmember Reynolds changes.
Second.
Okay, good stuff. Let's call for the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez and Councilmember Beeler, thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, yes.
We can't start public hearing until 7. Can I recommend we move up new business item number 2?
New business item number 2. Yes, great idea, great idea. I was going to suggest we move it to the back, but let's move it up. First of all, does anyone object to doing that? No. Okay, let's hear new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Thank you.
Good idea.
This is City of Costa Mesa Finance Authority, and Costa Mesa Housing Authority audited financial statements and housing successor annual report for the period ending June 30th, 2025. Presentation by Ms. Acosta, Finance Manager.
Is she here? Okay, it's all right. Yeah. Yeah, the good news is she'll be able to do it, and then she can split it. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to throw you all off.
It's all right.
Good use of time.
It's smart. It's smart.
I will get her.
There's so many PowerPoints today.
They're coming. All right, you have the floor. Take your time. Take the time you need to settle in. I know, I can't imagine what it would be like. Hey, come on, show up an hour and a half early, but take the time to settle in. Just relax, and this is important because we're filling this time, so it's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me catch my breath first.
Yeah, it's all right.
It was like 5 seconds here. Relax,
Yeah,
probably I'll
yeah.
stare at you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
Well, I'm not nervous now, right? I'm
No,
all tired.
if you want to shorten it, you can.
I will take you up on that, Mayor. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Anna Acosta, the Finance Manager, and we'll be presenting to you our financial performance and audited financial reports with our auditor, Ms. Daphne Munoz. Okay, so a little bit finance overview. Our report covers the fiscal year from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. This includes, during this fiscal year, we had an adopted budget appropriations of $239.8 million. This includes all funds. And with this was a $189.9 million of our general fund. We continue to follow our generally accepted accounting principles known as GAAP, as well as the Government Accounting Standards Board known as GATSB, and this is what drives our municipal accounting and the requirements for audited financial statements. Today we also presented the year-end results to FIPAC at the March 11th meeting as well. Okay, so what is a fund? A fund is how we group our accounts to maintain control of our resources.
And as you can see here, these are the governmental fund types listed below. Here's a brief description of each type of governmental fund accounting. We all know that the general fund is our main fund for governmental general purposes, where the primary revenue comes from property tax. We have our special revenue funds, which are restricted funds for specific purposes, such as grants. We have our capital projects fund, which is used to track our capital projects. Our debt service fund, this is how we pay our long-term debts, such as bonds. And then we have our internal service funds, which this is how we collect revenues from departments to pay for services to other city departments. And this includes like our equipment replacement fund, as well as our technology replacement. Next, we have our custodial funds. And this is how we hold these in a fiduciary capacity. And for example, like our Costa Mesa fund. Okay, so our audit overview for the fiscal year 24-25, we did receive an unmodified clean opinion. Again, this is the highest opinion that we can get from our auditor. We continue to receive, the ACFR continues to receive its award from the Government Finance Officer Association, and we have received this for the past 27 years. Our audit was conducted by Clifton Larson Allen CLA LLP, and this is an independent accounting firm. And this audit covers the city's financial statements and its controls. At this time, I would like to turn it over to our auditor, Ms. Daphne Munoz from CLA.
All right, Ms. Munoz, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. And my name is Daphne Munoz, and I am a principal at Clifton Larson Allen, and I'm here tonight to present to you the results of our audit for June 30, 2025. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go cover a couple of topics. I'll go over our scope of our audit, the audit opinions that we've issued, management's responsibility with regards to the financial reporting, our responsibility as auditors, as well as our report on internal control over financial reporting. And lastly, our professional standards require us to communicate certain information with regards to our audit to those charged with governance. Next slide, please. So for our audit scope, we performed a financial statement audit for the city's financial statements, which includes all the funds. It's the city issues an annual comprehensive report and also issues a standalone report for the Housing Authority and the Public Financing Authority. So we've issued an opinion on all three of those reports. We have also issued an internal control, a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance. We've issued what we call the governance letter. The city spent more than $750,000 in federal expenditures. Therefore, the city is required to have what you call a compliance audit under the uniform guidance called single audit. And then we've issued we perform and agreed upon procedures for the city's appropriations limit, as well as we've issued a report on compliance on AQMD. Next slide, please. So included in the annual comprehensive financial report ACFR, the tab for independent auditors report is our opinion. The first paragraph talks about the period that is covered by our audit, which is July 1st, 2024 through June 30, 2025. As Ms. Acosta mentioned, that we have issued an unmodified opinions at June 30, 2025, which means that the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The financial statements are the responsibility of the city's management, as well as adopting internal controls over those financial reporting and the fair presentation. Our responsibility as auditors is to express opinions on those financial statements. For us to provide our opinion, we've obtained reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements. We design our audit to obtain reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance, because we did not test 100% of the transactions that happened during the year. Therefore, we will not be able to provide an absolute assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements. We performed our financial our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as government auditing standards. As part of our audit, we reviewed the internal controls over financial reporting as a basis for determining whether our opinions are appropriate for our opinion. However, though, we do not issue an opinion on the internal controls. However, if during our review, as part of our audit, something came to our attention that would merit the attention of management and those charged with governance, it will be included in this report. So I'm glad to report that we didn't have any findings to report under this letter. And lastly, again, our professional standards require us to communicate certain information. First, the accounting policies used by the city are described in Note 1 to the financial statements. The policies that are included in the current year financial statements are consistent with last year, with the exception of the presentation of accrued leaves, vacation and sick, called compensated absences. The city had to implement for fiscal year 24-25 a Government Accounting Standards Board Statement number 101, which changed the way compensated absences are reported in the financial statements. We did not have any difficulties or we did not have any disagreements or significant difficulties during our audit. The financial statements include certain estimates for which actual results could vary. And some of the significant estimates included in the financial statements are the estimates that relates to pension liability. The pension liability are based on actuarial valuations that were provided by actuaries hired by CalPERS. The other post-employment benefit liability of the city is based on an actuarial valuation by an actuary that was hired by the city. And the claims payable are based on the risks managed, the city's claims administrators' estimate of the claims that the city have outstanding at June 30. The city management has provided us a letter, and in this letter, they have represented to us that they did not withhold any information that is pertinent to our audit. And lastly, to our knowledge, the city did not consult with other accountants or auditors for any auditing or other matters.
Thank you. As you can see, again, this is our audit results on compliance. As you can see, we had no purchasing, investment, or debt compliance issues that were identified in our audit. Okay. Next, I would like to go into a financial performance review for the fiscal year 24-25. As you can see, we started the year in July 1st, 2024 with a fund balance of 149.8 or 0.75. Again, this is including all funds with revenues, transfers in, expenses. We ended our fund balance of June 30th, 2024 with 153.56 as a fund balance, which is a positive net increase of 3.8 million to our fund balance. Again, this is including all funds. Kind of narrowing down specifically on the general fund here, we're comparing the last 2 years. So we compared the previous year, fiscal year 23-24, to fiscal year 24-25. As you can see, we've had some increases in revenues, as well as we did have a decrease in our transfers. And you can see this was due to capital improvement projects. Next, focusing on the general fund revenues, as the previous slide mentioned, we had a $7 million increase from the prior year. 2.9 million of this came from our property tax revenues. We had our cannabis and business tax increased by 1.2 million. And then our TOT, however, decreased by 0.2 million. And as you can see, this was due to a slight reduction in travel and tourism. Our sales and use tax continue to increase by 1.8 million. And again, this is due to increase in consumer spending in the various sectors. Here we're showing you our fund balance specifically to the general fund. Again, we're comparing it to the previous years. And as you can see, it continues to grow. We did end with a positive increase of approximately 600,000 here. And as you could see, we're at 60.9, close to 61 million as our general fund balance. So here are some notable fiscal achievements that we achieved in the previous fiscal year. We continue to exceed our city council resolve policy of our general fund reserve, which is at 50, which is stated to be 55 million. So we continue to exceed that. We have continued to fully fund the 5-year IT strategic plan. We funded $1 million towards replacement of police department vehicles. We completed the acquisition at 778 Shalimar Drive. As mentioned, we had no major audit findings, and then we continue to capitalize on capital assets of 5.9 million in this previous year. Next, I'm going to go into our housing authority. As Costa Mesa has created the housing authority in 2012 after the state dissolved the redevelopment agencies. This is where the housing authority was created and accepted all assets and duties, and is a legal entity which requires us to requires their own financial statements, which is what we're presenting to you today. This slide here highlights the programs and services that the housing authority continues to provide. And then here is a breakdown of how we ended with our year-end audited actuals. At the beginning of the fund year in July, we had a balance of 8.3 million with transfers and expenses. We ended the year with 6.9 million. So what are the next steps for the finance department? I know we're going into the budget year, so these are just key things that are going that are upcoming for the finance department. At this time, that concludes the presentation.
Thanks. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Let's open it up to the public hearing. Anybody wants to speak on this? Okay, nobody in the chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Councilmember Marr has a motion.
I'll move to receive and file.
Councilmember Pettis is seconding that. Do you have any comments?
No comments, thank you.
Okay, good. Councilmember Pettis, you're good? Good. All right, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Beautiful. Well done.
Thank you.
Great use of time. Okay, now we're able to go to our first public hearing item. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is continuation request of an introduction and first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Chapter 3 of Title 15 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to drainage and adoption of development impact fees for storm drainage and adoption of a capital improvement plan as part of the Nexus study and completion of the storm drain system master plan. Mr. Mayor and City Council, staff recommends the City Council open the public hearing, keep the public hearing open, and continue the item to the April 7th, 2026 meeting.
Okay, let's open the hearing, and then I'll make a motion to continue it.
Second.
Motion to continue, seconded by Councilmember Marr. Call for the question.
Mayor, can I just ask the city manager or appropriate staff member to explain to the public why we're continuing the public hearing?
Sure.
Staff has requested this to be continued, and we opened the public hearing because noticing has already been completed for this to interested parties and also in the newspaper. And so, but with this, we will again notify interested parties about the continuation.
Okay, so we'll do a second round of noticing as well? Okay, thank you.
But not the newspaper.
Got it. Yep.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So just to set expectations, so we're going to move to public hearing item number 2, which is the just cause residential tenant protections. May I ask that we move new business item 1 up to follow public hearing number 2 so that those are effectively taken together?
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you.
I have no objection. I'll second it. Does anybody
Okay,
have any objection? Is that okay?
Yes,
Procedurally?
Yes, but we need to vote on this item first.
Okay. Oh, vote on the,
Oh,
we got to vote on continuance of
Sure.
public hearing number 1. This is vote on a continuance of public hearing number 1.
sorry, I got excited.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
It's okay. Everybody's being so efficient. Okay, now, we don't need any type of a vote unless there's an objection. Is there an objection to moving new business item 1 up to follow public hearing number 2? I think that's very sensible. Okay? Now, you don't need to move. Okay? And then you're done. All right. Okay, so with that, let's have the clerk read the title for public hearing number 2.
Thank you. This is consideration of an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, repealing, replacing, and amending Title IX, Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Regulation of Certain Businesses, Article 24, Just Cause Residential Tenant Protections. Presentation by Mr. Robbins, Neighborhood Improvement Manager.
You got the floor, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As we just read, the item before you now is amending the tenant protection ordinance to require reporting of at-fault evictions to the city. First, some background. So back in October of 2019, the state of California adopted what's known as the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. The official number for that is Assembly Bill 1482. AB 1482 requires just cause to evict tenants who have occupied a multifamily rental unit for 12 or more months. And just cause can be either at fault or no fault. At fault, of course, being something that's breaching the executed lease, not paying your rent, and other things. No fault being removing the property from the rental market, owner move-in, renovations, things like that. And then just a few years later, in November of 2023, the City Council adopted Urgency Ordinance number 2023-04, which requires, to support Costa Mesa renters facing a no-fault eviction. The ordinance requires property owners to notify the city within 72 hours of serving a no-fault eviction notice to their tenant. It requires property owners to pay relocation assistance equal to 1 month of fair market rent. And it requires property owners to notify the city during the permitting process when evicting tenants to perform a substantial remodel of the unit. And then a couple of years after that, in September of 2025, the City Council directed staff to amend the ordinance to require notification of at-fault evictions, which is why we're here tonight. Just really quickly, after November 2023, the City of Costa Mesa became one of the only cities in Orange County to provide tenant protection services to both landlords and tenants. I can just say, as the person that leads that charge, I'd say probably 50% of my 40 hours a week are spent providing these services to landlords and tenants. I just want to be clear about that. Yes, it was called the Tenant Protection Ordinance, but we serve both landlords and tenants in Costa Mesa. Some of the services that I and my fellow colleagues provide on a daily basis are education regarding state and local housing laws, mediation regarding landlord and tenant issues. So if a landlord calls us and says that they're having issues with a tenant or vice versa, the city can make phone calls and help mediate that situation. Technical assistance to property owners who are contemplating or currently performing an eviction, just to ensure that they're complying with the law. And then, of course, guidance to residents facing an eviction. I just had a situation today where the city found out that there was potentially an unlawful eviction happening. I immediately mobilized my team of outreach workers to go out to the address and knock on doors, asking all the residents of that property if they had received an eviction notice. And then I also flagged that for the building and planning divisions so that if they were to receive a permit for that address, that again, it would be flagged and that they would perform some extra scrutiny on the scope of work. And so this is just one example of the types of services that we provide here on a daily basis to both landlords and tenants. So regarding the amendment itself, there's really, what you see here in bold and italicized on the screen are the only changes that we're proposing to the ordinance. The vast majority of the ordinance would not be changed. And I want to be clear about what is being changed and what is not. This is not the city requiring property owners to submit 3-day notices to pay or quit. This is exactly as it says here on the screen. It would require property owners to to notify the city when they file an unlawful detainer complaint in the Superior Court. So the at-fault eviction noticing is not, again, the 3-day notice. It's the unlawful detainer filing with the Superior Court, which, as everybody knows, comes much longer after the 3-day notice comes. This is when the property owner has tried everything to get the tenant to either cure or pay, or to, just again, cure or pay their rent. And none of that is working, and they've got to the place where they're going to file it with the court. At that moment is when the property owner would be required to submit that information to the city within 72 hours of making that filing. And then, as you can see in the second section, the second bullet down here, we thought it was important to differentiate the penalties. So going back to the tenant protection ordinance that the city adopted, if a property owner doesn't comply with the city's ordinance regarding a no-fault eviction, the city can step in and void that no-fault eviction. That same thing is not true about what we're asking here, or what we're presenting here for at-fault evictions. The city will not get in the way of a property owner for filing an at-fault eviction. This is simply the requirement for them to provide information to the city regarding the filing of an unlawful detainer lawsuit. The penalty for not doing so, which we'll get here to, in a second, again, just to reiterate, the no-fault eviction can render that eviction notice void, whereas not complying with the at-fault eviction provisions would not affect their ability to file. It would only potentially result in a civil citation. And you can see the bullet below the at-fault eviction penalty for noncompliance says that civil citations start at $150. They increase to $300 and $500 for consecutive violations within a 12-month period. So again, we are not getting in the way of property owners filing at-fault evictions with the court. And then it's also important to point out that staff recommends a 12-month grace period where no enforcement action will be taken. During these 12 months, we will be performing outreach and engagement with the community to educate everybody about what this ordinance means and how to comply with the ordinance. Speaking of outreach and engagement, these are some things that the city proposes could be done during that 12-month period. We would, of course, update the city's website to include the adopted provisions and provide technical information and documentation to assist property owners in satisfying the requirements of the law. We would post flyers at key locations around the city, including City Hall, libraries, community centers. We would mail the information directly to property owners of residential units covered by the ordinance. And then we'd provide direct assistance to property owners via phone and email and in person, as we do on a daily basis anyway. So all that being said, the staff recommends that the council introduce and give first reading to ordinance number 2026-XX, repealing, replacing, and amending Title IX, Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Regulation of Certain Businesses, Article 24, Just Cause Residential Tenant Protections. That ends my report, and I can answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thanks. Council, do you have any questions of Mr. Robbins? Councilmember Beasley?
Evening, Mr. Robinson.
Evening.
Robbins, excuse me. So the amended ordinance is that the landlord must notify city when the landlord actually files the UD action.
Yes, sir.
And at the point that they filed a UD action, they've given at least a 3-day notice. And this is, we're talking about at fault, for cause.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they've complied with all the state statutes, state mandates, court intake filings, service requirements, proof of notice, 3-day notice to quit. And this ordinance is proposing that we now have them also report their activities to the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the existing ordinance, it already tracks the AB 1482 Tenant Protection Act of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir, to include only no-fault evictions.
Right. And so we had state, Sacramento, put together a rather meaty, weighty Tenant Protection Act. In fact, they called it the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then we passed an ordinance, and I think you used the language, or the language is used, that we enhanced it. But enhanced it, we added some additions on top that weren't there as part of the AB 1418, correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of those enhancements, we require the owner to pay relocation fees. That's not part of the state statute. That's Costa Mesa only, correct?
Partly, the state requires 1 month of rent as relocation assistance. The city of Costa Mesa goes above and beyond and says 1 month of fair market rent. So it can be slightly higher depending on what that current rent of that unit is.
Okay. And then if a owner developer wants to remodel, knock down for business reasons, the fact that they own the property, our current ordinance requires them, hey, the tenants will be potentially displaced or actually displaced. So they have to self-report that they're actually engaging in activity on their property.
Yes, sir, during the permitting process.
And what this ordinance is proposing is to enhance the ordinance further. And so now the owner has to additionally report, as we covered already, that he's actually gone through the whole process, found, tried everything, probably did the even outreach to the city services that the city provides to get in the middle and mediate and do whatever. And they've covered all those burdens. They filed a UD action, and now they're being told at threat of civil penalties that they have to report their activities to the city.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, that's all the questions I've got. I got a few comments when we get ready to vote on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I just wanted to get a really, really easy picture of how this works. I am a tenant. I don't pay my bill. I don't pay my rent. Walk me through the steps before this ordinance comes into effect.
So the state of California has certain laws regarding evictions. The at-fault eviction process is a tenant doesn't pay their rent on time. There may be a grace period. When that expires, the property owner or property manager would issue a 3-day notice to pay or quit. Once that notice expires and the 3 days are up, at that moment, they can file the unlawful detainer lawsuit. There's no further requirements for the property owner. Once that initial notice expires, they can, on the 4th day, then go to the Superior Court and file the unlawful detainer lawsuit. Not to say that that happens every time, but that is certainly what they can do.
Okay.
And then there's a hearing date that's set, and both the tenant and the property or their representative will be called to court for a hearing. The judge would hear and make a determination, and then a final move-out date would be set where if they're not gone, the sheriff comes and removes them by force if needed.
Thank you. Let's break it down bit by bit, because each of those bits is important. I don't pay my rent. I get a 3-day notice to evict or what did you say? It was a
pay or quit.
Pay or quit. Thank you. Our ordinance, before the apartment owner goes to the court, they have to let us know. So that's the part I need clarity on. Can you please explain to me when, with this new ordinance, would the apartment owner have to notify the city of Costa Mesa?
Yes, sir. So they issued the 3-day notice to pay or quit, and the tenant still does not make right on that notice, and they decide to file the unlawful detainer lawsuit with the Superior Court. It's when they were done with that, they would have 72 hours to then notify the city that they filed that complaint with the Superior Court. So it would be after the filing's done and been accepted by the court, they would then have a 3-day, 72-hour period to notify the city that, hey, we filed an unlawful detainer complaint with the Superior Court for this address.
Okay. Let's say I get money from my mom, I get some loans, and the 6th day I pay my now late rent. And what happens then? Does the landlord then drop the court proceedings? What does that look like?
Mr. Mayor, let me jump in here because now we're starting to talk about court stuff. The landlord could. Sometimes it takes longer than the first 3 days after they file it for you to even get served on the tenant. But a lot of times, by the time a landlord has gotten to the point where they've actually filed, they may choose to move forward.
Okay, so if I'm that late at that point, it's up to the landlord to decide. whether they want to take my payment or not.
Yes, and they may take your payment and still kick you out.
Okay. So we're requiring the moment they file with the court within three days to inform the city. If they don't inform the city, we charge them a civil penalty, starting at $150 initially.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We currently have data for the no-fault evictions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we use that data for anything in particular? How do we track that data?
So the system by which the property owners submit that information is our TESA system, the electronic permitting system that we have online. And so every property owner that has submitted a no-fault eviction notice to the city is contained within that system. We've received 35 no-fault evictions since adopting the ordinance in November of 2023. But that doesn't count the countless number of mediations and educations that I've done to educate property owners that what they want to do isn't lawful or are able to mediate between the two. And so that's just 35 filings. But again, I've spoken to hundreds of people since that time and helped mediate the situation, so it never got to that point.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Mar.
Mr. Mayor, so I was trying to figure out why we got 100 emails telling us how dumb we were for not understanding 3-day pay or quit. And I was racking my brain because I'm like, that's not what the staff report says. I'm guessing, and I'm sure we'll hear from the public on this, I'm guessing it's because of the way in which we rewrote 9-402D. An owner of a residential property who has issued a no-fault notice to terminate a tenancy or has filed an at-fault, ... shall notify us within 72 hours of issuing the notice to terminate the tenancy to the tenant. I think we just mean the 72 hours of issuing the notice to terminate in the case of a no-fault eviction. And we mean filing the unlawful detainer complaint in the case of the at-fault eviction. But because that's all in one sentence, I think that might be confusing people. Do you see what I'm saying, Mr. Robbins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm guessing it probably wouldn't be too hard to rework this paragraph to make it a little more clear that we're talking about 72 hours in the case of no fault and unlawful detainer, plus 72 hours in the case of at fault.
I could work with the city attorney.
City attorney,
on
you
that.
see what I'm saying, right? Okay.
I got it.
Like I said, I've been racking my brain about was it a rumor? Like, was it a Facebook post? Like, what is driving all of these comments?
I'll make some tinkering and you take the public comment and I'll have something.
I just want to make sure that I was understanding that paragraph correctly also.
Yeah.
Okay. The Immigrant Tenant Protection Act, what does that say?
It says that property owners do not have the right to ask their tenants of their documentation if they're citizens or not. And of course, if they're not allowed to ask that, then they of course can't take action based on a tenant's citizenship. Right. So they can't evict, they can't discriminate in any way. But there's discrimination laws against lots of different people groups, but specifically that names that they can't base any decisions and they can't even ask about citizenship with regards to tenancy.
So to the Mayor Pro Tem's question, in that process wherein someone is given a 3-day pay or quit notice, and then before it gets to the point of going to court, do we have any data to suggest that people who are undocumented actually ever take the option of going to court? Because that seems like a thing that I wouldn't do if I were undocumented.
I don't have empirical data on that. I can only tell you what we've heard through experience is that the majority of undocumented tenants, specifically those who are Spanish only, that receive these notices just immediately move out. They typically don't contact the city. They certainly don't go to court for obvious reasons, fear. But we get people in the lobby at City Hall calling us, especially, Sergio and Evis do a great job reaching out to that community. And so they feel comfortable reaching out to them. And They help people all the time that are facing those exact situations. I don't have data to say one way or the other, but again, certainly I can't imagine that they would be going through the court process if they were undocumented.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
So I have just a couple of questions. So I was wondering because every day at my law firm, we get a report of all the cases that have been filed in the County of Orange, both in state and federal court. And we like to monitor that, see, for example, if our clients have been sued and things like that. And it occurred to me that I don't remember ever seeing an unlawful detainer matter pop up on one of those reports. So I looked up, I wondered why. So I looked it up. And here's what I found. Unlawful complaints, detainer complaints in the County of Orange are generally public records, but they are subject to an initial confidentiality period of 60 days from the date the complaint is filed. During this time, the records are not accessible to the public to protect the tenants from stigma before the case is resolved. After the 60-day period, these records become available to the public, both online and in person, though the court's public access system, through the court's public access system. So in preparing your report and thinking about this, did you consider that policy of the courts of Orange County, that they keep the filings of unlawful detainer cases confidential to protect the stigma to the tenants, and whether or not the tenants would have a problem in terms of stigmatic issues if the unlawful detainer complaints were made available to their community, their city, notwithstanding the policy of the Orange County Superior Court?
We certainly took that into consideration. We brought forth the item that was asked of us to bring forward. There's always privacy concerns, which are one of the major points of feedback that we received from the property owners, was privacy. Yeah, I mean,
what about the tenants? Tenants' privacy.
Right, the property owners were thinking about the privacy of their tenants, is what I meant to say. They were worried about releasing that information and making it public for fear of exposing their tenants.
Right.
Yeah.
And these filings, they would be subject to a PRA request, right? Public Records Act request.
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, so let me ask just one last question. Okay. So now an unlawful detainer complaint is filed, and what that implies is, as you pointed out, the 3-day notice to pay or quit period has run, okay? When the 3-day notice to pay or quit period is run, the tenancy is ended. It's subject to, the unlawful detainer to actually remove the tenant, but you're going to have to take my word for it. The tenancy is ended. So the tenancy is ended. This UD complaint is filed. We get notice of it. What do we do?
So the direction, so staff had brought that point up before and informed the council that collecting this information would be for data purposes only. And that's what we were directed to do, was collect at-fault eviction data for Costa Mesa residents. We technically wouldn't be doing anything other than continuing to provide the services that we provide, the services that I explained earlier, and then collecting the data, which would then help us to allocate resources, potentially put out fires in certain areas, but these are all theoretical things.
Thanks.
Hypothetical things.
And as I pointed out in my prior question, the data is publicly available after the 60-day confidentiality period is run, right?
So that's, through our research, we found that data was not available, despite what the court might say, is that they said that they would only provide that data to the city as part of litigation, something that we were going through, that we needed to request that information for legal proceedings. We were told that it was not available, especially the aggregate data for the city of Costa Mesa, maybe at a wider lens level, the county of Orange, but certainly not specifically for Costa Mesa.
Well, maybe there's no way to search the data or something like that. But the data is publicly available, but I think you have to know certain search terms. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, just a couple questions. So in the draft ordinance language, and I don't think this is new language, but I hadn't noticed it before, we request notice in writing to our mailing address. Is there a reason it needs to be sort of a physical letter as opposed to sort of email or online submission of a form?
I didn't include the entire language in this slide, but I believe it says, so provided using a form prepared by the city, and so the form that the city provides is TESA. So it can be in writing, but we would then have that go through TESA. So everyone that submits these for no faults, to keep the records and to ensure that they're complying with that, they do it through TESA.
Okay, so is it allowed now to submit the form in an online format, or does it need to be a printed form that gets mailed to the city?
So ultimately, it has to be electronic. If someone wants to come in and hand me something, they can. I would then ask them just to keep the record, because if I put it into TESA, it's going to say that Nate filed this in TESA, and we use TESA as a date stamp to know when the city was notified, because again, it has to be within 72 hours. So to keep that record, to memorialize that record, we have them do it online.
Right.
And that's part of that compliance.
So the language I'm reading says shall provide notice in writing to the city of Costa Mesa, but you're saying someone can log on to TESA, submit the form there, and hit a button, and it's
Yes, ma'am.
Requirement satisfied.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation the team that supports this work now and other work related to no-fault evictions, or I know we've seen a number of examples of inappropriate evictions. Can you just describe that team? I've lost track of who's working on it and how many folks we have dedicated to this. Can you just give me a quick rundown of who we have currently?
Sure. So the front line is the constituent services team.
Yep.
They receive tons of emails and phone calls from residents and landlords inquiring about housing law in Costa Mesa and the state of California. I also receive the same amount of emails and phone calls and in-person. And then so as we receive those requests for information or for services, if it requires an in-field response, then we have an outreach worker specifically dedicated to eviction assistance. Her name's Molly. She does an amazing job. Not only that, she helps our homeless and at-risk families too. And so Molly from my team, and then our outreach workers will help in the field. That example I gave this earlier about knocking on doors, that was our outreach team. So we can, my entire team's available to do that work, but here at City Hall, it's myself and Evis and Sergio.
And if I may also clarify, this is in addition to the workload that these constituent services team members are already working on. So this is an additional function. So they're not dedicated staff just to track, the TPO or any other type of assistance. So this is in addition to the assignments that they're already, responsible for. Right. Same with Nate as well.
I understand that. And hadn't we allocated some legal resources to support this as well?
Yeah, so the no fault, the urgency ordinance that was adopted came with some money for legal assistance in case we had to go after a property owner that wasn't listening to the mediation advice that I gave them. We haven't had to do that yet. Everyone's been very compliant in that way. But it also included $300,000 for like moving expenses and future rental assistance, deposit assistance to households that were being no-fault evicted to ensure that they didn't end up homeless. All that money's been expended at this point, and we've helped lots and lots of families who were being evicted to end up on their feet with a positive outcome. It's been very successful.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned we had allocated funding for legal services. I think it was through our city attorney's office. Do you remember how much that was? And then what I'm hearing you say is we haven't had to use that yet, because when there has been an issue, everyone's complied just using education.
I believe it was $250,000.
Okay, and is it correct that we, those funds are still there and available for legal support, but we haven't used it?
I can't answer that.
I didn't spend that money.
Yeah.
You did? Or
I did not spend
not?
that money.
Okay,
so.
okay. Okay. But
I
it's-
believe it's still there, but I would have to ask someone in finance.
I can answer that. That money is still there. It was initially, so it should be carried forward. So it's for the attorneys as well as family forward and spin as well. So that portion, correct, the city attorney is correct. That hasn't been spent by her. Yep, correct.
Okay, and that's consistent with your experience that when there is identification of a maybe an inappropriate eviction or unlawful eviction, you're able to clarify that through education, share what the law is, share why that eviction is inappropriate or illegal, and things are rectified without any legal teams needing to get involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes,
actually-
yes.
Yeah, I went
Councilmember
first.
Bewley.
I got to listen to everybody, so I had a follow-up on that.
Got it.
A couple that I'd left out. So when you were first in front of us back in September of '25, I seem to recall and check my memory on this. I think I had asked you if you had some general breakdown of rental ownership in the city, and by that, break it down by large institutional commercial landlords versus the mom and pops or the business owner who might own 1, 2, or 3 rentals. And I seem to recall that it was vast majority were more in the mom and pop category. Was that did I recall that correctly?
Right, so to be clear about that, the vast majority of single-family homes, townhouses, condos that are rented are exempt from the Tenant Protection Act. So that no-fault provisions don't apply to the vast majority of single-family homes, mom and pop rentals, things like that. So, but Costa Mesa, 60% of the housing units in Costa Mesa are rental units. And the city has roughly 40,000 total housing units, so yeah, the math is...
Okay. But single-family residence versus duplex, fourplex,
Yes, sir.
mostly mom and pops own those.
Right, so duplex that are not owner-occupied are covered by the tenant protection ordinance, 2+ units, so 2, 3, and above. But if it's owner-occupied duplex, it's exempt just like a single-family home. So there's lots of rental units in Costa Mesa that aren't covered by the no-fault provisions.
And let's just focus on the mom and pops who don't live there, and they've got a 2-unit investment property, maybe a 4-unit investment property. Sometimes this tension we're trying to balance here is a tenant who's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months behind on their rent, and that mom and pop who might be getting 1, 2, 3 months behind on a mortgage payment. Is that a fair assessment of how the economics of this might work?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, I've got, that's all the questions I got.
Thank you very much. Let's open it up to the public. Anybody want to speak to this item? Everybody, you get 3 minutes. It's just like I said with public comments, you get 3 minutes. You're going to hear a sound at 2 minutes. Please wrap it up. Then the mic will cut off at 3 minutes. Mr. Cow, Victor, you want to come up and be the first one?
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of City Council. My name is Victor Cow, Senior Vice President of the California Apartment Association. My comments really expand upon Mayor Stevens' comments around the 60-day seal, automatic seal of eviction notices. That is problematic with how this is written because there's no closed loop. And so the proponents of those that wanted the automatic sealing were tenant advocates, so Public Law Center, right? CA was neutral in that bill, just for clarification. That being said, is that we understand the spirit of it. It's as if you had a contractor that had, a city contractor that had a lawsuit on the record. You typically do not do business with them while there's active litigation. And so that stigma stays with the tenant. The thing is that the automatic sealing covers the courts, UD filing, all that personal information. It doesn't cover the city. When they do get there is a record out there, UD filing, that is not sealed, right? The tenant has to file a motion to seal. So, against the landlord. Do they then, in this ordinance, a tenant have to file a motion to seal against the city? You have to experience this issue of balancing transparency as a public agency, as well as consumer protection. And so I don't envy your position being able to address this issue. I do understand the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish, which is get data, make informed decisions, try to plan ahead, look at the city holistically, right? And so that's what CA has been trying to do with the city. The Judicial Council information's at our fingertips, at least at the county level. I can compare Orange County with LA County. I can look at a 15-year horizon of how evictions have actually been in the decline throughout Orange County as well as the state. A UCLA researcher who also happens to be a tenant advocate was able to work with the Judicial Council to obtain abstracted information, which is what I think you're looking for. So that being said, is that government data is available. I think it's just about how you approach it. Typically, when CA works with the Judicial Council, it usually has to deal with administrative burden. So I think if the city were to offer some consideration, financial consideration, maybe you can get more detailed information. That being said, is that the city has plenty of resources to get this. I think we just have to tackle the problem differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Christian Lopez. I'm the tenant rights organizer with Resilience OC and Costa Mesa Unidos. Today we're here to call on the city to start tracking all evictions that are occurring in the city. For a city that is over 60% renters, it should be collecting this information on all evictions regardless of reason. The city, through its existing tenant protection ordinance, already requires landlords to report to city no-fault just cause evictions. We are asking for them to include at-fault just cause evictions. It is important for the city to begin tracking all evictions. And evictions are incredibly harmful to families and destabilizes their housing. This update, already how it has been presented, ONI is requiring the landlord to report when it files an unlawful detainer. We are not, or ideally, landlords should be, we would like landlords to be reporting all notices to tenants, including 3-day notices, 30-day notices, 60-day notices. But this, as is presented, is already watered down. So tracking this data of all evictions is important information that will support the city of Costa Mesa in informing future housing policy. The apartment associations have stated that they've met with city officials to discuss this proposal, which is great. The city should also consider equally important to reach out and to engage renters in the discussion. It's important for Costa Mesa to collect this data, and if the city's not going to go and approve this today, it should take steps to begin gathering this information through outside sources, as they have claimed that is available through the courts, wherever else it may be, and reporting that information annually to the city. Evictions could affect any one of the 60% of constituents here in the city. Tracking this data is good governance for a majority renter city. And any update today to the TPO needs to be accompanied by extensive community outreach and engagement, informing both landlords and renters. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jeff Butcher. I am a local resident. I live in Costa Mesa. I own multifamily apartment buildings in Costa Mesa. I'm also a real estate broker in the city of Costa Mesa. This is going to be very simple. The city is not ready to expand this program. The city has implemented it, I can't even remember, 18 months ago. I speak with Nate occasionally. I've spoken with other members of the group that oversees this program. I have never received a notification of the existence of the tracking of no-fault evictions. The clients that I work with have never received a notice. Multiple unit properties. We've got to step back, fix the program that we already have before we expand it. It's a very expensive program. I'm all for community outreach. I'm all for helping tenants. But what we cannot do is burden the landlords who are not even getting notified of the existing program. There were 35 no-fault evictions tracked since the program started. 35. There's been hundreds and hundreds of them that nobody has told the city about. And it's an expensive program. You're going to now add more people to it to monitor it. It's just not working, and we need more time if we want to continue to track this to fix what's existing. And I bet you if you ask Nate, he's in favor of what I just said.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to speak in favor of the draft ordinance to include at-fault evictions so the city can compile data on all types of evictions, which will lead to more comprehensive and informed decision-making. This will benefit both tenants and landlords, especially smaller landlords who may not be aware of the free mediation to recoup a late payment and minimize legal fees, and may not know about rental assistance options through community partners. Currently, 1 in every 4 calls to 2110C across the county are requests for rental assistance. The rents are currently unsustainable for many. That is why some eviction numbers are going down. People who have lived in our city their entire lives are being forced to leave. Wages are not keeping up with the expanding rental rates. Some things that I saw and experienced when I led the Orange County Eviction Aversion Collaborative and still hear from my neighbors. Most renters who receive a 3-day pay or quit are only 1 month behind, and a small amount of one-time rental assistance goes a long way to keeping individuals and families from experiencing homelessness. Sometimes the at-fault eviction is incorrect or is a clerical error. Many local residents have also been able to access rental assistance through the Enough for All Fund, of which the city has thankfully supported, though some additional funding would be helpful for that. Mayor Stevens' great question about the court cases, I wanted to briefly address that. For unlawful detainers and privacy, the court cases are printed and listed on the wall every single day at the courthouse. The tenant's name is listed if a renter is contesting the at-fault eviction or not. I also wanted to share the Stay Housed OC website is still available for tenants and landlords. It provides resources around tenant-landlord mediation, legal advice through Public Law Center for Costa Mesa residents, and much more. Thank you for this thoughtful approach to preventing families and individuals from experiencing homelessness and providing essential data.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Nick Gould. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. I'm also a real estate agent in the area focusing on multifamily housing. I'm here tonight to express concern that implementing a rent registry program like the City of Santa Ana could be detrimental to the City of Costa Mesa.
Excuse me for a second. Let me just stop you because we're talking now about a different thing than the rent registry. We moved the rent registry issue up, so it's going to be our next item.
Sure.
This item has to do with notifying the city of at-fault unlawful detainer filings.
I understand that, sir.
Okay.
Either way, these programs are extremely expensive to the taxpayer, and they heavily burden the landlords, especially the small mom and pop owners that maybe only own one building or two buildings as a part of their investment portfolio. I think we need to slow down and reassess what we're doing here. And more importantly, I think what we need to really focus on is finding ways to increase development of not only affordable housing, but reinvestment into the communities and building encouragement. Right now, it's really hard to build in the city, and we need more housing. If there's more housing, it's going to bring down the cost of housing. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to chat offline anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Resilience Orange County. I am here to urge you to track all evictions, both as you currently do for no fault, but also at-fault evictions. As we continue to see the immigration rates continue to have an impact on people's ability to work and pay their rent. Community members are having to dig into their food budget, having to dig into their transportation budget, into their school supplies to be able to meet the rising rent if a breadwinner is arrested by ICE. As you currently have it, to be able to track at-fault evictions, failure to pay rent, that is a data point that the city currently does not track. And so I would be supportive of tracking at-fault eviction data. What you have listed is only at the end of an at-fault eviction data point. What I'm requesting is to start to track an eviction from the beginning to the end, both for no-fault and at-fault evictions. So it's important for the city to be able to have all data points. What we see is our community members who are fearful once they receive a notice, oftentimes take the notice as face value and move or are evicted, self-evict. What's important is that the city is able to track that data point, and as the language is written, if community members leave on their own or self-evict, that's a data point that the city wouldn't currently track if it's only just complaints that are submitted to the Superior Court. So what I'm asking for you to do is to track an eviction from the very beginning to give the city an overall better picture of the evictions that are occurring out in the public. We don't know what we don't know. And so that's my ask for you tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. I am a resident of Costa Mesa for approximately 45 years. I am a mom and pop. And I am just wanting to express my concern at a time when you have multiple budget constraints, committing to a costly and ongoing program from which there already are agencies in place to handle these issues is, in my opinion, completely irresponsible. This initiative requires permanent funding for administration and enforcement, diverting much-needed resources away from essential city services. This idea also places added regulatory burdens on housing providers, many of which are small property owners, which may discourage further investment in properties and reduce housing supply, ultimately driving rents even higher. Additionally, requiring the notification, I don't know if this is the proper time to say this, but 3-day notices inserts the city into private matters without clear evidence of meaningful benefit while creating unnecessary bureaucracy. Given the financial impact and uncertain outcomes, these proposals should seriously be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Brooke Ray with Food Not Bombs, Costa Mesa. I'm here to voice my support for tracking the at-fault evictions, my support and the support of my organization. You all opened this meeting with it being Women's History Month. Well, evictions disproportionately affect women. Women are evicted at 16% more than men. Evictions also disproportionately affect people of Latino and Black communities, much more than white communities. Right now, with all of the ICE raids and everything that's going on, I think it's really important that we start tracking the at-risk evictions. This helps combat disproportionate displacement. It helps the city gather key data, and it helps support the community. So I urge you to support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Zach Armani Cohen. I grew up in the city. I love this city. And so I am now a multifamily owner in this city. And I'd like to ask you to actually think about what the mayor said. And this is going to be an ordinance that is going to be problematic for tenants. As a small landlord, we work with our tenants. We're not trying to, if a tenant comes in and says they're going to be late, you're not going to give them a 3-day notice right when what they're due. You work with them. You know these people. You know what they are. You know who they are. And so if you do this, and there's a Freedom of Information Act, which is what I think the mayor was saying, that's going to go into exactly what's happening right now when we do tenant screening. And so when we do tenant screening as a small owner, you will know when and if there is a eviction. Okay? And so as the city has that, and as someone polls you, and they will do this, to get that information, that tenant is going to have a much harder time finding a place because now they're a tenant that has been evicted. So what you're actually doing and supporting is actually making it harder for those tenants to be able to find residents because now they've been evicted. And so as a small landlord, that's going to be a red flag, right? You're not going to want to rent to someone who's been evicted already. The other thing that you need to think about on this, I think, is that this information is already there. If you want to track it, you can't get the city of Costa Mesa's information, but you can get the whole county. If you want to search that database, I can guarantee you there's a number of ways of doing that. You could probably stick it in AI and have it do it for you. Just track the information for City of Costa Mesa. It's really important for you to track that. But I think as the mayor has said, what are you going to do? The tenancy has already ended. At that point, when you actually serve an unlawful detainer as a small owner, that relationship has basically severed. It's not a time where you're sitting there going, how am I going to help you? You've already tried to help them. You've probably already said, we're 1 month behind. We're a month and a half behind. You've already taken, $100 or $500 and helped that tenant. This is something that just is not going to help the tenant, and it's not going to help you as the city. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Cordero with the Apartment Association of Orange County. We represent, as a trade association, nearly 2,000 rental property owners and operators throughout Orange County, parts of Riverside County, and particularly a number of our members are based out of Costa Mesa, either as residents and or rental property owners. What we're looking at here, obviously, is a difficult situation. Unfortunately, yes, there are bad actors when it comes to the serving of evictions. But by and large, this industry that I am here representing are comprised of individuals who are making a living or an additional source of income as a landlord. They're not in the business of trying to evict callously. By and large, when there is a problem that they are concerned about, whether it is a matter of not paying the rent, a conversation should be had. Does that always happen? Probably not. We've heard enough stories of where you've had certain landlords who are doing things above board, threatening and creating fear. And I feel for the renters who have had encounters like that with the bad actors in the landlord community. But by and large, this is an industry that tries to do things the right way. When you file an unlawful detainer and it's at fault, we're looking at individuals who have done more than simply maybe not paid their rent on time. We're looking at a series of problems where they have violated the lease that they have agreed to when they entered that tenancy with the landlord. Nuisance issues, criminal activity, engaging in disruptive behavior on the rental community that they've reached a point as the housing provider, they can no longer allow that individual to stay in place. This is a situation where the at fault comes into play. the need for the city to be tracking that, it doesn't serve a purpose. And I think, Mayor Stevens, with your comment about, what are you supposed to do with this? This is already going through the legal process. The court will adjudicate what the problem is and if there's merit. And I feel that the additional steps that are being required, of the rental housing provider, it's, very time intensive, it's cost intensive, and not necessarily something that is going to give the city what they're ultimately looking for. I would just say that, quality of life is very important for all renters. They want that, and if there's an individual that has been served with an at-fault, there's a reason for it, and by and large, if they are ultimately evicted, it's going to improve the quality of life for the balance of the residents who are in those communities. So for these reasons, we just urge the council to stop this effort from moving forward and look for other solutions perhaps that can, encourage dialogue between landlords and tenants in the city of Costa Mesa and find solutions that don't require another step being put.
You bet. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stevens, council members. I actually work for that guy, so I'm going to echo some of the comments he makes there. My name's Chip Allsweed with the Apartment Association. And, Councilmember Marr, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and Mayor Stevens, you guys all had some great questions in there. Everybody else had great questions too. I don't want to take away from anyone else, but you had some great questions in there about the process itself. And it is a complex and challenging process because even as we were explaining through the different steps along the way, there were a lot of pieces that are missing. And one of the things that we've kind of identified through this process is it's longer than most people think. The 3-day notice, it's not just 3 days. It's 3 days, not including weekends or court holidays. Beyond that, the filing takes another day or two. Beyond that, the service to the tenant can take up to a week after that they know. So you've got a long tail just before the tenant even knows where they have the opportunity to cure any issues. After that, you identified 60 days is how long it's kept for privacy reasons. But the average eviction process in the state of California, primarily in Orange County as well, is taking 6, 9, or even longer months, even longer, to go through that process. So if the purpose is to collect data, I think you still have that opportunity through what the court produces out there. Additionally, as was identified by several other members, you can get that after the fact through the courts in an annual report. And beyond that as well, there's also the Kennedy Commission that will make this available on an annual basis that you could then search. So if the purpose is to collect data, there are already solutions out there that don't complicate an already very complicated program. If, however, as I think has kind of been indicated, it's to let people know the resources that are available. One of the things you should know is once that unlawful detainer is served to the tenants, it gives them those resources. It tells them about legal aid. It tells them about fair housing. There could quite possibly be an opportunity where the city could make their information available through working with the courts so that those tenants can know that. So I think there are solutions out there that don't require another step. And as was identified, nobody wants to go through the eviction process. So putting these people through this process and then trying to fine them for not complying with a notice that you could get the data for seems like it's not really a cooperative opportunity to resolve these situations, which is what most property owners want. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Well, speaks Spanish.
Pardon me?
Español.
Yes, you may speak.
Saludos y buenas noches,
Hold on
alcalde.
1 second. You're going to speak in Spanish? Okay, then we'll go 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Saludos y buenas noches, alcalde y el ayuntamiento. Mi nombre es Víctor Valladares y yo estoy en 100% de acuerdo para hacer esta enmienda aquí a la ley de aquí de Costa Mesa, porque datos basados en evidencia es muy importante. Desde chiquito que vamos a las escuelas, cuando uno va a la escuela, nos toman los datos si estamos presentes o no. Cuando vamos a trabajar, uno poncha su tarjeta para saber que haya comprobantes que estamos presentes trabajando. Coleccionando datos no tiene que ser nada muy difícil, porque siempre cuando una persona va a un juez, ¿qué les dicen? ¿Qué evidencia tienes? Ahorita con esta situación que está pasando en todo el país y aquí en California con la economía, ¿por qué es senso común de estar coleccionando datos? Ahorita todos miembros de aquí del concilio y personas detrás de mí están afectadas por la economía. Posiblemente con las cosas que están aquí en la economía van a pasar más desalojos. Gracias a Dios que sí va a haber dueños, propietarios que van a estar trabajando con inquilinos para asistir a residentes con situaciones financieras difíciles en esta economía. Les aplaudo a esos dueños propietarios que están ayudando a la comunidad, pero no todos van a hacer eso. No todos son iguales. Bueno fuera, pero eso no es la situación con el estatus de la economía que estamos ahorita. Entonces, la pregunta para mí, para ustedes, es ¿por qué es tan difícil de tener evidencia basados en datos? ¿Qué es senso común? Cuando uno viene aquí a exigir un cambio sistémico para apoyar a la comunidad, ¿qué es la primera cosa que los dicen los representantes? ¿A dónde están tus datos? Acuérdense, por favor, que los miembros de la comunidad están aquí en la noche y los jóvenes también, que son futuros residentes de la ciudad de Costa Mesa, tienen sus rutas aquí en la ciudad de Costa Mesa, quieren vivir en Costa Mesa, continuar a vivir y posiblemente sus familias. Por favor, den esa chance, voten sí para coleccionar datos. Esa es evidencia, es historia y estamos aquí para apoyar eso. Gracias.
Hello and good evening. My name is Victor Bailares, and I just wanted to let you know that I 100% agree with the amendment that is proposed to the COSTA MESA law. Evidence-based data is really important. When you show up to school, they're collecting data, whether you're there or you're not there. When you're going to work, you have to punch in to show whether you're present or not. So collecting data is really not that difficult. When a person shows up to a judge, the first thing they ask you is, where is your evidence? And right now, with the situation that's going on with the economy nationwide, as well as here in California, it's important to have that data collection, and all that data is being collected right now, and we're all being affected by the economy. And with the economy, there's going to be more evictions that are going to be happening. So there are landlords who are willing to work with tenants and talk to them and work with them through the financial hardships they're going through, and I do applaud them for helping the community, but they're not all like that. Not all of them are going to sit with them and work out the economics with them. So the question for you all is, why is it so hard to have evidence-based data? The first thing that we're asked when we come here and ask you all for systemic change to help the community out is, where is your data? So we have the community members here, we have the youth here, they have their lives here in Costa Mesa, they want to continue living here in Costa Mesa, they want to possibly have their lives here in Costa Mesa. So just give them a chance and say yes to collecting the data. Thank you.
I'm fairly short, so I have to bring this down a little bit. Good evening, Council. I'm not going to bring up any new points. I think everyone has a pretty good understanding of where the differences of opinions lie. I do want to provide some context for Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. You asked the question, which City Attorney Barlow correctly answered. Yes, when you give a 3-day notice, if someone pays, can they drop the suit? Even after they filed the unlawful detainer, yes, they can drop the suit. I'm, for better or for worse, in the property management business. We work with 300 households, thousands of residents, and in the years and years that we've been in the business, we've completed less than 2 handfuls of no-fault evictions. We've issued probably thousands of 3-day notice to pay or quits. Most of these are properties that mostly small mom and pops own. The reality is, even if they are the most vile person on the planet, the economics do not exist for an owner to want to go through a no-fault eviction. It takes oftentimes 6 months to get to court, 3 months for a lockout. You have to pay thousands of dollars. Some of you attorneys might like unlawful detainers. No one else does. They're bad for the residents. They're bad for the owners. There is not an economic incentive for owners, even the worst people out there, because there are some who are out there, will do everything they can to avoid an eviction. It is a lose-lose. You lose vacancy. Your ability to collect unpaid rent is next to zero oftentimes. People will often write a check. I will pay you to move, because they don't want to go through that process. So I just want to kind of correct the narrative that there's this friction that exists between property owners and renters. A lot of times we're neighbors. We know the families, we care about the families, we want good outcomes. So oftentimes when we are in situations when it is a no-fault eviction, it's because the person on the other hand, just like there's bad actors on the ownership side, there's bad actors on the tenant side. And unfortunately, we're in a situation where it's very asymmetrical, and it's not a situation where anyone wants to displace anyone. Even if you're a bad person, it's bad business. That's it. Thank you guys. I appreciate your consideration.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for the opportunity. I just want to say what all of us know, we're in an affordable housing crisis. This policy does nothing to help address that. This council really needs to focus on how are we going to solve that problem in this city. Data for the sake of data, data that's redundant, data that ultimately has all these hypothetical reasons for being collected, but no real world practical reasons currently, is not good data. We have good programs. We have ways for tenants and property owners to be able to work together, mediate, find solutions. We should be focusing our finances on that, not just collecting data points to look at a number on a screen. So I would just implore you, as a resident, proud resident of Councilmember Gamero's district, to please focus on our affordable housing crisis and not create more bureaucracy. Do not create more cost for property owners, for tenants, and waste of time for city staff. That's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. You may remember me. I was here about 6 months ago on my tree, my big tree on Baker Street. Okay. I've been here about 40 years, 39 years, a resident of Costa Mesa. I struggled like all get out to be a property owner. I struggled to be a small income property owner, and I made it. I would say that what you're doing here, it says that you're doing this to collect data. My question to you is, what data and why? What data, what are you going to use it for? All the data is already available. Unlawful detainers are more commonly considered a courtesy reminder and rarely lead to actual evictions. Unlawful detainer, there are several months worth of legal actions, complicated and costly before you get to actual evictions. Unlawful detainers require steps in the eviction process, but is not yet a public filing, and such is not useful data and not a useful data point. Again, we're back to why are you even considering this? Unlawful detainers are not public helps protect the privacy of the tenants as well as the owners, and making it required notice to the city would violate those tenant privacy rights. All eviction notices mean that the tenant either didn't pay the rent or violated the terms of the lease. This is not a point where the city should get involved, as is a private matter, and the city should take could take on unnecessary liability by inserting themselves into the process. If data is the goal, there is already public data, nonprofit resources in the state that can provide the data. Again, I'm back to why, and think about that question. Why are you even asking? Why did it even come up? To me, as an owner now and a resident of this city for a long time, it's almost, to me, it looks like a step in the door, a foot in the door towards rent control. And rent control doesn't work hasn't worked, never will work, and I can quote all kinds of cities in Southern California and outside of California where it doesn't work. It hurts the residents and it hurts the owners.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Eric, a longtime resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm in full support of the amendment. And I just kind of have some bullet points of benefits of tracking at-fault evictions. For one, it'll give the city data to evaluate whether its just cause ordinance is actually being applied and enforced. It'll provide tenants with documented history, whether challenging wrongful eviction claims in court. Some benefits of tracking no-fault evictions. No-fault evictions leave no paper trail of wrongdoing, which makes them the preferred tool for displacing tenants without legal exposure. Without tracking any of this data, the city has no way of knowing if no-fault evictions are being used as a loophole around the just cause protections. And also, as someone who loves our West Side communities and our neighborhoods in the West Side, any patterns of no-fault evictions in specific neighborhoods, like those neighborhoods, are a leading indicator of speculative real estate activity and gentrification pressure. It also tracks whether relocation assistance required under state law is actually being paid. It also exposes whether certain demographics, like our Latino families, our seniors, our low-income households, are being disproportionately displaced. So this is a why reason for some of this data. And I would just encourage more transparency, more data, and just full-on more accountability. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Steve Smith. A lot of people have had a lot of great things to say, and I've largely, all my points are kind of, they've articulated them pretty intelligently, but there are one or two things I do want to add. I'm obviously here to speak against the amendments opposed to Article 24. One of the things I thought that stood out to me while I was, reviewing it was the justification in the staff report was, in the quote was literally, several members of the public asked for it. It's not clear to me there's an identified crisis and there's no evidence of a systemic problem. And obviously, the desire to generate data is sort of a laudable end, but there's no real articulation of what is going to follow once this data is collected, and I find that alarming because it seems to me to invite an expansion of the city unnecessarily, and sort of its functions. What stands out to me also is this also lands hardest on Costa Mesa small independent landlords who make up the majority of our rental housing providers. For them, new compliance requirements aren't a minor inconvenience. And some will obviously exit the market, and this will have a long-term effect of raising prices. Costa Mesa already struggles with a reputation for being difficult to or having an antagonistic relationship with businesses. And I think this amendment reinforces that reputation without any clear benefit to show for it. We should not be creating obligations that we haven't thought through very carefully based on the request of, just as far as the report goes, what was it again? It was several members of the public. I urge the council to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Estoy escuchando lo que todas las personas están comentando, ¿verdad? Y mi pregunta es, ¿por qué no? No creo que les afecte tanto como a mi comunidad, que somos los que estamos viviendo las consecuencias de la crisis que se está viviendo ahorita. Tenemos testimonios de personas que les han subido hasta $200 y nos duele tanto porque amamos el lugar donde vivimos. Vemos el lugar donde nacieron nuestros hijos, donde ya tenemos décadas viviendo. Nosotros sentimos Costa Mesa parte de nuestra vida. Respetamos mucho a todas las personas que son propietarias, pero creo que hay una diferencia. Ellos son privilegiados y nosotros somos víctimas muchas veces de que ellos no entiendan la preocupación que nosotros tenemos de no saber por qué mucha de nuestra gente está siendo desalojada. Si ustedes se preguntan, ¿qué podemos hacer nosotros de malo que sepamos por qué la gente está siendo desalojada? Nosotros solamente queremos saber en qué nos debemos de enfocar como líderes comunitarios, como organizaciones, para seguir haciendo que nuestra gente viva con dignidad. Tuve una conversación con una familia que les aumentaron $200 después de tener 30 años viviendo ahí. Y dijeron, ya no podemos. ¿Qué pasó? La familia se dividió, se fueron de Costa Mesa. Yo no entiendo por qué hacemos un caos si somos personas civilizadas, porque yo estoy escuchando, no quieren, pero ¿por qué no quieren? ¿Qué tiene de malo? ¿Dónde está el crimen que estamos cometiendo de solamente que queremos saber el por qué nuestra gente está siendo desalojada? Ahorita por lo que está sucediendo, mucha gente está siendo víctima, se está yendo sin pelear por no tener el derecho de que sean escuchados, por el miedo de que los mismos dueños les vayan a echar la migración. Yo no sé si algunos de los dueños se sienten felices del terror y el pánico que le causan a nuestras comunidades por no tener un documento. Yo siempre me pregunto, ¿pueden dormir tranquilos? Ni siquiera saben lo que nuestra gente está batallando para poder pagar su renta. Hay mucha gente que ya dejó su carro parado por el alto costo de la gasolina. Pero aún así no nos quejamos, seguimos pagando renta. ¿Por qué? Porque no queremos ir a vivir a la calle como muchas personas lo están haciendo. Ya tenemos familias viviendo en la calle. Y es bien triste ver que son familias que han sido vulneradas por no tener un trato justo.
Hold on one second, can you stop her time? Did she get 5 minutes? Okay. Juana, you only have about 1:30 left, so we need to have time for her to translate it. So can we do that?
Yes.
So I'm hearing all of the comments that are going on, and I'm hearing the question of why. But my question to you is why not? I don't think that the landlords are there as affected as much as my community is. We're the ones living through the consequences of the crisis that is happening right now. I just heard testimony from a family whose rent increased by $200. And it really hurts to hear that because we love where we live. We've seen our kids be born here, grow up here. We've been living here for decades. And we see Costa Mesa as part of our lives. And I do respect landlords, but I think there's a huge difference. They're privileged and we're the victims of what's going on. I don't think that they understand why we want to know why people are being evicted. And we want to know this because we want to focus. We want to know what to focus on as community leaders and as organizations to help to allow our community to live with dignity. So I heard that the family who's been living here for 30 years, whose rent went up to $100, they just said, I can't do it anymore, we can't do it. And what ended up happening to that family is that family divided up and they left Costa Mesa. And so why not? Why not want to do this? What's the harm? What is the crime that we're committing when wanting to know why our people are being evicted? Right now, there's a lot of people who are falling victim and they're leaving without a fight. They feel like they don't have the right to be heard. They fear that immigration is going to be called on them.
Excuse me. We're done. Next.
Mi nombre es Juana de la Paz. Buenas noches y buenas tardes, alcaldes y concejales. Bueno, pues yo soy una inquilina, rentera por 28 años. ¿Y por qué no ayudarnos a registrar nuestro apartamento donde vivimos por 28 años? Que es bueno que los que tienen sus propietarios y atienden a sus inquilinos, pero hay muchos que no tenemos ese privilegio de que nos vengan, nomás reciben la renta, pero nunca vuelven a pararse a mirar qué es nuestras necesidades. Y es mucha la renta que pagamos nosotros. A veces no completamos nuestra renta, porque aquí para mí, que yo soy house cleaning, para mí a veces es el mismo salario por 5 años de una casa. Entonces, ¿cómo puedo estar yo pagando $3,000 de renta cuando a veces no vienen a cubrir nuestras necesidades como renteras? Esa es mi palabra.
My name is Juana de la Paz. Good evening. And I have been here, a tenant, for 28 years. And so my question is, why not help register our apartments? We know that they are good landlords, and that's great. But a lot of us don't have that same privilege. We're just, paying our rent, and they're just receiving our rent, and they're not really seeing the needs that we have. Some of us can't even meet rent, especially people like me who are a housekeeper, who've had the same pay for the same 5 years. How am I supposed to pay $3,000 in rent when they don't even, as landlords, they don't even look at the needs that we have as tenants? So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Yo también estoy aquí para que se haga posible el registro de apartamentos, para saber los datos de cada apartamento. Es muy importante, estoy escuchando que muchos pues dueños aquí están o managers, que ellos no quieren, pero es muy importante porque así mismo ellos se van a...
Ma'am, can you translate this, ma'am? So we're talking about the at-fault eviction notice, not the registry at this time.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's the next.
Eso será el próximo tema. Ok.
Next item.
Entonces, estoy para aquí para los desalojos, para llevar los datos de cada apartamento, ¿sí? Ok. Thank you.
Okay.
Gracias.
Gracias. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
Yes, Jose, please.
Jose, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Jose.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jose Toscano here, calling from Washington, D.C., so it's a bit late for me now. It's almost 12 a.m., but wish I could be there in person. I'm a lifelong resident of City of Costa Mesa and a City Council hopeful. I aspire to join the council later this year. I just want to acknowledge, first and foremost, I sympathize with a lot of the public commenters and people that regarding the rent, and I do understand that renters are struggling right now. And every time I talk to residents, the number one concern that they always mention is, rent being too high. And many people feel like they're one paycheck away from facing eviction. And while waiting to speak here, I was waiting a little bit, a little while here. I heard all of the public speakers, and I see some familiar faces there. I saw Juana Trejo and Eric Jimenez and Steve Smith and Daniel Morgan, and all of them, they all had different perspectives on this, and I get their perspectives, but I don't think collecting data and increasing reporting requirements is what's going to make housing more affordable or make people keep their homes. If anything, we should be focused on solutions that actually address the root issue, which are increasing the housing supply and reducing the bureaucratic unnecessary barriers. So When it comes to evictions, we already have state law and we already have an existing local ordinance here in Costa Mesa. So just the tracking, it just feels like another layer of process and reporting on top of that. So I understand the intent, to track the eviction data, but I don't think it's actually going to prevent evictions or lower housing costs at all. And it's just going to increase more bureaucracy and more red tape, which is what we need less of. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Hold on. Before we get the next speaker, are we good to go on the timing piece?
Yes.
Okay. Well, who's the next speaker?
Lucy, please.
Lucy, you have the floor.
Yo hablo para registrar los apartamentos.
Hold on for a second, Lucy.
Disculpe, esta parte es no sobre es sobre la ordenancia sobre los desalojos, no sobre el rent registry.
Yo hablo sobre eso. Yo nomás quiero dar mi testimonio que me da mucha tristeza que todavía sigan los desalojos. Yo hace 4 años fui desalojada y quedó un trauma muy grande en mis hijos.
Si me da permiso, vamos a darle a usted 5 minutos y después usted puede seguir. Disculpe.
Sí.
Okay, gracias. Proceed.
Siga.
¿Aló?
Adelante.
Pues yo hablo porque estoy viendo mucho que siguen los desalojos. Me da mucha tristeza que no han arreglado eso. Yo fui víctima de un desalojo hace 4 años con 3 niños menores de edad y un niño de autismo. Y a mí me gustaría que ya no sigan más desalojos. Es un trauma para los hijos y para uno. Uno ya hizo su vida aquí 30, 40 años. Gracias.
Yes, so thank you. I've been seeing that there's been a lot of evictions going on, and I'm really sad that we haven't been able to fix that. This happened to me about 4 years ago. I was a victim of eviction, and this happened to me with 3 underage kids, and one of them who has autism. So I would like for there not to be any more evictions because it's really traumatic for kids, and it's really traumatic for us who've already made a living here, and we've made our lives here, and we've been here for 30 to 40 years. Thank you.
Who's our next speaker?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Closed public comment. I'm just going to make a motion to receive and file the item. Is anybody going to second that, or no? It's going to die. What's that?
Mike's not here.
Motion dies for lack of a second?
Dies.
No, I will second for discussion, and I will actually ask to make a substitute motion.
Okay. Well, if you second it, I'll tell you the basis for the motion.
That's fine.
I don't think we should go forward with this. It's, my opinion, it's an undue burden on the landlords and the staff. I have privacy concerns for the tenants. I have a concern about whether it's legal under the state law, and I don't see a clear benefit to the community. So that's the basis for my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do second for discussion, but now I will make an attempt for a substitute motion, and I'll explain my rationale when I do so. So my motion is I want to direct staff to work with the courts to get the data in an appropriate manner that protects the privacy of the residents and not go forth with an ordinance change.
That's a substitute motion?
Yes,
Well,
that's my substitute motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, thank you everyone today for speaking. I'm really appreciative that both sides of the argument came out and shared their information with us. And I want to explain a bit behind my motion's rationale. One of the things that came up today that the mayor began and was mentioned by other residents today in the dais is that 60-day lock that protects the residents who are in the process of being evicted. To me, that's very, very concerning that if we were to collect this data, that any individual in this city, in this state, in this country can just make a public records request and ask for that data. We have seen multiple times this last year and 3 months, the federal agencies use existing lists to find people's addresses, to find people's locations, and use that as the basis to do deportations. I genuinely do want the data, not for anything other than to see how many folks are being evicted each month in Costa Mesa. I do not want to have people's privacy be exposed for that data. I think my motion is the best way to get information from the courts without having an ordinance in place in Costa Mesa that puts us in the crossfires of a public record request and protects our residents from being targeted for that reason. So I hope I have support for my motion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on a second, because I seconded the motion. So I think that that's fine, because based on the current motion, the substitute motion, you know, I don't see any, there's no burden on the landlords because they don't have to provide any notice. Minimal effort on staff to just query the, after the 60-day period, the court. I don't have any privacy concerns because after the 60 days, the seal is lifted. And I'm still, you know, I'm not 100% sure that it's beneficial, but I don't think that it doesn't hurt to do that, and there might be some benefit to having the data. So I'm on board with the substitute motion. Yes, Councilmember Marr.
Thank you. So to address your concerns, one of the ways, I'll be voting no, by the way. One of the ways to address this is to simply not collect tenant names. There was lots of questions about why we want to do this, and I just want to be very clear. As someone who represents a majority renter district, I want to do this so that I know if there are evictions happening in my district. I want to do this so that I know how many there are. I think we heard it's only a handful that actually make it to unlawful detainer, but then we heard it's thousands that get a 3-day pay or quit notice. So somewhere in between there is the actual truth, and I'd like to understand that. I don't want to wait a year for a request to get through the courts so that we have data. If we're actually going to, I don't know, take any action, then it seems like this isn't just a school report that we want a year or two after the damage has already been done. My district is 55% renters, and 23% of the entire district, not just that 55, 23% of the entire district are rent burdened, meaning they pay more than 50% of their income towards their rent. Caring about what tenants need is my job as a city council member. And so the idea that we're okay with a book report in a year is not satisfying to me. So, you know, we can vote on the substitute motion, but when it fails, I'd like to offer an alternative. Thank you.
Does anybody have any further comments? Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
Yes, I just want to make sure I understand correctly that when we go to vote, we're going to be voting on Councilmember Chavez's substitute motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I seconded it, so I support that motion.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear for everyone in the room.
Okay, we're ready to call for the question.
I have a question for
Yes, of course.
Councilmember Chavez on the motion. If staff find that the data you're interested in is not accessible, or it would take many months to access, my understanding is that is the case. The report we saw on evictions, that the Orange County eviction report that we got a couple of years ago, it required a judge, an Orange County Superior Court judge to release. So if staff was to find that we don't have access to data, what would be your direction?
I want to give him a shot to get it first before I think about what comes next.
All right, so call for the question on the substitute motion.
Motion failed with council members Pettis, Reynolds, Marr, and Bewley voting no.
Okay. Okay, then the original motion is to receive and file, and I've already spoken on that. Let's call for the question on the motion to receive and file.
Just 1 second, please. Let me get that set up here.
It's the first motion that I made.
Yes. Thank you. You may vote.
Ready?
Yes. Councilmember Mar, please. There you go. Thank you. Motion carries 5-2 with council members Reynolds and Mar voting no.
Okay. So that concludes that, and then we're moving on to new business item number 1.
Thank you. New business, item 1 is request for City Council direction regarding the potential implementation of a citywide rental registry program and establishment of a network for renter solutions. Presentation by Mr. Robbins, Neighborhood Improvement Manager.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, members of council, the item before you now is direction, the staff is seeking direction regarding implementation, of a rental registry and establishment of a network for renter solutions. So we'll get into some background first. First off, what is a rental registry? Rental registry is a mechanism by which a local government can collect information regarding rental properties within their jurisdiction. The vast majority, if not all, rental registries are operated through online portals. They require property owners to pay fees to register their multifamily rental units. They only apply to units covered by the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. Like we mentioned earlier, there are certain exemptions that include single-family homes, townhomes, condos, and most owner-occupied dwellings this would not apply to. Only 2+ units, multifamily, non-owner occupied. And then rental registries collect housing-related data to include property address, property owner contact info, the unit count, so how many units on the property, the unit types, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and then how much the property owners are charging for rent. So to continue that, a rental registry can also be used, more robust rental registries can be used to collect required documentation, including eviction notices, rent increases, vacancies, and lease-ups. And then even more comprehensive rental registries can be used to uphold property standards via housing unit inspections performed by code enforcement or building inspectors. So how's a rental registry funded? Rental registries are funded via annual fees paid by property owners who register their housing units. These fees are collected to make the program self-sustaining. That's the goal, which we'll get into here in a second. Fees are calculated based on total cost of the program divided by the number of covered rental units in the jurisdiction. So for example, if the program costs $1 million and there's 10,000 rental units in the city, the registration fee would be $100 per unit. So technically, if every rental unit in the city was collected from, the program wouldn't cost the city any money out of pocket. It would pay for itself. Additional revenue can be generated via civil citations that are issued to property owners who fail to register their covered units. And as we mentioned in the prior item, civil citation penalties start at $150. They go to $300 for the second offense and $500 for the third offense of the same ordinance within a 12-month period. So what are the advantages of a rental registry? Rental registries allow monitoring of rental units to ensure compliance regarding evictions, rent increases, and property standards. They provide empirical data regarding eviction trends, rental rates, rental housing conditions, and occupancy and vacancy rates. They can allow the allocation of resources to mitigate potentially negative impacts to the community. So just get ahead of potentially negative stuff. Improves housing stability by ensuring rent increases comply with state and local rent cap regulations. Ensures property standards comply with local requirements, and provides the public with a database of vacant rental units in the city of Costa Mesa. What are the disadvantages of a rental registry? Impacting 3 different groups. So rental registries may have negative impacts on property owners, including increased administrative burdens, increased costs, delay in legal proceedings, in other words, evictions, privacy concerns like we've talked about a lot tonight, reduced rental housing supply, and removal and/or frequent turnover of rental housing. Municipalities can also be negatively impacted with significant one-time and ongoing costs to implement and operate rental registries, as well as legal challenges prior to and after launch. And then rental registries can have negative impacts on renters, which the increased costs may be passed down from the property owners to the renters. So increasing costs for the tenants. And now we have two examples of rental registry programs in the state of California. We found that these two examples are the bookends, where Santa Ana took a very comprehensive approach. It's also a very expensive approach, and so we'll go over that first, and then next we'll go over the city of Concord, who took a more simplistic approach and slightly less expensive approach. So in October of 2022, the Santa Ana City Council adopted an ordinance implementing a rental registry and rent stabilization program. Legal challenges for that adoption impeded the implementation of that program for over 2 years. So rather than continue through the court process in November of 2024, the city of Santa Ana placed what they called Measure CC on the ballot, and that was subsequently approved by 55% of the voters. Now, some of the key provisions of Measure CC included a rental registry, which required property owners in Santa Ana to annually register all rental units, including mobile homes, at a cost of $100 per unit. This also requires submission of eviction notices and rent increases for staff review and approval. So if a property owner in Santa Ana wants to raise the rent, they need to ask the city for permission. It's also included housing unit inspections, which were not proactive. These are reactive housing unit inspections where a tenant could submit a complaint or petition to the city to have their unit inspected when they believe there were substandard living conditions in their unit. Continuing for Santa Ana's rental registry program, Santa Ana's total annual cost to operate their rental registry is $2.3 million, and their projected annual revenue is $2.4 million. These costs include organizational costs. They had to create a new division and a rental oversight board to handle petitions and complaints from property owners. They had to hire 9 new staff to administer the program. They have contracted services with 2 vendors to provide mediation, and then another vendor to provide administrative hearings for appeals. There, of course, were software costs, both the initial development and the ongoing support to provide online portal for property owners to register their units. They had to lease office space due to capacity constraints at their city hall, and they had to buy 2 vehicles for site visits and inspections. It's super important to mention that Santa Ana shared with us that they had 2 years of nearly 0 revenue due to community outreach and education. So they had to foot that bill for almost 2 years before they got any revenue in from these property owners. So now on to City of Concord. In July of 2021, the Concord City Council adopted an ordinance to implement a rental registry program to collect data and inform policy decisions. And that's exactly what it says there. They weren't doing any enforcement. They weren't doing anything other than collecting the data to inform policy decisions. 3 and then 4 years later, the Concord City Council voted to significantly expand the program, and these are the key provisions of that expanded program. It as well includes a rental registry for the same purposes of the Santa Ana rental registry, in that they want to collect property level data. Their annual costs were $33 to $78, which is based on the type of unit. So just based on whatever scale they came up with, you would have to pay that specific price. And this also requires a submission of eviction notices and rent increases for staff review and approval. Concord took a slightly different approach in that they do proactive biannual, so every other year, inspections of every single rental unit in their entire jurisdiction. But it's also important to know that Concord has half the number of covered rental units than Costa Mesa. So they only have 8,700. And as I'll speak about here in a minute, Costa Mesa has roughly 16,700 covered rental units in the city. The City of Concord's cost to operate the rental registry is $1.961 million, and their revenue is only $1.172. This discrepancy comes because they had to hire 4 staff, but they utilized 6 code enforcement officers from another department that are not subsidized at all. So those additional costs are not covered by their program. They also have contracted services with a hearing officer to resolve appeals and to do administrative hearings, and then of course that same software, initial development and ongoing cost for the property owners and in-house data management. Okay, so as far as a proposed rental registry here in the city of Costa Mesa, what you have on the left-hand side are the potential costs. These are bare bones costs. These are the costs to simply stand up a new software module. Of course, one-time costs to customize that software to the city of Costa Mesa's needs. And then there's annual software licensing fees that you have to pay on an annual basis to continue the service. There, of course, would need to be extensive outreach and public education. And then the legal services are for any potential legal situations where the city has to defend themselves or go after property owners that aren't complying with the law. At the total annual cost of $321,335, with a total of 16,700 rental units in the city, the registration fee would be $19 per unit per year. So if you have a 4-unit complex, you're paying roughly $40, but if you have a 400-unit complex, of course, it would be significantly more. And then the bottom table is just a summary of all of that. I think it's important to note that, yes, the goal is to recuperate the annual cost at $321 at $19 per unit would get us all our money back, but there is that $213,000 plus one-time startup fees that would not be reimbursed by these program fees. So just some salient points of our potential rental registry program. I want to make it clear that this pricing only includes the collection of the data. It does not include that property owners need to ask the city to increase rent, and it does not include proactive nor reactive housing inspections. The Code Enforcement Division already accepts phone calls from all of our tenants who believe they have substandard living conditions. So the city's already doing reactive inspections. But again, just to be clear, this does not include rent increase nor proactive unit inspections. This is just data collection. So the rental registry program would allow the collection of data regarding the 16,700 multifamily rental units in the city. It would give us the property address, the property owner contact information, which is important in case there's issues, to know who to reach out to. And then the unit count, how many units are in each building, the unit types, and then the rental rates. Just to reiterate, this does not include rent monitoring nor unit inspections. In addition, for the second half of the council request is the creation of a network for renter solutions. As I mentioned before, recent data estimates suggest that 60% of the 41,000 housing units in Costa Mesa are renter occupied. To support these renters and property owners, by the way, this network for renter solutions, much like the services that I spoke about earlier with regard to our no-fault eviction ordinance, we would be able to provide these types of services, including community outreach and education regarding landlord and tenant rights and responsibilities. The network for renter solutions would improve outreach and communication between renters and landlords through mediation and just basic education. And it would identify and propose solutions for key challenges that renters and landlords face. The network for renter solutions would be comprised of staff from the city manager's office. To be specific, the Network for Homeless Solutions, which is myself and my team of outreach workers. It would be Constituent Services, which is Sergio and Evis, and then Community Relations, which that manager is Brock Howard. Of course, it would be comprised of property owners throughout the city of Costa Mesa, community stakeholders, and then apartment association representatives. So we try to get everybody at the table to talk about these issues and find solutions to any issues. So based on that, the staff recommends that the City Council provide direction regarding the implementation of a citywide rental registry and establishment of a network for renter solutions. That concludes my report. I'm here to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Do we have any questions of staff on this matter? Yes, Councilmember Bewley, you have the floor.
Must because District 1 goes first every time. Actually, I just want to commend you. I thought that was a pretty fair, accurate, straight down the middle, explaining the pros and cons of the whole thing. So I don't have a lot of questions. I'll save my comments for when we deliberate and after we hear some public comments. The one thing, though, the proposed network for renters solutions, you didn't associate a cost with that. And I know it sounded like we've got pre-existing staff that could take on this added burden. other than staff time and limited resources, and I like to say staff's overworked and underpaid. Did you do any calculation for maybe increased, or what's the actual hard costs or human capital involved with this proposed network for renter solutions?
Yes, sir. The vast majority of what it would take to implement a network for renter solutions would be staff time. There would be, of course, minimal printing costs to do flyers and things like that we would be passing out, but the vast majority of that outreach and education would be via mailers and in person, phone calls, emails, updating the website, all things that staff are able to do within our current capacity. It would, of course, increase our workload. Many of us are already burdened with a heavy workload, so it could be difficult. I think the hardest part is we don't know. We don't know the amount of time that this would necessarily take. We can project that, of course, it would increase that, but I don't have a specific number for you.
And I would imagine if you're successful with the outreach portion of it, you might get a lot of feedback, so there'd be a lot of incoming.
Yes, sir.
That would require some additional time to service those types of requests. So it's conceivable. One wild speculation would be that if this is successful and the added burden to staff gets too extreme, we'll be back here asking for some additional staffing to assist this program.
Yes, sir. We've had those conversations that, like you said, based on the success of the program, there would potentially be an ask of the council to increase staff to fully administer this program. Santa Ana had a similar situation in that they rolled the program out, and a year or two later they expanded and they had to hire like 6 additional staff. So if this is successful, there may be an additional ask for additional staff.
Okay, that's all the questions I've got.
I just want to pick up on that question. I mean, do the people that you're envisioning, you and I think the constituent services, I mean, how much capacity do they currently have?
We could make it work in the beginning stages.
I know, but let's do it on a percentage basis, right? Let's just start with you. Are you busy 100% of your time?
Yeah. I plead the fifth. I'm a very busy man. I have very little downtime.
Okay. And so if you were assigned these additional services, would you either have to stop doing things you're doing now or work overtime?
Yes, sir.
And what are the things you would stop doing?
I would have to prioritize my workload. Things would get pushed to the side that are, I mean, everything's important. So I would have to prioritize certain things over others. As you know, I manage the entire city's response to homelessness and assist with the production of affordable and supportive housing, plus all the no-fault eviction stuff. So of course, this would be an added burden on top of that.
Yeah, you always seem busy to me. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, bud. All right, hey, Nate, before we create a new regulatory program, can staff clearly demonstrate a measurable problem in the Costa Mesa's rental market that state law and local code enforcement can't already address?
This certainly solves an issue that we have of lack of data. I think not knowing what the rental market is, not knowing the vacancies in the city, not knowing the lease-up rates, not knowing necessarily directly property owner information. I think that this does provide a lot of benefits. I think one of the biggest benefits would be that the online portal could be outward facing to provide a list to the public of vacant units in the city of Costa Mesa along with rental rates. So anybody could come and search that database and all the vacant units would pop up and their rental rates. And so it would almost act like an apartments.com or a Zillow type function. I mean, that's a big benefit, but there are a lot of drawbacks as well.
So last question. So what analysis has been done? Because I've been hearing, believe me, I've been hearing this week from the East Side folks. What analysis has been done and how this will impact the duplex owner, the multiplex owner, how is this going to impact them? And we're making a big decision. How has there been analysis done on how that could possibly affect them?
The analysis was based on the research we did with other cities. So we not only did our own research online, searching staff reports and annual reports based on rental registry programs, but we spoke specifically to cities of Concord and Santa Ana, and they did echo that there were burdens, right? That there was a lot of pushback, especially as far as legal opposition to it initially, and then along the line, the various appeals that come. So if a property owner asks to increase the rent and you tell them no, it doesn't just end there. A lot of times they'll sue the city, and now, there's legal, there's litigation that has to happen. So I think it's a double-edged sword. There is an issue that we can solve with this, but it comes with some risk as well.
Thanks, Nate.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple other questions.
Can we go to Councilmember Reynolds, then we'll go to you, Mayor Pro Tem? Sure. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. In the staff report, the number 16,700 units pop up. Can you just clarify what that number represents and where you got it?
So these are covered units. So not every multifamily unit would be covered by this. It's only the units that are covered by the tenant protection ordinance. So there are certain rental units in the city that are owner occupied that would not be covered by this. Again, single family homes, townhomes, condos, those are not covered by this. It's only duplexes and higher that are not owner occupied would be covered by this. So while the city has 60% rental properties and there's 41,000, the math doesn't work. It's because not every rental unit is covered by this program.
Got it. Okay, thank you. You've been involved with the Network for Homeless Solutions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have called that a success? Do you consider that a success?
A massive success,
Why?
yes. We're one of the only cities that has a safety net like the NHS. A lot of cities may have homeless service components, but a lot of times those are nonprofits that are subsidized to do the work. The city of Costa Mesa takes it upon ourselves to dedicate the resources and staff time to truly care for the people that we serve. Homeless folks and those at risk of homelessness are the most vulnerable in our community. And so we act as that safety net. We walk alongside folks when they're having issues, and we lead them on a path to success. It's been a massive success.
And it's not just staff, right? And my understanding is that it's a sort of convening body, right? We're a great central location. We're an entity that has authority, but also connections. So the network is convening solution providers, right? People who understand the problem, and then people who have ideas or capabilities or tools or resources on how to address it.
Yes, ma'am. We meet weekly with our partners, our service partners, nonprofits, agencies that do the same work we do. And so you're right, it's more than just internal staff. There's a large network of external staff that aid us because we're only able to do so much. And so where we end, we count on our partners to pick up and advance. And so it's a well-oiled machine here in Costa Mesa. We do it right.
Do you think we've improved the challenges with homelessness in Costa Mesa because of the network?
100%.
Okay. Can you estimate how many folks, maybe the relative proportion of folks who may be struggling with being a renter, facing challenges as a renter, compared to the number of people in Costa Mesa dealing with challenges for homelessness?
So we don't have the newest pick count numbers, but we're estimating somewhere maybe 150 folks on the street with about 80 or so in the shelter, so 230 or so homeless people. And then I can only go off stats. So of the renters, I believe that 50% of renters in Costa Mesa are rent burdened, which is 30%. They pay more than 30% of their income for rent. And a certain percentage of those are extremely rent burdened, which pay more than 50% of their income toward rent. So the number of renters that are burdened is significantly more than the number of people experiencing homelessness.
20,000, 30,000, based on those numbers you threw out?
So it depends if you're talking about households or like individuals within the households. There's 16,700 rental units, so that's the max number. But the number of people, of course, 3, 4, 5 people per unit. Yeah, you could say that there might be 20,000 people.
Yeah. Okay. And I think I had made the motion a while back. I can't remember which discussion it was, but for this concept of the network for renters solutions, and it really was the idea, right? Which I wanted you guys to come up with because you're much more familiar than me with how kind of the mechanics work. Is what solutions from the network for homeless solutions, right? What worked really well in that process that we might be able to apply, as we continue to move upstream to prevent homelessness, right? A lot of I think you've been with us in the time that we've set up not only the tenant protection ordinance, but some of the rent subsidies, right? Our goal is we're doing a lot now. Once people become homeless, let's try to prevent homelessness. Let's keep people housed. So in your thinking about what a network for renter solutions might look like, what would be maybe the top 2 or 3 discussions or convenings you would have to try to start thinking about how to address the challenges faced by 20,000 plus residents of Costa Mesa?
Sure. I think one of the best things that we can do as a city is provide education. So that would be a main component of what we would do through various means, but just notifying property owners of their rights and responsibilities and tenants of their rights and responsibilities. And then convening a meeting where we could address gaps. That's one of the things that the NHS does well, is we identify gaps and then come up with solutions to fill those gaps. So the Network for Renter Solutions would, of course, be the main spearhead to provide that outreach and education to the public about the no-fault eviction program, any other types of resources that are available. The other main thing that the NHS does that the NRS could do is aggregating resources. So Judge Carter famously called it silos of excellence, right? Lots of organizations doing lots of amazing work, but they're independent, they're autonomous. What the NHS does is it brings all those amazing providers together in one room and shares resources collectively. And so that's what the NRS would do. There's lots of different resources out there. We could bring it all together at the same table and then be able to then provide that information back out to landlords and tenants. And then again, we don't know what we don't know. So allowing the NRS to be a receptacle, if you will, of ideas and different resources, and then being kind of the hub of to be able to convey that information back out to the public, I think would be very important.
You mentioned the Network for Homeless Solutions met weekly. I imagine that's excessive for renter solutions. It makes sense on the homeless solution side because people are actually living on the street. It's sort of an urgent challenge we want to address, right? Not that this is not urgent, but people aren't living on the streets here. What would you suggest as a good frequency for a Network for Renter Solutions?
I was thinking quarterly would be good, 4 times a year. And again, that's the larger meeting of the larger group. Mm-hmm. The work would be being done on a daily basis. So the meeting is just to make sure we're all on the same page, any new resources are being shared, any new concerns are being brought up, but then the work would be done on a daily basis by the internal Network for Renter Solutions. That would just be the opportunity for the larger group to get together.
Yeah, okay. And you talked about gaps in knowledge or gaps in information. One of the things I think you shared as part of the last item, which I appreciate because I'd forgotten, is as we started collecting data on the no-fault evictions, you said, we were getting those, about half of them were legit and half of them were actually illegal, right? And so you were able to provide, one, we didn't know that, right? We didn't know if they were legit or illegal. Again, we don't know the whole full population, but we learned that, wow, about 50% of what we got was illegal. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, and that's only the no-fault evictions that were submitted to us.
Correct.
Again,
right.
The countless number that we were able to avoid.
I would guess the ratio of what we didn't get is probably higher on illegal, but
yeah.
A bias in terms of what data is showing up in front of the city. But then of those that were illegal, you shared earlier that you were able to resolve those just through education, and landlords realize, oh, there's actually a way to do this, or there's actually a way to keep people housed in some cases, right?
That's right.
Okay, and then the ones that were legal, no fault, I think I said at fault, but I meant no fault.
You said no fault.
I said no, okay, yeah, so no fault, even where they were legal, we were able to get information to the sort of departing tenants to help them either find housing in Costa Mesa or elsewhere, right?
Correct. So yeah, not only housing navigation and guidance, but even financial support that you all allocated those additional funds for.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and so you would call that a success, I assume?
A major
I
success.
would call
yeah.
it a major success. Okay, and so those types of things that you're already doing could be scaled through Network for Renter Solutions.
Yes, ma'am, and that's how I envision it. The things that we're already doing, adding more staff, more assistants, expanding that reach, providing more outreach. Yeah, it would just be an expansion of what we're already doing.
A more formal connection to outside partners as well, which is what I understand was a really helpful thing on the homeless side.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I may have more questions, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I have two sets of questions, so I'll just piggyback on the questions that are being asked about the staff workload. Remind me if I'm incorrect, but did we not vote to create 4 employees when we voted for the TPO?
The original recommendation was 4. What the council adopted was 3. 2 outreach workers and then a planner to be the kind of hub in the between building and planning to make that determination on the scope of work, and then 2 of my employees to do the outreach and housing navigation for the folks being evicted.
Okay. Where are those employees now?
The planner's still there. He's doing an amazing job, and then 1 of my outreach workers is still around. The other one chose to leave the city.
Okay. Did their roles in any way get repurposed?
So the staff in the planning division does no fault when they come up, and then they have additional duties as assigned. My outreach worker is similar. She does the no fault, but then she also manages all the families that are at risk or experiencing homelessness in Costa Mesa. So she has additional duties outside of her no fault duties.
Okay, so essentially the no fault duties were, did we hire them expecting them to do only no fault work? Or did it just happen that there wasn't enough workflow, so they got added other duties?
I think that there was always the understanding that there would be some additional time there. And so it was like an added bonus to be able to do what the council voted to do, as well as help their colleagues with additional workload.
Okay.
At least that was in my mind what it was for my outreach worker.
Okay. How many people do we employ for the Network for Homeless Solutions?
The Neighborhood Improvement Division is 10 total staff, myself and 9 of my employees.
So if we were to replicate that for renters, how many employees do you think we would need?
If all we're doing is the Network for Renters Solutions, I don't think we need additional staff. I think doing just the basic outreach to the public wouldn't necessarily require additional staff. If we're adding components of rental registry that are going to require technical assistance and a massive push for this new program that's never been introduced, it would be very difficult. Past the first initial months, I think once the phone calls started coming in, we would be right back here again asking for additional staff. But the initial kind of development of the marketing materials and all that stuff, could be done with existing staff. It's just once the phone calls and emails and walk-ins started coming in, that's the unknown.
Okay, so let's just for a second assume we're not in this meeting talking about this item, and you have the employees you have. What is limiting us from using those employees to create a network for solutions already?
Nothing.
Do you think if we, again, assuming today doesn't exist, we could just rebrand ourselves and start doing those services with the employees we have at City Hall now?
I believe that because we're already providing the services, it would be more of a marketing campaign more than anything. And that, of course, there'd be the quarterly meetings, but I'm in meetings all day anyway, so what's one more meeting? I don't think there's too much of an administrative burden, staff burden, just to do the network for renter solutions and provide additional mediation, and I mean, we're already doing that work anyway.
Okay. My last set of questions come from page 7, and it's regarding City of Santa Ana's rental registry program. Because I remember when we made this motion, the mayor wasn't present, so I was running the meeting, and I remember Councilmember Reynolds mentioning she wanted to model it after Santa Ana's program. Can you explain to me why it seems to be there's 2 dates for their rental registry program? I see October 22nd, and then I see a November 24th. So if the city council approved their program, why did it then go to the voters for approval?
So the city of Santa Ana went through 2 years of legal opposition, and they decided to go above and beyond the council vote and put it on a ballot. So and that's where they got Measure CC. And so with the voter approval, they felt like they had more, the ability to push this forward. Of course, it didn't keep anybody from challenging it legally, but it just, because it was approved by the voters, they were able to implement it more efficiently, whereas just the straight council approval, they were in court the whole time and never got to launch the program.
So the neighboring city we're trying to emulate had to go to the voters to get their program through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
Councilmember Mar.
did you just say the neighboring city we're trying to emulate? Which I don't understand that. What part are we emulating?
When I ran the meeting, I remember Councilmember Reynolds mentioned in her motion that she wanted to model the rent registry program at the city of Santa Ana. So I'm going off of that statement that was made by her at that meeting.
Okay. Yeah, so to be clear, just for everyone, this is not a rent control ordinance, correct?
Correct.
We are not doing unsolicited inspections.
Correct.
We are not capping the rent that people can charge in any way.
Not above and beyond what state law mandates. No.
Yeah, so we are not as a city, right?
We are
State
not.
law is doing its thing, but like this ordinance is not an attempt, well, it's not an ordinance yet, but this direction is not to do that.
Correct.
We are not trying to create any separate tenant protection programs other than the ones we just discussed that didn't go anywhere.
Correct.
Okay, so the only thing about this that is similar to Santa Ana's is that we're creating a database of information. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I would just, like, we're not trying to, I will say for myself, I'm not trying to emulate Santa Ana. The city of Palo Alto has a database, right? This isn't about Santa Ana in my mind. So that jumped out at me, thank you. You know what, let's go to public comment. I don't have anything else, thanks.
I have 2 questions. The first question is a compound and leading question. The cities of Santa Ana and Concord have rent control, right?
Yes, sir.
My next question is this, is I think what you said is we're doing a lot of the network for rental solutions work anyway, you said. How would your work change if we voted tonight for this network for rental solutions?
So as I stated, I think if all we do is form this NRS and then we expand our outreach and education regarding our no-fault eviction program, and we're providing resource and service information to the public who may be facing housing-related challenges, it would of course increase workload and it would be a burden, but I don't think it would rise to the level of needing additional staff. The quarterly meetings, the development of these marketing materials to advertise the program, I mean, it's minimal. Not to say it wouldn't create there would be a burden, but it would be a minimal burden. I think that we could handle just the NRS alone, and we would be able to do it with current staff. As soon as you start adding other stuff is where there's just a huge question mark.
And let's hear from the public. Open the public hearing.
Good evening again. Victor Cal at the California Apartment Association. We would welcome any opportunity to work with the city on data collection efforts, as I had expressed in earnest on the last item. That being said, many of you have known our work working with refugee communities, family homelessness, working with first responder families. I would continue to invite you and give you a firsthand tour of our work at CAA and with the community at large. That being said, is that we don't work with entities that work antithetical to our members. While I maintain communication, the issue is that this rent registry does present several problems and challenges. It's ultimately duplicative of commercial efforts. The cost of a commercial product to get rental data would be 0.8% of what the proposed budget is. I don't know if there's been any effort to look at government or commercial off-the-shelf products. I literally have it at my fingertips here on my iPad right now. That being said, again, it was emphasized that rent registries are associated 99% of the time with rent control jurisdictions, and that's what we would interpret this effort to be. The City of Concord approved a rent registry prior to the rent control vote that they had recently. So when you put two and two together, that's what we would interpret. The fiscal considerations, I think, are probably more relevant here in this discussion, is that there's nothing that impeded Santa Ana from implementing the program. As I recall, as a first-hand stakeholder in that discussion, there was no approved injunction on the rent control program in the city of Santa Ana. They declared a grace period on the collection of fees after a poor rollout. The budget document dictated how the program would be funded, in which they rated affordable housing funds in order to fund the rent control program and the rent registry program. That being said, they faced a $1.9 million deficit in that program upon rollout, which was not identified in their initial budget documents that they had submitted to the city manager's office. The same can be said for Concord as well, in which they increased fees by 72%. It came as a surprise to to all stakeholders in that community. Again, we have firsthand accounts of the poor planning as it relates to these programs. One, they're difficult to plan for, so it's not quite an undertaking. And so that we would ask the city to have an independent fiscal analysis should you even consider adopting a rent registry program. Thank you, and my time is up.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I'd like to just first apologize about misspeaking. I really look at a lot of these items in sort of the same bucket. Both are centered around a city collecting data to shape housing policy. And at the end of the day, I think what we really need to be thinking about is, are these policies expensive and expensive to administer? Yes. And the real question is, do they lead to better housing opportunities for people? And like I had said earlier, I really think we should be focused on policies of development and affordable housing across the city, which would in theory drive rental costs down with more housing for folks across the city. And so I think we really need to pause on all of these things and think about how we want to move forward as a city and how we want to promote business and, more important, investment in our city, because it is a great city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello. Jeff Butcher again. I don't know how much money Nate Robbins makes, but I think he needs a raise. Guy's one of the smartest, hardest working guys in the city of Costa Mesa, and I don't want to burden him with any more additional work that needs to be done. He can focus on what he's already working on. So I'm all for that. Second of all, if you voted down the last agenda item, or what was proposed on the agenda item, you have to vote this one down too. It's the same sort of information, same registry information, same concerns. And honestly, I don't understand exactly how this works, because if the people that are against it are the housing providers, and everybody that's for rental registry are the tenants, why not just have the tenants register? Why come to the owners to burden us and charge us and do all this? Why don't you charge the tenants to provide you with the information you need, to charge them to turn in their registration cards? And whatever information you guys collect, ever, I want it. And I want it for all the people that I'm going to share it with. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi again. My name is Christian. We came today to speak in support of both eviction tracking, which unfortunately didn't pass, and also the rental registry. Although this rental registry, some have argued that there's no need for it just because it should only pass if whatever discussed before passed. This rental registry could still be used to track and support the existing tenant protection ordinance. As some of the landlords who spoke earlier kind of already mentioned that there is a lack of outreach and communication to some landlords who didn't know they even need to report no-fault evictions. So this rental registry will help with, will support the reporting of the existing requirement to report no-fault evictions. A rental registry directly supports the established city goal to diversify, stabilize, and increase housing to reflect community needs. We are not calling on any information regarding tenants to be collected. Today, the landlords have been arguing that this is a first step to rent control, but there's already the State Tenant Protection Act, which has rent control. We understand the need to build more housing to address affordability, but the city also has a duty to address the current residents in rental housing. We should not be waiting for a public health crisis like COVID to address the lack of data regarding housing within city boundaries. Rental registry today is an investment in the city and in the health of the community. Is important reminder that Costa Mesa is 60% renters, which I always like to bring up, but it seems like some of you don't care. And also every single city council district is actually majority renter city. So every one of your districts is over 50% renters, except for District 1. So you should keep that in mind, especially for those who are interested in running for future, whether it be mayor or running for another term. Hopefully, if you guys do not support a rental registry today, there is a need to address renter issues in the city of Costa Mesa. So would like to see what happens today. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Great, thanks again. Would like to point out a few things here. Let's talk a little bit about money in the case of Costa Mesa's case, right? We talked about $213,000 in startup costs. That's not going to get recouped, right? We already looked at the budget, which was about $600,000 that was on the positive, right? If you take a look at Oakland, which you guys haven't mentioned or staff hasn't mentioned, Oakland started at $325,000. That budget is now $800,000 a year. If you take a look at San Francisco, the startup was $300,000. That budget is now $3.6 million per year. Do you see where this is going? It's not going in the right direction for the city. The other thing that we talk about is how it would be nice to have a place for renters to be able to come in and see what available units are. Well, there's actually two places they can go right now, and I can pull it up on my phone. It's called Zillow, and it's called Redfin. And they can do that right now, and they actually can put an application in. It comes to us. We look at it. We review it. It's already done. We can approve that application. You're creating something that's already there if you're just looking at what's available housing. Also, the data's already there for what's available. You want to know what available units are? It's there. Right? You don't need to recreate that, I don't think. The last point is, I think, what everyone has talked about, and this is a direction into rent control. New Jersey City in New Jersey, first step was rental registry. Portland, Maine, first step, rental registry. Concord, California, as you well advised, first step, rental registry. And then it went into rent control. Let's talk a little bit about rent control. 93% of economists will tell you that rent control does not work because it doesn't work. Rent control added 15% in a reduction of rent supply in San Francisco. The Brookings Institute will tell you that rent control fuels gentrification, okay? It fuels it. And so your own staff will tell you this impacts property owners, increased administrative staff. Where is this money going to come from? Well, the landlords, we have 300% increases in insurance costs. We have increases everywhere, in everything. You got to pass that cost on. So what we're doing is creating a system to actually increase rent. And I don't think anyone here wants to increase rent to more people. That is just going to be another administrative staff. So I ask you, I urge you, please vote no tonight.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Jackie, and I'm a current student at Estancia High School, and I'm here with Chamoy, which stands for Changing Hearts and Minds of Youth. I want to start off by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the importance of establishing a rental registry in our community. The first thing I want to point out is rental registry is all about data. Data, 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 and more data. And I'm assuming most of the people here in this room also kind of understand what rental registry really is. And again, it's a system that requires landlords to register their rental properties with the city, providing up-to-date information about ownership, property conditions, and occupancy. While this may sound demanding, its impacts directly affects the safety, stability, and well-being of the people who call our city a home. At its very core, a rental registry creates transparency, the same transparency that most landlords lack. It allows the city to know where rental properties are located and who is responsible for them. Again, I urge the City Council members to support the rental registry program. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I am a mom and pop investor, decided to buy a duplex in Costa Mesa for the hopes that someday the rental income would pay off the loan and I would have dollars to put towards my two daughters' college education. My elderly in-laws live off the income of their triplex that they own that is managed here in Costa Mesa. The cost of this is not just the cost of paying you every year to give this information, it's also the cost of the administration of doing it, which we would have to pass through to the tenant and raise rents. I pride myself on keeping my rent under market as low as possible. My tenants love it. They stay a long time. They're very happy where they are. But with this kind of stuff, I got to pass it through to them. They're not going to be happy. And Mr. Chavez, I agree with you. If you read your description from the City of Costa Mesa, the background is that this proposal is for the implementation of a citywide rental registry modeled after the City of Santa Ana's rental registry program. Santa Ana is a sanctuary city. You guys have done a beautiful job running this city. I think Santa Ana is the armpit of Orange County. I'd hate to see this city do anything that Santa Ana would do or sanctuary city policies would do. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Leslie, and I am a member of Chamoy. I am here today to respectfully ask you to approve the rental registry. Housing is not just a building. It is stability, safety, and where families rest and children learn. In our community, thousands of residents rely on rental housing. A rental registry is not about punishing landlords. It is about creating accountability, transparency, and basic standards that protect everyone. A rental registry helps ensure properties meet health and safety codes. Too often, tenants are afraid to report unsafe conditions due to the fear of retaliation. With a registry, the city can proactively monitor rental units instead of only responding after serious problems occur, preventing issues before they grow. It also creates fairness by setting clear expectations for all property owners. Responsible landlords are supported and tenants are treated with dignity. Additionally, a registry provides accurate data so the city can better understand rental housing and make informed decisions. Some may worry about cost or added regulations, but when properties fall into disrepair, neighborhoods suffer, and families are displaced, prevention is more affordable in these cases. Approving the rental registry shows that our city values safe housing, fairness, and community stability. So this is why I urge you to support it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Benjamin Kelly, and I'm with the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust, and we represent mobile home park owners in Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. Mobile homes are owner-occupied units on rental spaces receiving full service from the owner of the property. Mobile home parks have just cause evictions for non-payment of rent. But those are very rare because Met and park owners offer a rent subsidy program for qualified residents in need. Costa Mesa is to be commended on the various generous programs it has offered and is currently offering the city's renters, including tenant-based rental assistance, legal aid, extensive resources listed on the city's website, including mediation services and, once again, rental assistance. The services currently offered to all renters in the city are extensive and readily available. The implementation of the Network for Renters solution is unnecessary. There is also an entire section on the website of resources devoted exclusively to mobile home owners. There's also a city committee representing mobile home owners and community owners, which exists to facilitate communication and resources. The city's existing housing element outlines in detail the number of renters, household makeup, and income, number of bedrooms, and rents for Costa Mesa rental units, which is what the proposed rental registry would do. The proposal to implement a citywide rental registry is an expensive burden shift from the city of Costa Mesa directly to property owners with no end in sight. And once again, thank you for all you do to assist renters. We genuinely feel that. The proposed duplication of the programs is not needed, and we respectfully urge the council to take no further action on this implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. My name is Emmeline. I grew up in the city of Costa Mesa for approximately 19 years. I grew up here seeing the beautiful city. I had a whole speech prepared. I'm not going to read it because I think it's really funny that me at my young age, I'm showing such respect in here when I've heard people laugh, talk about city council members. When this matters to me, I live here. My family lives here. I haven't heard people say, oh, we're gonna raise renters' prices. You're gonna do that regardless whether this is in place or not. Why does it matter now that this is going into place? Why is the concern now that this is why we're raising renters' rent? I've heard a million things in my life, but not being able to have a home is one I've heard constantly. And for this rental registry to have this information be transparent, be available for anyone, is it really such a crime? Is it really such a crime that I want to know what's going on in my city? That I really want to know how many houses are available? I'm looking at homes to rent. I'm going to have to move cities. My family lives here. My sister is asking if she can move in with me. That's not fair on her. It's not fair on me, right? That's rent. But never once have I heard any of you ask, what's my position here? What's the renter's position? It's about you. You're paying this and your renters are gonna have to too. You're being disrespectful to everyone in this city. The majority are renters. The majority pay high rents. You're gonna push that amount of money regardless whether this goes through or not. The eviction notice, you guys didn't want that. You said it was a violation of privacy. Honestly, my privacy is already out there. I've had countless people, my tenants, I don't have tenants. I don't have the privilege of owning a property. And that's a privilege everyone who is gonna go up here and say they're gonna vote against this has. I don't know whether I'm gonna afford rent next month or not. And none of you have asked why. You're blaming it on this, you're blaming it on that, but not on yourselves. You're asking, oh, we're gonna have more housing. The reason why rent is so high is because we have consistent new buildings. I remember when rent was 1,000, there was 0 new projects. I don't see you guys questioning that. I see you guys questioning this, which is a transparency in our data.
Hi, I'm still Chip Allsweet and still with the Apartment Association. I would like to echo some of the other statements, thanking Nate for all the hard work that he puts in. I know how hard he works. He's always available to us, and we sincerely appreciate the work that he puts in. I do, however, want to make a couple of clarifications with regards to the lawsuit in Santa Ana. There was no injunction filed when we went through the lawsuit, so there was no stoppage of work that happened with regard to the rent registry. They were still able to go through, they were still implemented the process, went through, actually had to revise it several times because they didn't account for mobile home parks when they built the registry, which costs extra money for them to go back and revise it. And the reason that the city council put it on the agenda or on the ballot for the voters to support was because they didn't want a future council making any changes to it, which now also puts it in a situation where there are problems, and there are many, as even the staff report identified that there were challenges with even just the registry, but there's lots of other issues there as well. It can't be changed without going back to the voters. What they did do is create a registry that is extremely expensive for the city. They have lost affordable housing funds because they've had to raid that fund. They've had to come out of general fund to pay for it. And realistically, if we're not going to focus on the individual renters themselves or the individual units, then that data is already available. You could do it identified, somebody mentioned Zillow and Redfin. Somebody in the conversation mentioned apartments.com. That's powered by CoStar, which has all of the information you can imagine about those units. If the interest is getting data, it's available. Just go get it. We certainly appreciate where the city is trying to go with this. We understand what you're trying to do, but what we don't want is for this to be a slow march towards rent control. We just recently put together a study with other groups to identify what the impact has been in Santa Ana and comparing it to neighboring cities, including Costa Mesa. We'll be releasing that soon, but effectively, Rents have gone up higher there. The properties are staying on the market longer. Repairs have gone down. And the costs associated with everything related to this has gone up for the owners and the tenants alike. We want to avoid those problems here in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would like to reiterate that, or say that and remind everyone that we're not the city of Santa Ana. We're the city of Costa Mesa, and we can make decisions, council can make decisions unique to Costa Mesa. And I love my city, the West Side neighborhoods and renters that reside in them. These are working families, hardworking people. I've watched families on Shalimar, Center Street, Wallace Avenue, and others navigate and live through substandard living conditions without proper avenue to hold landlords accountable. It's not cool. We have landlords in the city operating properties with code violations, broken plumbing, inadequate heating, deteriorating conditions, mold, without any systematic mechanism to hold them accountable. And these properties don't appear in any database. Their owners are not required to identify themselves. Tenants file complaints, if any, in isolation. Nothing connects the dots, nothing changes. A rental registry can change that. And when landlords are required to register their properties, the city gains something it currently doesn't have, which is a clear line of sight. You can track conditions, you can enforce compliance, you can see eviction patterns. You can reach property owners directly when state and local law is being violated, because you'll finally know who they are. Santa Ana, a city of comparable size, charges $100 a unit per year. Landlords can legally pass half of that, $50, on to tenants spread across 12 months. That's $4 a month per tenant. That's coffee. That's not a burden. That's not expensive. Further, a registry creates transparency about who owns what. Many large landlords and property management companies operate through LLCs specifically to obscure beneficial ownership and limited liability. A registry pierces that veil, at least at the property level, and that loss of anonymity has real consequences for how they operate. A rental registry is not rent control. It is not a step toward rent control. It is a data collection tool, and data is neutral. What the city does with that data is a separate policy conversation that this council gets to have on its own timeline and with full deliberation. Approving a registry tonight does not commit the city to anything except knowing what is happening within its own borders. This council can approve a rental registry tonight and explicitly commit on the record that it is being adopted for informational and compliance purposes only, with no presumption of rent stabilization or price regulation. Build the firewall into the motion itself, but do not let fear of a future policy conversation prevent the city from having the information it needs to govern responsibility today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. In lieu of giving you guys more greetings, I just wanted to speak really quickly to the renter community. I want to apologize on behalf of some property owners. I always tell people real estate owners are some of the least articulate people on the planet. And sometimes when they say these things will be passed on to you, it's because of the environment that creates. If you want a real model for success for affordable housing, look at the city of Austin. Rents have dropped over 22%. And they have the opposite of what we're looking at here. But what I really wanted to talk about is I am currently a member of FIPAC, and about a year ago, council asked us to review all the capital improvement projects because we had a pretty big budget hole and we were trying to fill them. My dad always said, when you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. There has never once been a rental registry program that has been revenue neutral, and even in this proposal, we have a $13,350 outreach program. The Moon Park capital improvement project has a $50,000 capital or outreach budget. I think we're going to need more for Nate and his team to actually be successful. We're going to blow through that $213,000 budget. That's money that could go to rental assistance. That's money that could go to parks. That's money that could go to actual critical infrastructure that has clear things that our city really, really needs. And again, if we really want affordable housing, which, believe it or not, some of us really do, look at models like Austin. look at places like that where they go the opposite direction of rent control, they go the opposite direction of rental registries, and you see housing prices come down. And again, I want to apologize again to the renter community. You should never feel less than. You are our neighbors, you are our friends, we love you. We are all a community. As we've said before, 60% of you guys are renters. Our team, our family, our friends are renters. This is not a us versus them. No one should be trying to other anyone else. We love you guys and we're a community. Let's try to work together. Thank you.
Good evening again. Brooke Gray, Food Not Bombs organizer, District 1, Councilmember Bewley's district constituent. I'm here tonight to strongly urge you to establish the Renter Solutions Network and Rental Registry. There's been a lot of comments from Bewley and some other commenters that I personally find a bit inflammatory, referring to it over and over as an added burden instead of a community-focused initiative to help put people over profits in our community. I personally find distasteful. Referring to Santa Ana as the armpit of Orange County when it's a vibrant cultural vortex of our county also makes me question why we're making these statements looking at the demographics. So just some things to consider. The reality is it's not a burden. It's the opposite. It's essential infrastructure, tools that replace expensive reactive crisis management with efficient proactive data. In the long run, this will save us money and it will help protect our community members and help serve the huge population of renters here, 60%. So I urge you to consider supporting community and supporting people, the people that live here, that pay taxes here, and want to stay here. So thank you for your consideration.
Mayor Stevens, council members, David Cordero, Apartment Association, Orange County. So a rent registry is often presented as a transparency tool, but in practice, it creates a significant privacy and liability risk for both renters and the housing providers. The registry compiles sensitive information, rent levels, occupancy, tenancy patterns, into a centralized system that becomes vulnerable to misuse, data breach, or other type of outside access. Even with safeguards, the existence of databases create exposures that does not presently exist in the city of Costa Mesa. The minute a rent registry does exist, the city is now liable for protecting the data that is being collected. Additionally, we've talked about the administrative costs that are involved. We've seen the potential growth of staffing and the financial demands that is going to take in order to keep a registry program in place, whether it's modest or full scale. And I think that's a big consideration that the city does need to make. If the concern of the council is protecting residents, we should not be creating systems that track them, risks exposing them, and ultimately increases the cost of living for them, because as has been identified, these types of fees often do get passed on in some amount to the tenants, which increases the cost of housing. A little while ago, we talked about this being a 60% renter city. I do find, and while we're not talking about rent control tonight, it is worth pointing out that there have been 3 statewide efforts to expand rent control, all 3 of which were defeated statewide by about a 2-to-1 margin. Looking at the most recent election for Prop 33, which sought to, again, expand the local rent control opportunity, looking here in the city of Costa Mesa, it failed by a 56 to 36%, given change, margin. Looking district by district, District 1 failed. It was 63 no, 64% almost no, 28.8% yes. District 2, 50.5 to 41.7 yes. District 3, 57.4 to 34.5. In District 5, District 4, it did increase and actually did pass 50.9 to 43.3. District 5, 54.7 no, 37.2% yes, and in District 6, 61.7% no, and 29.3% yes. Rent control is not popular in Costa Mesa. I know we're not talking about that tonight, but it's just important to keep in mind, especially when we've talked about rent registries often are the first step toward moving toward rent control. So with these in mind, and again, with the data risks that are involved and the fact that there's liability for now personal information that can be tracked and used by outside purposes that are not necessarily.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here tonight to ask this council to consider Palo Alto, a city about half the size of Costa Mesa and with a much higher median income. Palo Alto just completed year 1 of their rental registry. I would recommend reviewing their March 10th Policy and Services Committee meeting and related attachments, such as their summary report, if you have not done so already. One such data point was that most renters there hadn't lived in their homes for longer than 3 years, which dramatically differs from Costa Mesa, where many residents have lived in their apartments for decades. Once the city of Palo Alto had that data, the city staff made 2 recommendations to their council: to continue not to include small property owners, 2 units or less, on their rental registry, and to not draft or implement a rent stabilization or rent control ordinance. So a rental registry does not inevitably lead to rent control. It can be a win-win-win for the tenants, the landlords, and the city. There is no need for so much fear. Irvine has a de facto rental registry since there are less than 50 small property owners outside of the Irvine company, which owns a majority of the rental units in the city. So the city staff in Irvine intentionally contacts the smaller property owners whenever there are rental assistance opportunities or other housing resource changes, working off an internal list. Again, there are other options beyond rent control. I want to speak from personal experience as a longtime renter in this city in District 5. I currently do not have access to the owner of my apartment. So when the property management is slow or doesn't respond fully with electrical or plumbing issues, all of my neighbors have no recourse. For the first time in nearly 9 years, we had 2 renters move out of my small complex at the beginning of the month due to some of these conditions and stagnant wages. Rather than moving out or code enforcement, those are our only 2 viable options currently. We don't want to bring attention on our landlords or leave our community. Having an awareness of who actually owns our building and in a transparent way is vital. There is a fair return petition available for landlords in Santa Ana and a rental registry pass-through. I echo what Eric shared earlier. I love the idea of a network for renter solutions. We know that preventing individuals and families from losing their homes is a far more cost-effective and compassionate way than allowing them to spend even one day functionally experiencing homelessness. Since compassion is a core city value of Costa Mesa, I respectfully request a rental registry like Palo Alto's. A city's budget reflects its values, and it is the hope of the over 60% of the renters in the city that they will be prioritized over profits. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, excuse me, hi. I'm probably not your typical landlord here. I have been, there's a property we have on Anaheim Avenue has been in the family since 1964. I took over management in 1995. We're a mom and pop business. There's a house and a duplex. The only thing that concerns me is my duplex because the house is not uncovered under your program. I have my tenants. They've been there 16, 11, and the new one has only been there 7 years. I go to them, and like the lady that spoke previously, I go to them and I say, hey, what needs fixing? And I fix it. I am involved in them. I see, though, as what's coming with this as one more legal hoop for me to jump through. This year it's, oh, you've got to reply, or you have to supply a refrigerator and keep it repaired, and if it breaks, you have this amount of time to do it. I'm just a little landlord, and there's just a lot of stuff pressing on us. We raise our rents, but we're always slightly under. We raise our rents. We take care of our tenants. I see this as, you know, the money that I'm going to have to spend is keeping me away from meeting my tenants' needs. Since I took over the managing it, I've put in all new floors, all new windows, new roof, and everything else imaginable. I just don't waste my money. They get what they pay for. You say now that you're not going to monitor rent increases or have unit inspections. The question bothers me, though. When might that come? And also, one more thing. You talked about placing my units, information about my units on your website when they become empty. I really don't like that. I'd like to do it myself. I feel like it's an invasion of my privacy to have that put there. And I have a really good technique anyway. I ask my tenant, who would you like to have for their next neighbor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, alcalde y todos miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Víctor Valladares.
Hold on one second. So we need to get you at 5 minutes. And Victor, would you be possibly willing to speak in English because we're going so late? I'm just asking as a favor, but it's your choice.
Como les había dicho, más de 60% de los residentes de aquí de la ciudad de Costa Mesa pagan renta. Y concejal Chávez, usted es el único rentero. Uno de los puntos que había dicho cuando estaba con su campaña, conectar, escuchar, habla con los jóvenes, con los adultos, y me da mucho vergüenza de que votó por no pasar enmienda anteriormente para los residentes que usted representa. Otro de los comentarios, comparando a Costa Mesa con sus propaganda, teatro que hace, comparando a la ciudad de Costa Mesa como Santana, y aquí un miembro de la audiencia, comparándolo con la axila. ¿Usted está de acuerdo con ese comentario que hizo? Porque todo esto es teatro. Aquí con la Asociación de Apartamentos de California están aquí, puro teatro que están haciendo, puro teatro, sin escuchar las necesidades de la comunidad, para pasar un registro de renta para saber los datos o las causas o las razones por qué están desalojando a familias. Y como les digo, es teatro, porque nadie está hablando ni el contexto tiene que ver nada con control de renta, simplemente información para que sepamos exactamente lo que está pasando en estas unidades. Escuché unos comentarios de viviendas. ¿Necesitamos viviendas? Claro que sí, necesitamos viviendas. Más, build, más. Y sé que es una espada de doble filo. Hablan ciertas personas de aumentos de rentas que hasta inquilinos de bajos recursos le suben la renta. Sabemos porque el ingreso de los medios de área o el AMI es un sistema muy difícil para controlar, que una pareja de 2 personas tienen que tener el ingreso más de $100,000. Miembros de nuestra comunidad no tienen ese dinero para estar comprando o rentando un apartamento que están construyendo nuevos en las ciudades. La ciudad de Costa Mesa está construyendo muchas viviendas que dicen accesibles, pero accesibles para quién, no para nuestra comunidad. Acuérdense, esto no tiene que ver nada con control de renta, es puro teatro y política que están haciendo para intimidarlos a ustedes. Al último, lo que quiero decir es que por favor hagan esta decisión con su conciencia, porque muchos de los jóvenes dependen de ustedes. Gracias.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. As we've mentioned, over 60% of the residents here in Costa Mesa pay rent. And Chavez, you're the only renter here. And I remember that one of the points that you were talking about during your campaign was about connecting and listening and talking to the youth and the adults. And it feels really shameful that you voted to not pass the amendment that was supposed to help the people that you represent. And everyone who's been speaking here in Costa Mesa, it's just been like propaganda and just all a show and comparing us to Santa Ana. I mean, somebody in the audience said that Santa Ana is the armpit of Orange County. I mean, do you agree with that? And the apartment association has been here, and they're just been putting on a show talking about, we're just talking about passing a rental registry here. And we just want to know data and the reasons why people are being evicted, and they're just putting on a show. Nothing that we're talking about has to do anything with rent control. It's just information that we want to know. We want to know what's going on. And yes, we've talked about that we need housing. We know that, I know that. This is a double-edged sword because rent goes up even for low-income people, and we know that because of the AMI, the average medium income, is very difficult to control. Two people need to be making over $100K in the community just to rent or buy something. So we talk about building here in Costa Mesa, building things that are accessible, but accessible for who? Not us. So none of this has anything to do with rent control. Everything that's being talked about is just all for show, our politics to intimidate and instill fear. So I just want you to make a conscious decision because the youth are depending on you.
That's it.
Mayor, council members, my name is Angeli Andrade Vallarta. As you know, I'm your planning commissioner. But today I speak to you as a District 4 resident. District 4, which has the highest percentage of renters in our community. Over the past 8 years, I have been trying to build an affordable and stable life for my family here in Costa Mesa. During that time, my family has now moved 3 times in the West Side, each time chasing affordability and a livable housing. We no longer just need more housing. So many people have left, and whatever is built is not affordable. Renting units at median income is not affordable in our community. When our toddler started to outgrow our 1-bedroom, we moved into a 2-bedroom, and then rent jumped immediately to over $1,000 overnight, pushing us to $2,500. And over time, the condition of that unit then declined. Mold around the windows, broken security gates, and a pool that was often unusable. And the neighbors around the building experienced the same issues. But one thing that remained consistent in that unit were the rent increases every 2 years within what the law permits, without an inspection to address any needed improvements, despite, as you know, salaries not increasing anytime soon across this country. This January, our rent rose to $2,800, forcing us to move a 3rd time. We gave up basic amenities just to save a little bit of money each month. California law is clear under the implied warranty of habitability, including civil code sections. Landlords are required to maintain safe and livable housing, but too often renters are left choosing between speaking up and risking retaliation, or staying silent and living in unsafe conditions. I commend those that spoke tonight that said that they do their job, but unfortunately, many do not. This is why I support my fellow renters around the call for an eviction registry. This is not new or untested. As you heard many great examples, they have shown that when cities collect data, they can act. And when they act, they protect communities, especially those who live paycheck to paycheck despite working 1 or more full-time jobs. So I ask you, if other cities can track evictions to ensure landlords are operating with fairness and protect families, why not Costa Mesa? An eviction registry is not just about data. It would provide you with clear, accessible information to understand what is taking place in the communities you represent. It's about dignity, stability, and whether families like mine get to stay and call Costa Mesa home. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second. There's some, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Stop talking for a second. I want to make sure your mic is on. Okay, now your mic is on.
It's on?
You can go.
Testing?
You got it.
Okay, just wasn't going to get back up, but I wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, as a sidebar, I'd like to congratulate our new police chief sitting in the back of the room. A lady police chief. I think it's marvelous. It says here, city rental registry and establishment of a network for renters solutions. For me, just listening, those are a lot of beautiful words, but they don't have any substance behind them. Watching the slides, I didn't see any real benefit to the owners of property, to the tenants, to the community in general. As a military officer at one time, we used to have a saying, make work projects. We take all the rocks on this side of the street, and we put a lot of cost, and we move them over to this side of the street with no benefit. We call that a make work project. I learned that in the military. This almost reminds me of a make work project, creating a bureaucracy, a costly bureaucracy. To what end? What's the benefit? I'm back to my original statement. Why are we doing this? Are we benefiting the owners? Are we benefiting the tenants? Are we creating more affordable housing? What are we doing here? What is the purpose other than to create another bureaucracy? That's what it looked like to me sitting there. Didn't want to get back up again. And as a sidebar, Mr. Bewley, my tree is growing back, but on my yard. Thank you very much.
To speak, come on up.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I heard trees, so I just decided to come up. My name is Cristian Garcia Arcos, and I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves, and this is just something that's simple. It's implementing a basic outreach, and so we definitely deserve to have that information in front of us. As staff has mentioned, this is basic. This is something that we as a city recommend in terms of what we're prioritizing. And if it's 60% of individuals or residents are renters, then why not give that opportunity? Those who are in need will come and make the best of that information. You're not gonna get 60% of people coming out to city staff. And if you get an increase, you can prioritize that. You're not making that decision just now. So I am for rental registry, but I also wanted to point out, once you have this information, see this as an investment. We had the opportunity to talk about Canopy master plan. So this is a good opportunity to be able to reach out to individuals that you don't have information of, to get their input and also encourage them to be part of something in the decision of other categories, not just this. So it's an investment. It's not a burden. And as city staff has mentioned, I think they could take something basic. So just keep in mind that this is majority that you're contributing to. So thank you for your time.
Buenas noches a todos aquí presentes.
Hold on. 5 minutes.
Mi nombre es Marisela López, tengo 25 años viviendo en esta ciudad. Yo solamente tengo una pregunta para los propietarios y también para nosotros los renteros. Nos beneficiamos mutuamente, ¿verdad? Los propietarios de propiedades se benefician con nosotros, que nosotros somos los que ocupamos sus propiedades. Y mi pregunta es muy sencilla. ¿Por qué si los propietarios cumplen con todo lo que es requerido, respetando los derechos de los renteros, a qué le temen tanto a tener un registro? Si lo hacen todo bien, pues ¿cuál es el temor a que haya un registro? ¿Por qué no lo hacemos transparente? Así ellos tienen la oportunidad de que si tienen personas en sus propiedades indeseables, pues va a haber una transparencia diciendo esas personas no son deseables en mi comunidad y es bueno para ellos. Y nosotros también los renteros vamos a tener esa información de que por qué muchas de nuestra comunidad ha sido desalojada injustamente y vamos a tener un registro, vamos a saber por qué. Porque hasta ahorita ha habido muchas familias aquí, incluyéndome yo fui una de ellas, que tuve que salir de mi casa 30 días, pero como no sabía de mis derechos ni nada, tuve que salir con 4 niños, cambiar escuelas y todo, y es algo muy triste que no se lo deseo a nadie. Entonces, yo sí les invito a ustedes que voten por el registro, porque nos vamos a beneficiar mutuamente. Ellos se van a beneficiar y nosotros también nos vamos a beneficiar. Es cuanto. Gracias.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Marisela Lopez. I have been living in this city for 25 years, and I just have a quick question for landlords and for renters. We mutually benefit off of each other, right? Landlords benefit from us, we occupy your properties. So I just have a simple question for you all. If you comply with all of the requirements for your renters and you're doing everything right and by the book, why are you so scared of having a registry? If you're doing everything right, what's the fear in having transparency? If you have undesirable people in your property, you have that transparency to say that and know that. And that's good for you all, and it's good for us as well. As renters, this gives us the information, too, of why so many people in our community are being unjustly evicted or with no cause. The registry would just let us know why. There's been a lot of families, including myself, where we were told we had 30 days to leave and be out, and I didn't know anything about my rights, so I had to leave with 4 kids and had to switch schools and all of that, and it's really sad, and I really don't wish that on anybody. So just vote yes for it. It would be mutually beneficial for all of us. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comments. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make a motion?
No, that's a mistake.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion to receive and file. Seconded by Bewley. Okay, so. Okay, you can do that after I back up my motion. So thank you for all the comments. I really appreciate it. Thank you for so many people that wrote in. I just don't think this is a good idea for several reasons. I think it creates an undue administration burden on the landlord, undue costs on the landlord, which will be passed on to the tenant, resulting in increased rent. And it will create a burden on staff to administer the program. The costs to set the program up are too much. We have a tight budget. The cost to continue to administer the program on an annual basis are also high. I'm very concerned with the numbers I've heard of 1.9 million in Concord and 2.5 million in Santa Ana to administer the program. If we don't hire staff to administer this, we'd have to divert the staff to other duty, from other important duties. I'm concerned that an increase in cost to landlords and developers would suppress development, which we need to reduce rent by increasing supply. I'm concerned that landlords and developers will perceive the rental registry as a step toward rent control. I don't support rent control. I think that that'll also suppress development, reduce supply, and not be favorable to the development of housing. As to the network for rental solutions, I think that does have some promise. However, there's just not sufficient information in the current staff report. There's only half a page of a longer staff report that's primarily directed toward the rental registry. I did appreciate the comments of Mr. Robbins. I'm open to exploring a network for rental solutions in a more complete and comprehensive report, but I just don't think we have it here, and therefore I'm not prepared to vote on this item based on the information before me. Councilmember Bewley, do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, just briefly, because you covered much of what I wanted to say, but I just underscore, too, not only does this type of ordinance or contemplating something like this suppress development, there's another aspect to housing, and especially rental housing. We want to attract builders, developers to come here and build more housing. That's the new development. But you also want the mom and pops to acquire and purchase those other units that are starting to get a little run down. And when those turn over, you bring in new investment, new people looking to take a risk. And this type of ordinance or moving in this direction and telegraphing that we're moving towards rent control, it discourages new money, new investment, new renovation, not just new building, but on our pre-existing stock. And I've heard a lot of members, and I do want to comment, was much appreciative of the two sides here debating tonight. We've been in this chamber, I've been in this chambers, and we've seen very polarizing issues come in here. And I've seen the community kind of get a little boisterous and do some name calling. And I want to commend the community. Both sides got to say their piece tonight, and we were civil. And I'm proud of my city, the way we conducted ourselves this evening. But yes, I think we need to send the right message to the business community and to the investment community that Costa Mesa is a good place to come and invest, and we respect people who are willing to come here and invest. And just to underscore a lot of things that were said tonight, oftentimes policies are implemented under these elegant solutions to a policy. And the issue we're talking about here is affordability and affordability for renters. And if you're not attracting construction, you're not attracting renovation and upgrades, you're not increasing the stock. And if you're not increasing the stock, you're not going to drive down, make it affordable. And I heard a commentary tonight about Austin. There's other cities around the United States that don't have all these elegant solutions to affordability. And they kind of let the market work. And more stock, prices go down, and it tends to work. So there's the recommendation tonight is provide direction. I think the receive and file is the appropriate steps for us to take tonight.
Councilmember Mar, you have the floor.
Yeah, I will just remind council that the intent of this is to provide direction. And so we're not voting on an ordinance. My preference would be to come back with more detailed costs about both what a rent registry would entail. I think you want to get some quotes from a couple of software companies, and then also some more detail about what a network for renter solutions would include. How many meetings, how many nonprofits, right? That this is supposed to be bringing this forward so that we can direct staff to move forward with something, not unilaterally rule out the concept because of a boogeyman of rent control that has never been proposed by this council, that has never been talked about on the dais. I mean, it's like saying that trying to think of an analogy, right? Like the thermostat is what caused your fever, right? Like we're not talking about rent control. It's been a boogeyman as part of this conversation. Collecting data that impacts 60% of our residents is something we should care about. And I say that as somebody who has been a landlord in this city, as somebody who owns an Airbnb and has gone through the process of having to get that permitted. This isn't $20 a year. This is not outrageous. There's a list of cities: San Pablo, Monterey, Palo Alto, Olympia, Washington, Tacoma, Washington, Kalamazoo, Louisville Metro, Worcester, Massachusetts. This is not me going out on a limb. This is a fairly sensible method by which we can get a hold of what is happening for 60% of the people who live in this community. This is a council that has traditionally been pro-housing. This is a council that came out strong on homelessness. I think it's something that every single person in this dais, with the exception of the two noobs, have referred to regularly as something that they are very proud of. And we spend almost $6 million a year on homelessness. I mean, if we're gonna go by per capita cost, like this seems like a pretty straightforward thing to do. I guess I'm just confused about like where this council has taken a sharp right turn. Because this is not what we have talked about. This is not what we have stood for in the past. And this is not the direction that we have given staff in the past about all the things that we care about. The California Apartment Association did not elect me. The residents of District 3 did. And this is coming from them. I don't know if I have a second. That was an emotion.
Well, that was
So I'll make a motion if that
the
wasn't.
motion, but you don't have a second yet.
Yeah. Well, can you give it like 12 seconds?
Well, I can, but
I mean, we waited longer for you earlier, but.
No, I know, but you normally.
I seconded.
You seconded
The
it.
buttons were not working.
Do you have anything further to say?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Do you have anything to say with the second?
No, I appreciate that. I guess what I would ask of council, sometimes with the very rigid structures of motion and submotion, it's difficult to sort of come to a creative solution that, oftentimes can move, can address different people's concerns. And so I would like to open up a conversation. I certainly support the motion Councilmember Marr made. I've heard the comments from other on the dais about not wanting to move forward, at least on the rental registry. I will emphasize what she said in terms of how we got here, right? There was never a conversation about rent control. I do think that that's been raised as a red herring, as an excuse to say do nothing. Why we got here, because we started asking the question, what do we know about the ongoing experiences of the 60% of our residents, 50% of whom are rent burdened? And I remember asking you, Mr. Robbins, you remember several times over the last several years, what do we know? And you said, the data's really hard. Like, we don't know much, right? We know anecdotal feedback, that's it. And so we talked about, like, how do we get smarter about this? Last week, we saw our facilities master plan. This council said, we've been doing investments in capital projects in an ad hoc basis. Like, how do we know better what investments we need to make to be more planful as a city? We did a facilities master plan so we can be smarter as a council and be smarter for future councils in terms of decision making. On parks, our Parks Commission asks, like, how do we be a little bit more structured and thoughtful and planful about how we invest in our parks? So we initiated a parks assessment. Now we have a lot more information about the conditions of our parks. I see this as a very similar pattern. We know from all of our housing element work that I think we're all very proud of, we know that 60% of our residents rent, 50% of them are rent burdened, and it's a significant, significant challenge affecting people's lives daily, our residents. What do we know about the conditions they're facing? Not much, right? So this effort came from wanting to be smarter as a council about our residents who are facing challenges that affect every part of their life. That's it. I just want us to be smarter, right? And so any suggestion I'm making here is for the goal of being smarter. If council is open to anything, I'd love to hear that. I hate to see any of these ideas die on a vine because we're afraid of policies other cities have made. But to choose to be blind to more information, structured information, real data about the experience of 60% of our residents, it just feels irresponsible. We talk about, telegraphing to the business community. What are we telegraphing to those residents? $6 million or so on homelessness, and we're talking about $250,000 one-time investment here? I mean, come on. So at least, council, I would hope we would be willing to use a tried and true method, which is our network for solutions. We've done that on homelessness. I think smashing success, I forget the adjective you used. We're all very proud of that work. Yes, we are trying to invest and create the conditions, and we'll get to that around midnight tonight, right, for like more construction of new housing. I think we're very proud of that work. We're working on homelessness. We're working on opportunities to build new housing. Right now, we have 60% of our residents who are in the in-between struggling, and we don't know much about it. We're just trying to learn. So at least let's establish a network. It's a fancy way for saying getting people together, talking about challenges, figuring out how to get smarter as a city for issues that are really, really important to our residents. This council has taken ad hoc actions. We care, right? We say we care. We know it's difficult to take bigger actions because we don't have a lot of information to make those smart decisions. So like, let's not refuse to get more information. Let's figure out a step forward to get more information. Yeah, and then the cost thing, I mean, compared to what we spend on other stuff, the network for renter solutions is a small amount, right? It's some staff time. Well, we can start small. Budget reflects values. Somebody said that. I mean, yeah, if we choose to not invest as a council, if we choose to not invest in taking steps forward to to prioritize action, to say we're going to prioritize staff time on solutions affecting our renter community. We know those challenges exist. I think if every landlord was like the woman who spoke over here who said, I talk to my residents every day, like this wouldn't be an issue. We know that there are real challenges. So to do nothing would, I think, really just be heartbreaking and signal, well, it would certainly signal something. So I don't know, those are my comments. I'm inviting other council members to say, yeah, I'm open to that, or here's a solution I'm willing to move forward with. And I'm hoping it's not, I want to do nothing.
Okay.
I have a point of
Yes,
order.
you have the floor.
What's the motion?
Yeah, do you understand the motion, Madam Clerk? The substitute motion?
I'm happy to restate it.
Yeah, why don't you if you could just restate just the motion.
Yeah, I would request that staff come back with further details about cost and staff time associated with both the network for renter solutions and creating a registry.
Okay.
John, can I say, oh, sorry.
Oh, let's say right now, the Mayor Pro Tem has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you, Councilor Pettis. I've said this when we voted on this, when I was chairing the meeting, that I was not comfortable with a rental registry. And I mentioned that in my vote that passed 4-2, that I was open to amending the TPO, but I was not really comfortable looking at a rental registry. And now we're in a situation where the TPO has not been passed by a 3-4 vote, and now we're looking at a rental registry that I'm not comfortable with. I am comfortable with exploring a network for renter solutions, but I do want to make it clear, because a couple people mentioned my name a couple times, why I do not support a rental registry. Like I mentioned in the last item, I do have very, very strong concerns with privacy. I have seen Medi-Cal. I have seen a lot of government lists and agencies be used by a federal administration to target people for immigration actions. I am in no way interested in creating any sort of list in this environment. 2, I talk a lot about my district, my residents. I am in the most dense district in Costa Mesa. It's not surprising me that rent control eked out a victory, 50.9% to 43.3% in my district, because it's majority renter. And I'm gonna tell you guys a secret that I don't say often. Not every unit in my district is legally conforming to the land it's zoned on. I have walked in my district, and what should be a parcel that should have only 4 units happens to have 6. I do not in any way want to create a list that looks at apartments and goes, oh, wait, there's 2 units that shouldn't be in this lot. What happens then? I mentioned that concern to folks that talked to me, and I never got a real response on how to remedy that. When it comes to renter solutions, I'm open to that conversation because we've seen that model work before. I am not really interested in adding more city employees, mainly for the point that was made by Mr. Robinson's, which is when we did have that model before. My apologies. If I got it wrong, I apologize. We've seen that model happen before in Costa Mesa. We would hire employees for a certain reason, and then along the way, they'd be repurposed for something else. That to me doesn't seem very truthful in the motion, nature, spirit of the motion. So to answer Reynolds' point and question, I am very open to looking at a network of renter solutions, but I'm not looking at supporting a rent registry. Like I said many times before, to anyone that's talked to me, and the dais publicly, we made the motion last time to bring these two items forward.
Okay. Councilmember Pettis.
Real brief. Councilmember Mar, you know I respect you a great deal, and I respect what you have to say, but I do feel that you invoked the new members' names and referenced the hard right turn. I think this council has been doing what it wants to do for the last 8 years, and there's for people to come in and attempt to be good stewards of the taxpayer money and offer some other ideas about things that ways that we can make sure we're spending the money that the taxpayers provide us isn't a hard right turn, and offering ideas that are more along the lines of, you know, letting the market work and actually supporting private business and supporting private property rights is not a hard right turn at all. I think that what we're trying to do here by all these already onerous regulations put forward by the state and adding stuff on top of it, increasing cost, it's just going to increase the rents for these folks anyway. It's as simple as that. So I don't think that's a hard right turn at all. I think caring about how we spend our money and getting back on track and being fiscally responsible is pretty middle of the road.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to modify my substitute motion to be exclusive to a network for renter solutions. I'd like staff to come back and help us understand what the cadence of meetings would be, what the community partners would be, and what the staff time commitment would be.
Second.
Okay. And so you're including.
That's my motion.
That's it? But what about the rental registry?
It's not part of my motion.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm willing to support that. And as long as there's no rental registry and we come back and we have a better understanding of what that is. Okay. So let's call for the question on the substitute motion. You understand the substitute motion, Madam Clerk? Okay. Okay, no rental registry, come back with more information about a network for rental solutions. Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Pettis and Bewley voting no.
Okay, let's do a break. We're on number 3, public hearing 3 and 4, and then we just have the 2 new business items. Oh, sorry, we're back on the record. Madam Clerk, we're at public hearing item number 3. Would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is adoption of a resolution to amend the 6th cycle housing element of the City of Costa Mesa's general plan in conjunction with the housing element sites rezoning, and finding the project exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. Presentation by Ms. Halligan, Senior Planner.
Halligan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. Tonight, we're presenting proposed targeted amendments to the housing element sites inventory. First, we'll go over a brief background. The housing element is one of 7 state-mandated chapters of the city's general plan, and Neighborhoods Where We All Belong is the city's name for the effort to implement 23 housing element programs and address many housing issues. The city was preparing to rezone housing element sites using an additive overlay. Then in October 2025, the Court of Appeals issued the new commune DTLA versus City of Redondo Beach opinion that changed the way jurisdictions can meet their regional housing needs allocations. Instead of a very flexible overlay, the overlay would need to require new development on housing element sites to include at least 50% residential use. 3 property owners quickly notified the city and requested to have their properties removed from the site's inventory. They cited long-term uses, leases, and other issues that conflict with the 50% minimum residential. The proposed amendment would remove 17 sites. At the same time, 2 property owners proposed to add their sites. They are also Measure K sites, so we are proposing to add them to the housing element sites inventory tonight. These changes equate to a net loss of 15 housing element sites and a capacity of approximately 5,400 units. So this removes the city's buffer and also impacts our lower income capacity. The changes to the site's inventory will trigger what's known as a no net loss analysis. Per state law, the city will have 180 days to demonstrate adequate capacity to meet our RHNA at specific income levels. Okay, so the city is proposing a very targeted amendment to the site's inventory. This is just Appendix B at this time to remove text references to those 17 properties and their capacities and add text references to the 2 new properties. Captions and footnotes about updating tables and figures would be proposed. There would be wholesale updates to the housing element, including the capacity analysis and sites following the completion of an analysis and that 180-day period. So the next steps are to conduct a detailed analysis to identify other Measure K sites that could be added to the housing element and help us meet our RHNA and also have some buffer. There would be outreach to property owners as well as the community. We would craft detailed text, table, and figure updates and submit the draft for HCD review. And then the housing element could be adopted. With that, the Planning Commission recommends that City Council find the project is consistent with the City Council adopted resolution number 2022-67, certifying the mitigated neg declaration and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program statutorily, and that the project is also exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080-085A, also known as SB 131, and adopt a resolution to amend the City of Costa Mesa 6-cycle housing element of the city's general plan to add 2 housing element opportunity sites and remove 17 housing opportunity sites as listed on the following page. So that concludes staff's presentation. We're available to answer your questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions, council? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember
Yeah,
Reynolds.
apologies if I missed this. This no net loss analysis, so we have 180 days, 6 months or so. What are solutions? My understanding from the numbers is that we are going to sort of drop below capacity for the lower income thresholds. So what are the solutions that you're thinking of? 180 days sounds like a long time, but I know it'll be here before we before we know it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. So we are already beginning the process of looking at our existing sites and seeing, what other opportunities there could be in Measure K sites. We're working with a consultant on our Neighborhoods Where We All Belong effort. And so they've begun going through GIS and using different criteria that HCD uses to help them find potential sites. We're also looking at approved projects that had some affordable housing components to it and getting credit for those units as well. As part of our APR reporting, we also collected data on ADUs, so there's some opportunities there. Additionally, we are fielding calls from property owners who are interested in joining. So we've had some really exciting conversations.
So these are new property owners who may be interested in adding their properties beyond the two here, adding their properties to the housing element.
That is correct. We're getting a lot of calls from other Measure K property owners they've heard about it, they've heard about the incentives and the densities, and they want to know more.
Okay, and based on what you are aware of in terms of the analysis you've done and these additional calls, what's your confidence level that we'll be able to meet the lost capacity?
Well, that's our ultimate goal. I mean, that's what we're going to do.
Okay, that was a confident head nod as well from Anna.
Yeah, we'll definitely be able to meet the capacity. We have enough Measure K sites that can make up the difference in the loss that we have. We also had an extremely large buffer, so we're going to increase the amount but keep more of a conservative buffer this time, like 10 to 15% instead of like nearly 50%.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so let's open it up to the public.
Mayor Stevens, honorable members of the council, Justin McCusker with CJ Segerstrom and Sons. I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments I've made at past planning commissions and just say this is one of those, you do this long enough and you find a problem that doesn't have the person who created it. The city here has been a phenomenal partner with us. This issue is not risen because of the city, it's because of the Redondo matter, it's because of the state. And we appreciate that you continue to partner with us to remove these sites from the housing element. And we look forward to partnering with you in the future on great projects here in Costa Mesa. We appreciate, Segerstrom family appreciates the city of Costa Mesa as a partner, has and into the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lynch, and I'm a land use attorney at Anduril Industries here in Costa Mesa. The city has been an incredible partner with Anduril as we have evolved from a small startup to one of the most consequential defense tech companies in the world. And we've been so happy to do that here in Costa Mesa. In furtherance of our somewhat astronomical growth, Anduril is the long-term lessee of 3333 Susan Street, the property also known as the Hive. In the housing element resolution that's before you tonight, the Hive remains listed on the site's inventory. This is despite the fact that the property owner requested in writing to staff that it be removed, just like the Segerstrom properties. Should the council adopt the housing element resolution and the mood as they are presented to you in the original agenda packet, Anduril would be precluded from proposing any new development on its site that does not include residential. Anduril is very much not in the business of building housing. We're in the business of creating jobs. And given this, Anduril submitted a letter to the city this morning requesting a continuance of this hearing as well as the next one. This afternoon, staff has worked very hard on a compromise that would allow the city to still take action today. That compromise would be to expressly exempt the Hive site from the mood. We're grateful to the city manager, the Economic Development and Services Director, and the city attorney for working this through with us. We agree with staff's view that if the council incorporates staff's proposed exemption to the mood, which I believe you will hear about with the next public hearing item, Anduril would be able to move forward with a non-residential project should it choose to do so, while the city goes through its 180-day housing element amendment process. But to be clear, as the city goes through that process, we maintain that the hive must be removed from the site's inventory before the housing element is finalized later this year. We look forward to working closely with staff, the Planning Commission, and the council to ensure that our site is also removed from the site's inventory. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening again. Yeah, I support delaying this. Here we have Andrew coming in and you know, in the last few days saying, take us off this list. And that is because property owners are unaware that their property is, you know, part of a rezoning effort. How many, you know, the Women's Center, the Women's Club, they had no idea that this was happening until they got notice. You know, I brought this up to staff a few months back about the noticing that was issued 3 years ago on the housing element, and they said, no, that's sufficient. How many people have recently purchased property, recently rented property, as Andrew has, only to find out through the grapevine that they're subject to this rezoning and they're going to be restricted if they are a housing element site. So this needs to be delayed until everyone can weigh in on how they feel about their property. You can't put Andrew on the list tonight because you haven't noticed it. It would be a Brown Act violation. So give everybody else some time on this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on?
Yes, Kathy, please.
Kathy, you have the floor.
Hello, Mayor. This is Kathy Esfahani with the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. I didn't intend to speak on this item, but hearing from Andrew, and I just cannot help but express my sense that it would be really fair to require them to do any future development as residential, because the Hive was going to provide a significant amount of housing, rental housing that Costa Mesa needs. And, I think about 10% of it was going to be affordable housing. And so when Andrew came in and took the property because they're the big guys on the block and they've got a lot of money, we lost all that housing. And so there's nothing we can do about that. But there's some justice, I think, some rough justice in saying, no, they don't get to remove themselves from the housing element inventory list. Let them use the property as they've, they have the lease now to do their military work there. But I'd love to see I'd love to see the property eventually become housing, because that is what Costa Mesa needs. Thank you.
Anybody else on Zoom?
Patty, please.
Patty, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm a newly elected board member of the Costa Mesa Women's Club located at 610 West 18th Street. And we are requesting to have our clubhouse removed from the list of rezoning. First of all, the club itself is 90 years old. The building that the club owns is 75 years old, making it eligible for a historic landmark. Just a little information about this little treasure. We have over 200 members, and the club serves the community in many different and amazing ways through outreach. The parking lot allows for small children to wait safely for their school buses. Meals and clothing are supplied during various drives throughout the year. There is no other club quite like Costa Mesa Women's Club. It is definitely a one-of-a-kind and provides a place for women and men to gather for community and celebration. We would like to carry on the tradition of these gatherings to continue our support of our local community. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, close public comment. Before I call for a motion or make a motion, I have a question for Director Ty. So there's been a request. I mean, we've got this issue with Andrew that's been raised recently, and then there's been a request by their lawyer to continue the matter. I'm told that the Andrew issue will be addressed more fully in public hearing item number 4, okay? However, would there be any downside to moving this or continuing these 2 items so that we could, be a little bit more like transparent and clear about what we're doing pertaining to the Andrew site, and then get feedback from maybe other similarly situated property owners that either want to go in or out of the housing element?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for that question. And I think what might be helpful is maybe a recount of some of the prior steps that staff had taken to provide notification to the housing element site owners and some of the timing on when we received the requests. And before I turn this over to...
Hold on one second. But before we do that, because that's not what I'm asking for, okay? So I just want to be very clear. So we have the issue with Andrew.
Sure.
Okay? So what would be the downside to the city of Costa Mesa to continue this? And then address the Andrew issue like in the staff report, as opposed to the way it's being done now, which is a supplemental memo that's created the day of the hearing, which seems just a little bit funky to me from a transparency perspective.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I can address the timing aspect of this. The timing for the this general plan amendment application, as well as the following public hearing item, is tied to the city's efforts to move toward completing the rezoning effort for the housing element certification. As the mayor and city council are aware, the city has been in long continued talks over the last couple months with California Housing and Community Development on the urgency of completing that rezoning. And this timeline is one that we've discussed and are trying to deliver on. And so it's moving together for that reason. The removal of the sites from the housing element using the general plan amendment is purposefully preceding the rezoning items so that there's no internal consistency between the housing element sites and the zoning that implements the mixed-use overlay that applies to the housing element sites. So that timing is tied to a greater effort of the city to complete that rezoning in order to submit the housing element for certification.
Got it. Let me ask it in a different way.
Okay.
What would be the adverse consequences to the city of Costa Mesa, if any, if these 2 items were heard on April 21st instead of tonight?
If I could, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt, but it's not just a question of continuing this. These recommendations have to go through the Planning Commission, and they have to have public hearing notice. This property was not included in the public hearing notice and was not included in the request that went through the Planning Commission because we didn't get the request until after the Planning Commission had already acted. So we would have to send this back to Planning Commission, renotice it all, and then have it come back through them and back to you. And that puts us behind schedule well over a month. Is this one of the 20-day notices?
So you're saying, what I hear you saying in response to the question is, it can't really come back on April 21st because we don't have enough time to run it through the Planning Commission. Okay, so
That's correct. But
so then, if I could, I mean, is there? It's like, okay, we got these 2 items. They're kind of companion items. I'm told we're going to address the Andrew issue in some satisfactory way in the next item. Is there anything that we need to do with respect to public hearing item number 3 to so that we can address the Andrew issue in the next item?
No, there would be no changes to the Planning Commission's recommendation for public hearing number 3. We can handle that through public hearing number 4.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody want to make a motion?
Can I ask a
Yes,
question
of course.
first?
Of course.
I just want to be cognizant of Andrew's counsel, and maybe I'm oversensitive as an attorney myself, and I don't want to step on city attorneys, and I'm appreciative that you guys have had some discussions, but I'm always a little concerned that if we move forward with something like this, maybe another lawsuit akin to DTLA pops up, and because we take this action tonight, Andrew's down here in good faith. I mean, if they're comfortable, if we don't continue this, that they're not going to get their nose a little further under the tent. It's going to be a little more difficult to extricate yourself later. I just want to be certain that, and I think that's where Mayor Stevens was going, is it absolutely paramount that we push this through tonight, and then we have another potentially impacted landowner, the Women's Club. I mean, it just seems, I appreciate, and I guess it also comes back to these elegant solutions where we're ramming ahead to satisfy the housing element and all the state's mandates, and there's these laws of unintended consequences. I just don't want to make bigger messes for some of our community partners who I think they deserve that we give them the best possible opportunity to act on their behalf. They're members of our community as well.
You know, real quick, I want to echo what Mike was saying, that I think about Andrew as thousands of jobs in a high-end defense tech company. We need to make sure they're protected versus worrying about delaying it an extra month. We've already been delayed years. I'm interested in protecting the interest of our major companies in the city.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but we also.
It doesn't seem to bother you that much.
Well, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
It's
Go
been
ahead.
a long day. We also understand the importance of Andrew to the community, which is why the city manager and I and Ms. Ty got on the phone with them last night at about just before 9 o'clock and spent quite a bit of time talking with them, came up with a solution, worked through the language, and submitted it to them today. And we understood that they supported it and were no longer requesting a continuance. So if that's not correct, that would be good to know. But we understood we had solved their problem. We have excluded their property in the code amendment that you will be considering in public hearing number 4.
Okay.
So, Robert's Rule Order, we need a motion to make discussion and comments. So I'm moving to approve staff recommendation, and would like a second for discussion.
Sure. I'll second.
I'm just going to be very blunt, and I appreciate everyone's trying to be very nuanced, and I respect it. It's 11:11, make a wish. But just answer the question bluntly. We can address the problem at item 4.
Yes.
Okay. Because it's late, directness is appreciated, because I think what we have now is Councilmember Bewley and Mr. Pettis had concerns, and they were raising them. But if we can give certainty to answers, I recommend that we do that. So knowing that we can address the concerns by Andrew, the next item, I would like us to approve this item so we can go on to the more business and make sure they get off of the list they don't want to be on.
Okay. I'm fine with that. And then, does anybody have any further comments on that motion? Well, I know, but the public hearing is closed, so I don't know what to do. We're not supposed to reopen the well, I mean, look at motion. Does anybody object to reopening the public hearing? No. Okay. Let's reopen the public hearing.
Thank you so much. What I want to say is that our preference would be to be taken off the housing sites inventory as soon as possible, but we want to be cognizant of the pressures that the city is under. We are putting a lot of faith in the council in moving this action forward before public hearing number 4. And I do hope that the council seriously considers approving the mood with our red line exemption within it. I also I have to reiterate the reason that we did not request to be removed earlier is that we are not the landowner and we were not notified. Our landowner was also not notified before the deadline to submit the request. Staff was notifying the prior landowner, the prior property owner. So neither Anderl nor the property owner, the Hive, were made aware of this problem at all until after it was too late to let the Planning Commission know that we would like in writing to be removed. So we were really put in an impossible situation.
Thank you. And if I will, just to be friendly, and
Hold on one second, because we opened up the public comment, so now they have the opportunity to speak.
Yes, I'm Tim Paone. I'm counsel for Segerstrom. Just to be clear on our reaction to this, as we've stated many times, we're here because of unintended consequences of decisions that were made a long time ago. So all of a sudden, we're here again tonight. Any delay for us creates the possibility, once again, of unintended consequences. We don't know where it would lead if you continued this, postponed it in any way. It's not my position. I'm going to state my thought, but I recognize easy for us to say. But I do not believe that Anderl would be prejudiced from coming forward and presenting their position and going through a similar process, moving forward. It's not that much different than what would happen with a continuance. And so from our perspective, we are pretty not comfortable, quite frankly, with once again continuing things and not knowing what's going to happen moving forward. So, thank you.
Okay. What is the solution for Anderl? Anybody else want to speak? Close public comment? What is the solution?
The solution for Anderl is that now we have received their request, as we explained to them when we spoke last evening and then again today. If there is a project that they want to bring forward, we would simultaneously bring a general plan amendment to make this change in the housing element at that time. If they aren't prepared to move forward with the project right now, we expect to do this within the next general plan amendment, which we anticipate will be significantly prior to them submitting a proposal for their project.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
call for the question, please.
Sounds good. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, good. Okay, let's do the next one. Please read the title to public hearing number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is by introduction and first reading of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 2 and Article 3, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Article 11, Chapter 5, Article 1, Chapter 6, Article 8, Chapter 9, Article 15, Chapter 9, Article 18. What's going on? I don't know. Sorry about it. Is someone, Okay. Okay, but let me finish reading this. In Chapter 16 of Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to rezone 6-cycle housing element sites and implement housing element programs to comply with state law and make related revisions to the zoning code. Also, a resolution to amend the North Costa Mesa specific plan for consistency with the housing element sites rezoning, and discussion of a resolution for the future consideration of adoption of fees associated with new processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, staff, you're the floor to make the presentation.
We're struggling to load the presentation. We might need to run upstairs and grab it.
Well, you know what? We have the packet. Why don't you just read? Do you have your packet?
It doesn't include the updated fix that
And
for
the
the
public
Andrel.
doesn't have a comment on the packet.
What's that?
The public doesn't have a comment.
Right. But I mean, okay, spend the time to get what you need. Let's take a break. You have yours? Okay. Okay. Andrea had hers. Okay. All right, we're back on the record. We fixed our technical difficulties. Let's proceed.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. I'm joined by Anna McGill, Advanced Planning Manager, and Kathy Ting-Sayas from DUDIC. We are presenting code amendments to rezone housing element opportunity sites, implement housing element programs, and an amendment to the North Costa Mesa specific plan for consistency, and also discussing a draft fee. I'm going to provide just a little background. Neighborhoods Where We All Belong is the city's name for a variety of actions to implement housing element programs, as well as implementing Measure K, which allows the city to rezone Measure K sites to create new development opportunities without a citywide vote. In August 2025, HCD clarified that Costa Mesa's housing element only meets statutory requirements if the rezoning of housing element sites is completed in a timely manner. They've urged the city to expedite the rezoning. So since then, we've identified a new California Environmental Quality Act exemption known as SB 131. Now that the housing element rezoning is exempt from CEQA, Neighborhoods Where We All Belong has two pathways. Path 1 is tonight's rezoning of housing element sites, a North Costa Mesa specific plan amendment for consistency, and other zoning code amendments to encourage and facilitate housing. Path 2 is the rezoning of non-housing element Measure K sites, which will take place on the original project schedule, including some additional outreach, studying some other opportunities, and some other zoning code amendments, as well as an environmental impact report. With that context, the draft amendments to the zoning map being considered tonight are for housing element sites only. This is an example of, in Path 1, that only the housing element sites which are outlined in red would be rezoned to the Mixed Use Overlay District, or MOOD. On these sites, the MOOD must function as base zoning due to a Court of Appeals opinion specific to housing element sites. On housing element sites, new development would have at least 50% residential at a minimum density of 20 units per acre. The maximum density is per the housing element. Since it's hard to read the map at this scale, this is just an example of how the sites are distributed throughout the city. You'll see the small little dots on the MOOD properties. In the legend, it includes the MOOD, the urban plans, and specific plans. So just note that the urban plans have not been sunsetted at this time, but that will occur on the Path 2 original project schedule. Here we've zoomed in on the map just to demonstrate that the MOOD appears as a dotted pattern on housing element sites. And just so you know, the city is developing a dynamic online mapping tool that will allow the public to see where and what developments proposed, including zoning, general plan, land use, housing element sites, Measure K, and so on. So our next topic is the draft zoning code amendments. These amendments are intended to implement housing element programs, align our code with state law, and remove barriers to housing development. Staff prepared the drafts in coordination with HCD. Some key changes include updating definitions to meet state law, streamlining planning application processing by adding streamlined development review and removing master plans for projects using the MOOD, changing the name administrative adjustment to major amendment, updates to the land use matrix to add employee housing, supportive housing, transitional housing, and low barrier navigation centers, and establishing a new section of the MOOD that is specific to housing element sites only. Additional draft amendments reduce residential parking requirements per state law and guidance from HCD, update motel conversion termination of tenancy standards, clarify how to determine if a request for an accommodation poses an undue burden, and how to assess a threat to health and safety, as well as revising emergency shelter regulations to comply with state law. There would also be text updates to replace major amendment with major modification elsewhere, and remove a 500-foot parking requirement for group homes, reduce group home noticing, and remove the public hearing from some group home permitting procedures. There would also be an amendment to Title IX, which is for licenses and business regulations, that's necessary for consistency with amendments to Title 13. We've also prepared limited amendments to the North Costa Mesa specific plan. So this is a targeted amendment to the specific plan because there are some sites within the housing element site inventory. This is a really basic edit, just to simply add the mood standards like base zoning, consistent with other housing element sites, only where needed within that specific plan. So for new development, the minimum of 50% residential use at a minimum density of 20 units per acre would apply, unless the specific plan allows additional density and heights and things of that manner. Again, this is only for those specific plan sites that are also within the housing element sites inventory. Some maps and tables would also be updated within the specific plan for consistency. Next, we're looking at draft housing element development review fees just to receive some initial input tonight. The draft housing development review fees would allow the city to recover the cost of reviewing new housing development applications. The very draft fees are being provided tonight for public awareness and for notification. An item is expected to be brought to the City Council on April 7th. As proposed, the fee to review housing projects with 5 to 29 units would be $8,400. For projects with 30 to 49 units, it would be $21,000. And the draft fee for projects of 50 or more units would be $30,000, and there'd be like a time and materials deposit. So here are some of our next steps. Our second round of Neighborhoods Where We All Belong community visioning is underway. We recently completed 3 public workshops. We are now entering the 180-day period to open and amend the housing element. We will be continuing the draft EIR process on the original project schedule. We are also revising potential regulations for non-housing element Measure K sites. We are also working on draft objective design standards and other zoning code amendments and general plan amendments to implement additional housing element programs. So for the recommendation, the Planning Commission recommendations remain the same as what were published in the agenda report. However, the staff recommendations being provided to you tonight reflect the supplemental memo that was provided to the City Council and City Manager. So I'd like to hand this off to my colleague, Anna McGill.
Thank you, Michelle. So this is the fix. It keeps the planning recommendation the same, and it adds additional language. Michelle, could you forward one slide for me, please? To remove the sites that you had removed from the general plan amendment in the prior item from the mood, explicitly give an exclusion or exception to them, and exclude 333 Susan Street, which is owned by Drawbridge Realty and where Andrel is a long-term leaseholder. Then it also amends the zoning code map to remove these properties plus the 3333 Susan site and remove them as housing element sites in the North Costa Mesa specific plan. So could you move forward one more, please? And again. Okay, so sorry, so back to the last slide. If you want to move this recommendation forward, instead of saying all of this text, a simple way to say it is to move the planning recommendations and include the staff proposed revisions that are on the slide tonight, or that were provided in the memo. The only change from your memo is that the maps are now ready to go, so you don't need to direct staff to go back and change them.
Thank you. Anything further from staff?
I'll just state that to summarize what the motion could read would be something to the effect of motion to move the Planning Commission's recommendations along with staff's recommendations regarding the additions from the supplemental memo, inserting the exception language, and adopting the revised zoning map and figures for the North Costa Mesa specific plan. And that addresses our new issue with that property.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Yes, Councilmember Bewley.
First off, this has kind of been fly-spec to some degree in front of the Planning Commission. Fair statement? I mean, this was before the Planning Commission, before you guys brought it here to us. I don't know if that was directed at anybody, if it wants to take that. And I tend to rely heavily on some of our other commissioners in this. But I'm looking at slide, I thought it was 10. I don't see a number on here. What will be rezoned? It's here in the front. Do you guys not have numbers on these pages? 2, 3, I think it's 5. Here it is. Right here. Okay. Where we say, you know, use 50% residential at a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. Maximum densities per the adopted housing elements. What are some of those maximum densities that we'd find in the housing element?
Thank you, Member Bewley. So in our housing element, they range from 40 units an acre up to 90 units an acre, depending on the location.
All right. And is it a fair statement some of these density issues are being driven by the 11,000 plus number that we're being mandated to find space for here in the city?
That is correct. We had to show adequate capacity to HCD to meet all of those affordability targets.
Okay. Those are my
They were approved by the city council in 2022. Sorry to interject.
Yeah, and approved at that time after the housing element and the SAG guys came in and said, your number's 11,000 and change. And, or else, right? And I think we're gonna hear in our next items tonight, the certification and moving this thing forward is impacting a lot of our funding opportunities and a lot of things that Sacramento is withholding from us until we move this thing forward. Is that a fair statement? Anyone want to take that one?
Yes, having a certified housing element opens up a lot of grant opportunities and opportunities for affordable housing developers to get tax credit financing.
Yeah, so opportunities, or we'll give you money if you guys go ahead and find a place to build your 11,000 units here in this city. Just different way to phrase it, I think. Okay, well, those are all my questions.
Any other questions? Councilmember Reynolds?
Is there anyone else who has questions? I need to find the section I have my questions on, if anyone else wants to go ahead of me.
I'll try.
If not, I'll just try.
Take your time.
Okay, well, maybe I'll ask staff to point me to it. So, open space. There was a recommendation at the Planning Commission on open space that I thought was really creative, and I wanted to explore that. And I'm gonna try to do it verbally, but it'd be nice to have a visual. I don't know if we have it. So my understanding is this, what the right language is, zoning, I guess. We distinguish 3 different types of open space: private open space, common open space for residents, and then publicly accessible open space. And there's specific requirements that you have to meet for each of those, right? And the recommendation, which I thought was really creative and smart, was why not allow, like, instead of forcing all 3, why not allow private space to be sort of substituted with common space or publicly accessible space? Why not allow common space to be substituted for publicly accessible space? Does that make sense? And who should I be looking at here?
Yeah, I can take this question.
Yeah,
I can take this
question. So I think it makes a lot of sense, right? One of the in the last few housing projects that have come before us, one of the things we're always asking is, we're forcing developers to provide a certain amount of parking and all of these other rules they have to meet. Common space and any, then we know there's a deficit in publicly accessible open space, just gets shrunk and shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. So there's really no meaningful common space. So I really like this suggestion. I wanted to hear your thoughts on why we want to force a little bit of each instead of allowing some flexibility to.
Yeah. Thank you,
to
Councilmember
shared
Reynolds.
space. Thank you. I
Yeah.
think you understand the question.
Yeah, you're right. There is a distinct objective standard for both private and common open space. The reason we decided to do that is because the housing element sites need to be reviewed on a very strict criteria objective basis. But we did hear in the mood workshops, the second round, that folks wanted to see some more flexibility with that. And we were already brainstorming some ways that we could include that for the Measure K sites as part of what would be coming back to you before the end of the year. We also considered this on the FDC specific plan, so that was posted last night. And so you'll see that flexibility. That'll give you a good indication of what we're planning to do as part of the longer Measure K sites. If you want, and the council supports it, we can, at the time when we come back and before November, we can make that amendment to housing element sites as well.
Why, if it's something that we're hearing positive community feedback on, it's flexibility for people we're asking to come build housing. It's supporting common space, which we say we want more of. Why, is there any reason not to suggest that change for this zoning code tonight?
Oh, you could if you want to. It was really just more down to timing. We published these amendments on January 16th to allow for ample review time for the public, and we had the workshops in early March, so that's when we started to get that feedback.
Okay. But you agree it adds flexibility and there's not really a detriment? Okay. And it's something that you'll be recommending for future iterations?
Yes, because that's what we heard as part of the public comments.
Okay. And I don't know if council wants to understand more. It's hard to describe it verbally, what that recommendation is, but okay. There was also discussion on setbacks and let's see, I think the recommendation is to remove, again, adding flexibility for potential project developers. This would be creating, more opportunity for housing, more flexibility. So eliminating a minimum setback for the front or side, which I think is consistent with our pedestrian master plan. And then, again, in the interest of open space, allowing maximum setbacks to be exceeded if it's creating more publicly accessible open space. Do you recall that recommendation and discussion? Do you have any sort of feedback on why that's a good idea or a bad idea?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. So the setbacks that you see in the mood are clear and objective so that we can review housing element sites with a clear list of criteria. We want to allow flexibility in the objective design standards. So the setbacks, the requirements is what you're going to see in the mood. What you're going to see in the objective design standards is some of those options, like what could be in open space, like outdoor seating and dining, bench space, planting, open space, that kind of thing. So that will be addressed as part of objective design standards.
Which is not part of tonight? And how you, I don't see clear and objective and flexibility as in conflict. So saying, setting a minimum and a max, but also saying it can be exceeded if, as long as that's objective.
Yeah, correct.
It's not in conflict, right? Okay.
Council member, I think you had a question about whether or not you had a comment about whether or not the minimum setback should be reduced. Is that my understanding correctly?
Yeah, that was one of the discussions. Yep.
So
I think it's in our pedestrian master plan to minimize front and side setbacks. Yep.
So while we recognize that smaller front setbacks is a good thing to sort of incentivize and encourage pedestrian-friendly, ground floor uses. In this case, we were recommending a little bit more for a couple of reasons. One is because of the street conditions that exist currently today in Costa Mesa. So for example, along Harbor, many lanes of traffic, lots of car activity. And when you put a building so close to that activity, it's just not comfortable for someone walking. It's not comfortable for the ground floor use. And so to allow for space for both comfort of people walking, but also to allow the possibility in the future for the city or the property owner to improve the public right-of-way, so the sidewalk, street trees, landscaping, those sorts of amenities that you would see along the street. A 10-foot width would allow for that, plus the activity on the ground floor. So the 10 feet, that 10 feet is where that's coming from. In addition, we've added a maximum 20-foot setback, so meaning disallowing a building to not go further than 20 feet. And that's, again, to keep the street frontage, the building frontage, as close as possible to the street while still allowing for that ground floor activity. There is a footnote, though, that says that that maximum setback can be broken or can be, wouldn't apply for things like open space at the ground floor. So there is that objectivity in the standards today. But in terms of the design portion, what happens in that open space, the look and feel of that ground floor, that'll be addressed in the objective design standards.
Okay. So I'm just thinking about like high seas, for example. That's a 0 setback on Harbor Boulevard. It's not uncomfortable to walk in front of, but you're describing that you would discourage that type of construction.
We heard from some folks that some of the newer housing projects that have been developed in Costa Mesa feel overbearing, feel too close to the street. And given the sidewalk width conditions of some of the streets in Costa Mesa, I think we would agree. Like sometimes it's 6 feet, sometimes it's 8 feet. I think along Harbor, it's anywhere from, it's at least 8 to 10 feet. So an additional setback would allow the opportunity for sidewalk amenities. Again, street trees where there are no street trees, landscaping parkways where there are no landscaping parkways. A bit of a buffer to provide that comfort and separation from people walking or people using the ground floor versus what's happening on the street in terms of cars and traffic.
I think I see what you're saying. So to get to the ideal of the 8-foot or 10-foot wide sidewalk, you would want to have that setback to create that space.
Correct.
As opposed to, okay.
Correct. As opposed to a 0 lot condition where your building is right on the sidewalk and all you have left over is maybe 8 feet with no street tree or no landscape parkway.
Got it. I'll do a little Google Earth searching during public comment, but I'm thinking of a scenario similar. You said there's a footnote on the maximum setback to, allow exceeding that if under certain conditions. It sounds like then it would be an option to have a footnote on the minimum setback if certain conditions were met, as long as it's objective, right? Like if there already is an 8 or 10-foot sidewalk, maybe in that case you could, what's the opposite of exceed? Not meet the minimum setback.
Councilmember Reynolds, I'm so sorry, I know we're sitting so far apart. I did want to point out that since this project is focused on encouraging housing, our expectation is that a lot of developments will be using tools such as the California Density Bonus Law, in which they're able to request waivers or relief from certain development standards. And this might be an opportunity where some developers choose to pursue having a smaller setback. But one of the ways that we developed these standards was based on feedback from the first round of public outreach, in which we heard from a lot of folks, especially around Harbor and on the west side as well, that they felt like they needed a little bit more of a buffer from those high speeds as well as more shade trees. So I think what we've developed here is pretty flexible to allow some interesting opportunities. But we had not considered that 0 setback, but I do suppose if somebody came in with a highly affordable housing project, they would be able to request a waiver.
Okay, so that's one option around that. Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the public.
Sorry, actually did have...
Oh, sorry, you had questions? I'm sorry.
No, it's just really quick. Just help me understand the timing of objective design standards. I apologize if you said this earlier and I missed it, but how do I reconcile that some of the development standards in here are so specific, but we also say that there's forthcoming objective design standards. Are we anticipating that those overrule some of these? I'm struggling to get my head around that.
So one way I'd like to think about the difference between development standards and design standards is that development standards establish the capacity or the quantity of development, whether minimum or maximum. So how many units, how tall, how much parking, development. Whereas the design standards go beyond that to address look and feel, aesthetics, and also function of the development. So again, development is probably your typical, your traditional, really where zoning originated from in terms of the allowed capacity or quantity of development. Whereas design standards drill down even deeper to that. So it could be as detailed as paint colors, or the program of how, or how spaces are programmed, for example. But two different sets of standards, although we're trying to be objective on both sides.
So wouldn't we want to leave our development standards slightly more open-ended then? Setbacks, parking, heights of buildings. I mean, are we going for maximum flexibility and then scoping down in design standards?
The Housing Accountability Act requires us to be objective. So we just don't have as much flexibility with flexibility, for lack of a better term, anymore.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's sort of like proving my point then, right? Like, don't we want to say, like, minimum parking standards is our development standard, right? And then in our design standard saying, okay, if it's this kind of building with this amount of mixed use, then we require X amount of parking, and not being restrictive at the beginning?
Well, this is why state density bonus law is actually a great tool for us, because we actually allow for that flexibility, and in return, they have to give us affordable housing. So if we built in that flexibility, there would be no, there would be no reason to ask for a waiver and propose the 5 or 10%, low, very low that we're currently getting. So maybe one way to think about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, public.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Martinez, speaking just on behalf of myself. I wanted to just mention there's been some talk about, developer flexibility and allowing more housing in the city. So as Councilmember Reynolds has alluded to, I have made some proposals that will allow the development of housing to be easier and better for our pedestrian and walkability. The first one I want to bring up is the first one that comes up in the mood, and it's in our minimum parking requirements. Now, state law already preempts the imposing of minimum parking requirements through AB 2097 and subsequent legislation. In the map that I don't know if you guys are also able to look at right now, but most of the sites are already not included under minimum parking requirements through state law. The only ones that we will have the minimum parking requirements, we'll be able to enforce them at, is the ones in the very northeast of Costa Mesa, the ones in the very northwest of Costa Mesa, and a few of the ones along Harbor Boulevard next to OCC. Those are the only sites where our minimum parking requirements as proposed will apply. I propose just removing the minimum parking requirement entirely from our code. Each parking stall will add an additional tens of thousands of dollars in construction costs, and that will just further add to the rent costs for future tenants. If it's an underground stall, it'll be twice, triple what I just said. Saving costs for building housing means possibly we'll be able to build more of it, and we'll be able to save some money. I agree on setbacks. We should reduce our setbacks. I think going down to maybe 5 feet still allows there to be trees on both sides, working with the developer on density bonus law concessions, and allowing open space in the front of the building just makes sense to me. And on the open space standards, basically what I'm proposing is there's 3 types of open space that we require. There's private open space, which will be like a balcony, common open space for people in the development, and publicly accessible open space for all of us. For private open space, for the private open space requirement, allow that to be satisfied by common and public, and for common open space, allow that to be satisfied by public open space. Essentially, that allows for more public space, progressively more public space, and a developer can choose, actually, I don't want to put a balcony on Harbor Boulevard. I just don't want to do it. Instead, I'm going to put in this nice plaza in front of my development. So I hope that you consider those changes and amend the mood and then support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, wait. I got to get your mic. There you go.
Thank you. Jennifer Lynch with Andrew Industries again. I just wanted to reiterate a few points that I made earlier, which is that, Drawbridge, in good faith, put in writing a request to be removed as soon as it possibly could. We, in good faith, Andrew Industries, communicated with staff on Friday when we saw the agenda packet. We communicated at length last night, late into the night, and multiple times today. And we agreed to forego our request for a continuance with the understanding that staff's proposed fix by amending the mood would allow Andrew to move forward with a non-residential project expeditiously in the near term. And on that ground, we agreed to this, and on that ground, I asked the council to amend the mood before they adopt it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we make a motion to go through the midnight hour?
Oh, yeah, we can do that now, sure. Do you want to make that motion? I'll second it. And then, is there any objection? Then, if there's a majority, then we don't go, okay, so there's no objection, so we're going to move forward. That's on the record, right? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
Yes, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening again. So I gleaned from the conversation that I've heard and staff talking about it, that there's some sort of a memo that was given to the city council about this. That's obviously some sort of substantive change to the item. It wasn't included with the agenda report. So, and I haven't seen it. But, of course, who cares about the Brown Act, right? If you're going to give preferential treatment to a property owner without offering the same thing to other property owners who may want this same treatment, I can just see yourself into trouble here. But, who cares about that too? The HCD is not going to see these changes for several months. And then the HCD will possibly say, no, we don't like what you did, and turn around and you're going to have to make changes and it's going to come back to you again. It would have been better to run all of this by HCD before it came to this level. But, it's, I guess, and it's ironic because here you are rushing this through to HCD when we couldn't file our housing element on time back in 2021, I guess it was 22. And that's what got us on this problem. We're stuck because we don't have a compliant housing element because you didn't file it on time. So, am I surprised at all of this? I guess not, but it would be nice to see something like that memorandum, because, geez, here we are violating the Brown Act once again. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Richard, please.
Richard, you have the floor.
Good evening. I'm just amazed watching this last minute memorandum stuff come before us. It's deja vu all over again for a lot of items that have come before the city for the last few years. What's going to prevent other property owners who don't want to be, who find out about this in the next month or so, who don't want to be on the housing element opportunity list, just simply writing a letter to HCD and say, we're not a viable opportunity site because we don't want to do this. And then the HCD is going to look at it and go, well, that's not a viable site. This property owner is not agreeing to it. That's the hammer hanging over your head all around the city and all the various sites that have been designated in this spot zoning on steroids operation that we're seeing here. Then we have all the issues that we've been complaining about for months now is what's going to happen with requirements for parks? What's going to happen with requirements for traffic? Circulation element issues. It's just amazing the way this is going. And, we're losing funding already because of noncompliance with the HCD. It's not just future problems on getting grants. We're actually losing money as we speak for various projects. Mr. Bewley was corrected asking about it, and it's already happening. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Richard. Close public comment. Motion by Councilmember Reynolds. Let's hear your motion.
Okay, you ready, Brenda? Okay. Sorry, going through a lot of different papers here. Move staff recommendation with the following amendments. Actually, I guess we don't need this one because of the footnote. Okay, with two amendments. On the open space standards, allow private open space to be substituted with common residential open space or publicly accessible open space, and allow usable common residential open space to be provided as publicly accessible open space. So that's one amendment to add that flexibility. And then second, eliminate the off-street parking requirements for housing element sites.
So I second it. Are you going to also include staff's additional memo that will help Andrew not be?
Oh, apology. Yeah, let me add the amendment to, is it correct to just say remove Andrew from the site?
No, it's a revision to the language of the MUOD that will identify the sites that have been removed are not subject to the ordinance.
That.
Second.
Let me just read. I have, see if we can get the, in this included. I'm just going to read it as this is the Andrew condition. Staff recommendation, which you have, along with the additions from the supplemental memo, inserting the exception language and adopting the revised zoning maps and maps for the North Costa Mesa specific plan. That would address the Andrew issue. Can we have that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Sorry, what is the supplemental memo in the agenda packet?
The supplemental memo was issued this morning and it was posted to the website.
Okay, I feel weird about a motion that addresses something that was added this afternoon, but if the city attorney says it's okay.
I'm comfortable that the notice was out there. It's a minor modification. It reflects mostly what we had already accomplished in item number 3.
And we're not violating the Brown Act?
No, ma'am.
And it's also consistent with the Planning Commission recommendation.
Well, a memo that we got 2 hours ago or posted 2 hours ago is, I guess it's been 10 hours at this point, but like is not, we can't say that that is consistent with the Planning Commission recommendation, can we?
Yes, and I'll have Director Tai explain exactly why.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, City Manager Gallardo-Daly, sorry. Yes, and I can quickly go over the background. The supplemental memo pertained to the request from Drawbridge Realty and Andrel regarding the applicability of the mixed-use overlay district. The Planning Commission rendered the recommendation on the mixed-use overlay district on February 9th. And during that public hearing, the staff had not yet coordinated the timing in a way where the general plan amendment request to remove properties could precede the public hearing for the rezoning, as it is doing tonight. And so when this went to Planning Commission, zoning was leading the general plan amendments. And so one of the proposed solutions that actually I will give credit to the Segerstrom company that came up with this was, in the case that the general plan amendment timing continued, couldn't proceed, there could be an exception written into the mixed-use overlay district that would allow for certain properties to not have to be subject to that mixed-use overlay district. So the Planning Commission included that exception language in their recommendation on February 9th. Subsequently, on February 23rd, staff presented the general plan amendment to remove and add certain properties to the housing element. And so now fast forward to this council meeting where we have now coordinated the timing, where the general plan amendment item leads and it precedes the rezoning. And so we didn't need this exception language initially when this agenda packet was published. So subsequent to that, receiving the concerns from Drawbridge Realty and Andrel, that recommended language reintroduced itself as a solution to the imminent problem.
Okay, so we were always gonna, that's really helpful. So we were always gonna have to adopt maps tonight, separate and apart from the general plan amendment and the updated mixed use overlay. We're just happening to adopt a map that does not include a property that was on there a day ago.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So I think we've got a motion and a second, and
Mr. Mayor, may I read the title of the ordinance because it's actually not in the report? And the clerk would want me to do that since we're reading it and waiving further reading. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 2 and Article 3, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Article 11, Chapter 5, Article 1, Chapter 6, Article 8, Chapter 9, Article 15, Chapter 9, Article 18, Chapter 9, Article 3, Chapter 12, Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 of Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to rezone 6 cycle 2021-2029 housing element sites and implement housing element programs to comply with state law and make related revisions to the zoning code.
okay.
Mr.
right.
Mayor,
Yeah.
staff requests feedback on the fees
Oh,
to bring back.
I think what do you want to say in the motion? You want to say something in the motion about the fees? Councilmember Reynolds?
I would take input on that.
I think they look fine. They
Not
look fine
focused
to
on
me.
that part of the staff report. Can we discuss verified feedback?
You can address that by a separate motion once this main motion.
Yeah, let's get the
do that.
main. Let's
do
get the
that.
main motion done. Okay, you got to. Do you wish to be heard on the motion?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think we call this housing night, right? And one thing that we heard almost universally in this room was we want to encourage housing development in Costa Mesa that will bring prices down, create more variety in the type of housing. We want to encourage affordable housing. So I'm in support of the broader project, of course. The changes, I think, bring more opportunities for flexibility, affordability, and consistency across the housing element sites.
Anything from the second?
I think it helps us move along with the housing element. It gives folks the flexibility to build projects that fit in their bottom line and for the community. And I'm really happy to support this motion.
Any other comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Bewley.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm going to support the motion because I'm not into making protest votes. But I did want to explain my vote. I'm thinking that analogy, how do you wind up with a camel? You ask a bureaucracy to try to design a horse. And we hear that the goal here is statewide, and now it's being visited upon us here in the city. We want to encourage, facilitate housing development. And then we got this litany of, you have to develop 11,000. And then we have this other litany, and they have to be low income, medium low income, and we micromanage it. And then you get all these city governments that push back, and you get communities that push back. And we've got a housing element number of 11,000 for our city. And here we are years and years later, and it's done nothing to move actual groundbreaking and building forward. And we're going to get this housing element passed, and there's going to be more resistance. And if the goal here is to get development started and to get ground broke and houses built and the inventory and the stock up, which will miraculously drive prices lower, then what Sacramento should be doing is don't tell us we got to do 11,000 and find a way we cram them into our city. Say 5,000. And City of Costa Mesa, figure out where you want to do that reasonable development. Disperse it around your city the way your city wants it done. And I'm willing to bet you we'll have more housing getting started faster. But that's not what Sacramento wants us to do. They want us to do this. And if we don't do it, they're going to hold up funding for this project. And they're not going to allow Jamboree to go out and get their funding for that project. Because you know what, Costa Mesa, you didn't check all the boxes and you haven't moved this thing forward. And it's unfortunate that we're left with this Hobson's choice that either ram through what Sacramento wants, that the community doesn't want, or you don't get all the funding and the other things that you need. But because you have to live in the sandbox that you're playing in, we need funding from Sacramento. I'm willing to go forward with this housing element charade that we're pushing forward. But it's this elegant solution to a problem that is not solving the affordability issue. And that's all I have to say.
All right. I just have a couple things. I'm really thankful to staff for getting on this issue with Andrew yesterday. Also, thank you to Andrew for bringing it to our attention and being collaborative, number one. Number two, I had to look up that saying. It's a camel is a horse designed by committee, right? I think that's pretty good. Thank you, Councilmember Bewley. I'm going to use that again. And finally, I do agree with Councilmember Bewley and a lot of the stuff he said. And all I'll say about that is nobody ever slept in a housing element, right? They sleep in buildings, which I support the motion. Let's get it done. And let's talk about buildings that people can sleep in. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good job. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'll move to accept the staff recommendation for fees, recognizing they're going to bring them back on April 7th.
That's good. I agree. I'll second. Any comments on the fee issue? Okay. Do we? No objections, so we're good. We don't need to call for the question. 7-0. Okay, let's move on to the next two items. New business item number, let's see, 4.
Is this the mouse? Okay, sorry.
We've announced that we're skipping 3, right?
What's that?
Have we announced that we're
Yeah, we
skipping
did that
3?
at the very beginning.
Okay.
This is approve a total funding commitment of $1.5 million of home investment partnership funds to Jamboree Housing Corporation for the development of the Costa Mesa Senior Project and to American Family Housing for Avon River Apartments located at 1400 Bristol Avenue in Costa Mesa. Presentation by Ms. Tai, Economic and Development Services Director.
Ms. Tai, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is a very important item, but I will try to keep it brief for the purposes of the hour. So the city is the recipient of 2 different types of funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. You've heard of CDBG, which is the Community Development Block Grant Program, but there's a second one called Home Investment Partnerships, and the purpose of that is to fund a variety of different affordable housing projects. And in the city's adopted consolidated plan and annual action plan, there are line items on what the city plans on doing with these funds. As part of the fiscal year 25-26 action plan, we anticipated issuing a request for proposals to fund affordable housing. There currently is about $1.5 million of uncommitted home fund programs, and just as an aside, home fund programs also support things like tenant assistance to qualified applicants in the city. That's one example. But just there's a $1.5 million of uncommitted home funds, and so the city issued a request for proposal last summer, and the first review date was in October. The city received 2 proposals. The 2 proposals, I'll go through them one by one. So the first was the Jamboree Housing Corporation Costa Mesa Senior Center project, and that was approved by the City Council last spring. Jamboree has indicated to us that they need to fill a funding gap, and this is, you'll hear more about Jamboree in the next item as well, but their funding gap is over $3 million. And just to give a comparison, there has been previous city funding on Jamboree. The first is that the project site does occur on city-owned land, which is valued at $10.5 million. The piece of land is about 1.5 acres. And then the project loan, there's a project loan of $700,000 in deferred permitting and inspection fees. Currently, that project stands approved as an entitlement, and construction drawings have not yet been submitted. We understand Jamboree is putting together a funding package in order to compete for tax credit applications. Second application for the second respondent, to the RFP was American Family Housing, which is currently constructing the Avon River Apartments at 1400 Bristol. They previously received $3 million from the city of Costa Mesa. That project is under construction. It's about 2/3 of the way completed, with the anticipated completion date of later this summer. And their funding gap comes from some unintended construction items, such as a roofing and other infrastructure requirements from Mesa Water, and also, I think, public right-of-way. So the request for proposals were reviewed by a ad hoc committee convened by the Finance Department. No member of the review panel was involved in either development project, whether it was an approval or any kind of authority position, so they were all neutral. Both proposals met the minimum threshold requirement of 75 points, and because they were both passing, I'll get to the next slide, but staff is both of them are qualified, and we did include the scores just for your reference. Jamboree scored 93.3, American Family Housing scored 82, and those are both out of 100. And so what staff is recommending is, since they were both on passing scores, to split the available uncommitted funds of $1.5 million into $750,000 each. And there are some post-approval processes like environmental review and home subsidy layering review that the city would work with any award recipients on prior to the award. Now, I also will mention that the funding is structured as a loan. And then the City Council, as part of their discussion, has the discretion to change the allocation or can even decline to award. So with that, staff recommendation is to, I'll go brief, but to award $750,000 in loan funds to both Jamboree Housing Corporation as well as American Family Housing, to authorize the city manager to execute funding commitment letters, which are included in your packet, the draft is, and also to authorize revenue and expense appropriations in the appropriate amounts. That concludes my presentation, and I can answer your questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
Councilmember Bewley had his light up first.
I don't, it was close, but just
Councilmember
sticking with what's becoming
Councilmember
traditional.
Bewley, let's go.
And it's going to be short. Just I'm somewhat familiar with Jamboree's issues and steps they're taking. I'm less familiar with American Family Housing. So they've got a $2.7 million funding gap. They're under construction. Do we have any insight or input as to what they're doing other than looking to the city to fill that funding gap? And is it going to put completion of their project at risk, which we're anticipating? I think what I just heard is close to the finish line as far as in relative terms. What's their situation?
As I mentioned, thank you for that question, Councilmember Bewley. As I mentioned, their unanticipated funding gap did come from construction-related expenses. I think with any developer, they'll look to any various sources to satisfy that funding gap. I believe the representative from American Family Housing is here. I believe. I have to check. So I don't know what the other efforts are in terms of closing that funding gap, but I am told that these items were not anticipated as part of their construction.
Okay. All right, maybe I'll ask them. I'm just curious. That's all I had.
Councilmember Marr.
What are the terms of the loan?
The home funds are, they would typically be structured in I think it's 55 years. And there's a relationship to that funding versus other loans that they have that we work through the developer and disposition agreements. And they have, I don't know what the interest rate is. I think, because those are moving, we haven't worked out the promissory notes yet. But we would. I think we last looked at I think it was I think we were looking at 3%, but this was a conversation we had before we issued the RFP, but we have to finalize the paperwork. It's been a couple months since then.
City attorney's giving me a funny face, or do you have more?
The current loan for Jamboree is at 3%. We have not established an interest rate for this. It would be part of the documentation of whatever you award, but you can set that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's open it up to the public.
You didn't think you were going to see me again. Jeff Butcher, prior to being a real estate broker in Costa Mesa, for 15 years, I was an affordable housing investor. Did many affordable housing projects in California and outside of California. I lived in Costa Mesa. I always tried to bring people to come here and build affordable housing. And the reputation of Costa Mesa with the affordable housing community, the development community, is that Costa Mesa, not this city council, previous city councils, was not willing to work with affordable housing developers in a way that they could get projects done. The only way that Costa Mesa would do affordable housing is if it was faith-based, if it was a motel conversion, inclusionary zoning, or Habitat for Humanity. They were not willing to do anything working with tax credit developers, tax-exempt bond developers, or any 100% affordable projects. I'm not sure why. They just weren't willing to do it. That reputation continues today. And so what your decision is more important than just Jamboree housing and the motel conversion, of course, on Newport Boulevard. It's the future. If you guys want to get serious about meeting your arena numbers and not doing just market rate rental housing, which is really all you guys do, is you've got to start working with these developers and doing whatever they need. Jamboree Housing has spent a ton of time to put their applications together and spent a ton of money on the gamble that you guys are going to continue to work with them. If you don't approve this, this will continue to send the same message to the developers out there that are trying to do affordable housing, that Costa Mesa is not willing to back those projects. So unfortunately, you're going to have to write a check.
Thanks. Anybody on Zoom? Or anybody else want to be here? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mark, please.
Hi, Mark. You have the floor.
Good evening, Council. I think most people here know that I'm a staunch supporter of housing, and I love that we have an opportunity to have more deed-restricted affordable housing in the city. But I just wanted to express an immense frustration that, we are here because of a number of the decisions the city has made over a number of years. The city council really directed and pushed for this project at this point many, many, many years ago. And from everything I understand, the city gave Jamboree Housing a very hard time in terms of actually getting this project to this point. And now we have an unapproved housing element that has threatened the funding of this project, and the city's on the hook for it. I mean, I want this project. I think this will better the city of Costa Mesa, and I can't help but feel like we are bailing out our own terrible decisions at the cost of Costa Mesa city taxpayers, excuse me. So I'm sitting here, and I'm usually here and trying to advocate for a policy position, but frankly, I'm using my public comment to just voice some just damn frustration that when the city council makes housing and affordable housing a priority, it does not get executed. And I lay that at the decisions and choices of former city employees. But I also think that, we're here now and we have to make decisions from that. And I'm really frustrated. I'm frustrated that we could have been in a better place. We could have been in a lower interest rate environment. We could have been in a better inflationary environment. So much could have been better had the city functionally prioritized this project and just really housing production in general through the housing element as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Kathy, please.
Kathy, you have the floor.
As you know, we have a crisis in affordable housing, and seniors in our city are particularly suffering. 41% of the seniors in Costa Mesa are renters, and 62% of Costa Mesa seniors are lower income, which means they cannot afford market rate rent. So this is your chance to do something to help low-income seniors in our community. Costa Mesa should do everything they can to make this senior housing project go forward and funds so that we can get the the affordable senior housing we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Andy, please.
Andy, you have the floor.
Hello, good evening. My name is Andy. I represent American Family Housing. I was there in person earlier, but my apologies, just due to some childcare constraints, I had to rejoin via Zoom. Just to speak to the project a little bit, it's targeting deep affordability at 30% AMI, and a portion of the units will be specifically set aside for Costa Mesa residents or those who are at risk of homelessness. Another 10 units are set aside for veterans. In terms of our funding gap, we are addressing that with our partners. The County of Orange, the City of Newport Beach are also partners on the deal, as is Cal Optima. And we have found a path to closing the rest of that funding gap. So we appreciate the City of Costa Mesa helping us move this forward and getting this project complete and we're targeting completion in June of this year. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I move to approve staff recommendation.
second that?
I'm trying not to.
Oh, you want me? Okay.
Okay. So, let's see, do you have a substitute motion?
I do.
Okay, why don't you do the substitute motion? Let's hear that.
My substitute motion is to allocate 1.15 million to Jamboree and $350,000 to American Family Housing to set the interest rates for both loans at 3%.
Second. Okay. I'm comfortable with that. That's good. You have anything to say in response to it, or in support of it, rather?
Not really, no.
Yeah, me neither. Okay. On the substitute motion, does any of the other council members have anything to say? No. Okay, good. Let's call for the question on the substitute motion. Or the motion, because the other one didn't get a second.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, good. All right, so we moved through that one. Now we're going to go to a final item, which is the, it's number 5, new business item number 5. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Jamboree Housing Corporation's request for additional funds for the development of the Costa Mesa Senior Project. Presentation by Ms. Jacker, Assistant to the City Manager.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Hadassah Jaker, Assistant to the City Council. I had a PowerPoint prepared for tonight, but in consideration of the late hour, I'm going to forego that and just give a brief overview, if that's okay with you.
You're good at reading the room.
Great.
You're good at reading the room.
So before you tonight is a request from Jamboree Housing to commit additional funds in addition to those you have just committed in the previous item for the development of the Costa Mesa Senior Project. The amount of funding commitment is a total of 3.25 minus what you just committed previously for their California Tax Credit Allocation Committee application, which has a deadline of April 7th. The additional funding commitment would be in the form of a long-term loan, which the terms include, if approved, a 3% annual interest rate, a permanent term of 55 years, and the commitment expiration date of December 31st, 2028. City staff has identified some sources of funding for the remainder of the amount. Currently, in the Housing Trust Fund, there is currently $2.1 million available to be appropriated. Furthermore, One Metro West has indicated that they would be willing to provide $1 million of the $3 million in their Economic Recovery and Community Enhancement Fund prior to the date listed in their development agreement. But please note that this would require a DA amendment. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction on the amount of source and funding, if any, to provide Jamboree for the Costa Mesa Senior Project development, authorize the City Manager to execute a funding commitment letter for the amount authorized by the City Council, and authorize revenue and expense appropriations and allocate the funds approved for the project. Jamboree is also here in case you have any questions for them as well.
Great. Any questions for staff on this item?
Not for staff, but for the applicant.
Okay.
Could I just quickly make one
Yes,
one
of
correction? We have determined that there is a way of having the One Metro West contribution basically prepaid without doing an amendment to the development agreement.
Oh,
It
okay.
would require a separate agreement, though.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, hold on one second. Any other questions? No questions? We'll open public comment. You guys.
Wait,
Sorry.
I wanted to ask them questions.
Well, let's let them talk, and then it's fine if you want to ask them. Go ahead.
Okay,
Or
sure.
do you want, I don't know. I don't care. Go ahead and ask the question. Then we'll open public comment after you answer the question, because you're not on the clock when you're answering questions. Better to do it that way.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, so my understanding is there is a potential between now and close in which you might receive additional funding from the county. Things might magically cost less, although I don't understand what universe they might, but like there is an opportunity potentially for the funding that the city provides to be supplanted by other funds. Is that right? And can you explain that?
Sure. So let me just kick off by saying good morning, because in 37 years of working in this business, I haven't had the chance to say good morning,
Welcome
Mayor.
to Costa Mesa.
Mayor and City Council. Thank you for staying late to hear this. It's a really important development for us, and we also want to thank you for your continued partnership with us over the last 6+ years. But yeah, this project now is in the phase where it's going back and the funding is being redone to the point where we need more funding. And the hope is that we'll get grants. We may get hopefully other funding from the County of Orange. We're planning to go before them next week, correct? And put those layers in place. And so if there was obviously any way that we were to get funding above and beyond what we anticipate here, that it does not require the city to stay in the deal at this level, because as you know, we'll be going in for low-income housing tax credits. They look to the city's funds. We get leveraging points for that. We compete better the more funding there is. But if there was funding available, we could supplant city funding. We have in the past also, at the end of projects through construction, given money back to our city and government funders when we have savings. So we look at ourselves as a steward of public funds, and so we do everything we can to make the project the most affordable it can be and save as much money as we can for our city partners.
Are you amenable to giving Costa Mesa residents priority given how much the city has in at this point?
Yeah, so the way we can work preferences, absolutely, and we do that through the lease-up process. We can't restrict it to Costa Mesa only, but we can do a preference program where as the applications come in, residents get preference. We look also to, this is a senior property, but on our family properties, we also look for work-live preferences because it all ties together in community.
And if I could just add to that, that would be for the units that do not have vouchers on them. Half of the units have project-based vouchers, and so those units are referred to us through the coordinated entry system. We have a long history working with the County of Orange on implementing preferences through the coordinated entry system. Most recently, we've finished a 100% PBV development in the city of Huntington Beach and successfully achieved 90% Huntington Beach residents living in that, despite the fact that they are being referred through the coordinated entry system. We'll work very closely with your staff, county staff, to achieve the same thing here.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, good job. Now let's.
Julie's comments.
Oh, you got questions?
As long as we've got them up here.
Yeah.
Nice to see you folks again. I appreciated the opportunity to speak with you guys recently. But yeah, in that discussion, I expressed my concern. Is that a 55-year loan at 3%? To me, isn't really a loan. We're giving you money that comes out of our budget. And I've got to balance that against my community's concerns. I was just at my 5-pack, and we're looking at a 5-year CIP and facility improvements. And those are real parks and real things that we could be spending that money on. I think I had conveyed to you guys that I was hopeful that when we got here tonight, you'd be able to point to me to some provisions, some contractual obligations, some language that gives me a much better assurance that if you find this additional grant money, or if there's provisions already in existence in the contract that's going to accelerate the payment, because I'm just not comfortable with a hope and a prayer that if we advance this $3+ million, that we're going to realize a return on that sooner than one thread at a time until we got the whole cloth 55 years down the road.
Right. So you're correct, right? It's a 55-year payment repayment. It is a residual receipt loan at 3% interest. So over that 55 years, we'd be paying you back $10.6 million. So it is something, but I hear you. If we run into a situation where we're able to refinance. I believe the draft documents talk about how that refinance would work with repayment coming sooner to the city. So it is actually in writing.
Can you be a little more specific and tell me what the mechanism that would look like? I mean,
There, can I, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, I just kind of want to,
Yeah.
something that gives me comfortability, if that's such a word, that we get grant funding before the ground breaks, or we get grant funding 2 years after operations start, or are we talking 10 or 15 years when we're ready to go do some additional seeking grant funding? Something that makes this more definitive to me.
There was a provision that was included in the original Affordable Housing and Disposition Agreement, and I think it was at your request, that did provide for accelerated, if you will, repayment if there should be a resyndication or refunding or those types of things where additional money comes in that wasn't initially planned. So there's already an existing provision, but certainly if the council makes it a condition that we apply that to any and all additional loan funds, we certainly can do that.
Okay, that was, as you know, that was my primary concern, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, well, we have to open the public hearing. So as long as you're there, you can do 3 minutes, if you wish.
I think that the staff report covered everything, Mayor, but we are here and available for questions.
Perfect. Yes, yes.
Good morning, Mayor Stevens and members of the City Council. I don't know that I've ever said that either, so I'm in good company. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg. I'm with the housing advocacy organization, People for Housing Orange County. It is a late meeting for me. I haven't been at a meeting this late since COVID. I also don't know that I've heard this many housing items in one meeting either. Earlier in the meeting, we heard from tenants, literally tenants on the left and landlords on the right, trying to make decisions about policy that impacts people at their most vulnerable bottom line. You heard references to people making choices about taking money out of their food budget or their transportation budget. And we couldn't come to an agreement, right? There was too much to be still discussed. But this right now, this you can do. This is your project. This is your land, right? We couldn't get to a decision on that, but you can do this. This is a concrete thing that you can do that will add units to your housing stock that will be rented at below market rate for your residents, for the people that were lined up there and went home to put their kids to bed, right? For the grandmas of those kids that are gonna live right here adjacent to City Hall at your senior center down the block. You can do this. Do this. Be definitive. Do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, good morning. I respectfully request that the item be delayed. The agenda report does not provide sufficient information for either the public or the City Council to make an informed decision. First, the agenda report references action taken by the City Council on March 18, 2025. At that meeting, the City Attorney stated that revisions had been made to the documents that were not reflected in the drafts before the Council. Yet, when reviewing the resolution that formally adopted that action, those revised and critical documents are not attached. Specifically, Exhibit C is missing. As a result, neither the public nor the council can determine the final terms of the agreements that were approved. This was a complex transaction with many moving parts. If the actions proposed tonight conflict with any of those prior agreements, there's no way to know. That alone warrants postponement. Second, Staff is asking the council to commit funds to Jamboree Housing from the Economic Recovery and Community Enhancement Fund. Those funds are derived from the One Metro West development. The development agreement for that project specifies that these funds are to be paid to the city prior to the issuance of the first building permit. Since no building permits have been issued, it appears those funds have not yet been paid. That raises a fundamental question. How can the city commit funds when it doesn't have them? Where is the written commitment from One Metro West? Real estate agreements must be in writing, and this should be no exception. Without such a commitment, the city is exposed to the risk of project delay or withdrawal, risks that are especially real given the current economic instability. We're talking about more than $3 million in city funds. Last year, half of this amount was to come from federal grants. Now those funds are being replaced by money taken from the city's Affordable Housing Fund, funds that were intended to support first-time homebuyers. Yet this will just finance a single project. This proposal also lacks adequate financial review. The finance department should be weighing in, not just the city manager's office. The agenda report does not disclose the loan terms to Jamboree Housing. Is this a 55-year interest-only loan? Do Jamboree's limited partners have priority over the city? And how is 3% interest justified when the city itself is paying 5% on its bonds? I understand this project is tied to the housing element and RENA obligations, but we are already under state scrutiny for a non-compliant housing element. That should make us more cautious, not less. We should not overextend the city's financial commitments in a way that puts the city at further risk. And as history in Costa Mesa has shown us, nothing good happens after midnight. This item needs to be postponed and reviewed in the light of day with complete documentation and proper financial analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. It's amazing with 1 second left, Cynthia. That was great.
Kathy,
Okay.
please.
Kathy, you have the floor.
I love what Elizabeth said. This is your land. This is a project you can do. Let's get it done. Let's do what's right for the low-income seniors in our community. Don't delay. Please support the funding requested.
Thank you, Kathy.
No further speakers.
Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Yes, will we have Councilmember Marr?
I would like to make a motion.
You go ahead.
To take 2.1 million from the city's housing trust fund and only from the city's housing trust fund, to require that Jamboree give preference to Costa Mesa residents for non-voucher units, to assign a 3% interest to the loan, to make best efforts, I'm not a contract lawyer, but I can play one on TV, best efforts to obtain additional funding before close. So when you go to the county, we're actually asking for money and not saying like, don't worry, Costa Mesa took care of it. That we are allowing for the supplanting of any of those funds prior to close. In other words, the city should be repaid for any amount that is obtained, for example, from the county. The sample commitment letter makes reference to maintaining some of the funds as a permanent source. I would strike that. If we're able to get all of it repaid before close, I'd like to get all of it repaid, as crazy as that might be. And that's it. Tell me if I need to repeat that.
Did you second?
Yep.
Second by Councilmember Chavez. Yes, you would ask for a friendly amendment. Go ahead.
To add the language kind of opined by.
Oh, your mic's not on. Mike.
Mike, you need to have your mic
Mike,
on.
put your mic
There we go.
on.
Okay, friendly amendment is everything that you've proposed and just some because I think all of your triggering mechanisms were funding pre-close. Any funding that comes at any time after close is subject to the other provisions of the early payout or that we share, consistent with what's already in the contract.
Correct. That is all shared, right? Somebody nod over there. That's all shared as a function of the amount that everyone has put in at that point at refi, correct?
So that's a question for the applicant. Go ahead.
Don't think that applies to the tax credit funding, is that right?
Yeah. Yes, so we're comfortable with the supplanting language as long as it's prior to close. And then the other thing I would just want to clarify for the record is that our performa currently contemplates money from the county. So we would want to clarify that it would be any additional money besides what's currently in the performa that we're able to bring
Between
in.
now and close, if you obtain additional, was my intent. So
Correct.
apologies if
Perfect.
that was not clear.
No, it's late.
But to Councilmember Bewley's point, though, help me with the language at refi.
For the additional money that you're bringing in?
For
Do you wanna come up?
any amount of potential repayment or prioritizing city repayment.
You mean like at year 15, if we were to
Correct. Yes.
refinance? I think the language is already drafted in the document.
I'm not seeing that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think what I heard city attorney say, or how I understood it, this money could be treated differently than the other funds that are already subject to the contractual terms. We want to make sure that these funds are treated the same way, so they will be subject to the contract
Correct.
language.
Correct. So these funds would be looked at just like the prior funds in terms of should there be a refi and the priority pay as written in the documents, they would be the same. I think it's just really important to realize that these projects are fluid. You saw it tonight with, another affordable housing development. And as we will have our set budget when we close on construction, we will go through construction. Should we have cost overruns and we need to go out and apply for additional tax credits or go get more funding, that funding would come in to complete the project. But should we have extra funding, should we get extra money, cost savings, that's a great point, cost savings, that's when we would be able to come back and repay you earlier, right? And come back and supplant the funds. So I really want to be transparent on this because I don't want there to be a misunderstanding.
So just to add a little bit more color to that, specifically to Councilwoman Marr's comments, I think that's kind of twofold. Is for Councilmember Bewley, it's the idea of cost savings, the refinance. Those are all things that we would be able to realize once we are through construction. But to be specific to your comments, Councilwoman Marr, we're also amenable to the idea of supplanting any funds that you put in prior to close if we are able to identify any additional resources. We have applied to over 9 different programs on this project. This project experienced a massive hole appear in it because of a loss of a federal funding program that we had been anticipating. So our team has been working tirelessly to make sure that we are not coming to you to just fill unnecessary holes, and we're going after all the money that's available, and there's no reason that our team would stop doing that between this meeting and then the time that we'll hopefully close on this project by the end of this year.
Great. Okay, does any, let's see, you made the motion, Councilmember Marr, do you have anything to say with respect for, sorry, Councilwoman Marr, council member? Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I originally, I think Councilmember Bewley and I have been pretty aligned on this for a while, and that it did make me uncomfortable that we were pulling more funding from, a fund that the city had dedicated to housing, that we were sort of like looking through every pocket for spare change in order to get this funded, and that the city felt like it was like we're on the hook, right? If I don't do this, then that's a bunch of seniors who won't get housing. But I appreciate being able to work with the applicant and try to come up with a solution whereby they're continuing to apply for additional funding. We don't have to touch the One Metro West funding that, to Cynthia McDonald's point, we don't actually have. And I think, at the end of the day, it is worthy and important to do this, and I would be an epic hypocrite on housing if we didn't make this happen, right? So, happy to support. If anything I said wasn't clear, I'd just ask you to flag that sooner rather than later, so that we can make sure it's clear if this needs to happen in the form of a side letter as opposed to, you good? Okay. A side letter, because I recognize you still need to go through underwriting and everything else, to let us know how to make it happen. But I think my intent is to at least create an opportunity for the city to be repaid if you magically come into additional funding from, for example, the county. County, yes. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, Councilmember Mar, for this good motion. Thank you, everyone, for, quite frankly, every step of the way on this project. I'll never forget my first experience at ribbon cutting. I was UCI student, and I was going with one of the then council members of Irvine to I think it was actually Jamboree housing project. And then I remember being astonished when they explained how long it took for that project to be built. I think it was about 10 years. When it comes to building affordable housing, contrary to popular belief, it does take a village to get it done. And we have seen our entire time on council, we have constantly had to step in to ensure this 100% affordable senior housing project gets through. While it is difficult, it is also very worthwhile. I have a great pleasure of representing seniors in my district. I know a lot of times folks view my district as the renter district, as the Latino district, but it's also in some ways the senior district. I have the senior center tower. I really wish I had this property across the street in my district because seniors are a big part of my community. And the one thing I hear all the time from seniors is, I wish there was more room at the senior tower. This is the opportunity we have to help that dream reality. So I know it's been a journey. I know we have more to go. But I'm very, very happy that we constantly find a way forward because these conversations, in the grand scheme of things, 5-10 years from now, will be forgotten. But what won't be forgotten is the fact that we have affordable senior housing in Costa Mesa.
Well said. Okay. If no one else wants to say anything, I just want to say thank you to the applicant and to staff for being collaborative and creative on filling this gap. Thank you. It's a beautiful motion. Thank you very much, Councilmember Marr. Thanks for the second. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad that we could use the affordable housing funds for that. I mean, we established that. Jeff Harlan brought that forward, and I know that he's smiling down on us somewhere. No, he's still alive. I'm just teasing. He's still alive, but he'll be very pleased about this. I'm very pleased. I also want to acknowledge One Metro West. Even though we didn't tap into that $1 million, I appreciate that they were flexible and willing to advance the payment on that. And so thank you to that. I'm glad this worked out. All's well that ends well. And people might not sleep in a housing element, but they're going to sleep in this project. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, great job, everyone. Okay, don't leave, please, because we're going to adjourn the meeting in honor and memory of Bo Moore, Julian Enrique Hernandez, Marcia Law, and We Fam. We're adjourned.